It is the day of the advancement exam in the military training camp. A brutal series of tests where only the best rise in rank. While others joked, panicked, or tried to impress the girls, Kim Mindium kept his focus, just a rookie with less than a year of service. No one expected much from him, but when the real test began, he broke records, moving a muscular instructor, 10 meters that no one else could move, danced between rubber bullets as if it were a game, finished an exhausting race in a dungeon, minutes ahead of everyone else. Calm, quiet, and brutally efficient, Mindium was not here just to advance, he was here to dominate, even dreaming of being a CEO. The general's daughter, and the best recruit in her class, couldn't keep up. She passed all the tests, scoring high. She even impressed the audience with her perfect agility, but every time she made a move, Mindium went further, faster, better. He didn't care about the spotlight, but somehow stole it anyway, and when they realized, he was already miles ahead, leaving even the best struggling in his wake. Mindium is strong for a reason. He is actually a dark wizard, who returned to Earth after saving another world. And here is what happened back then. Mindium spent years purifying the land of Isgard from evil, and finally brought the peace this world deserved, but he receives no credit for the favor he did. After all, he is a cursed wizard, one who meddles with the powers of darkness. With the mission completed, he finally meets the goddess responsible for summoning him to this world. He fulfilled his part of the bargain, eradicating the threat. Now it is the goddess's turn to return the favor and send him back to his home planet, Earth. The goddess insists that he stay a little longer, but Mindium has already finished doing her dirty work. It is finally time to savor the Korean fried chicken he missed so much. Since the goddess knows almost nothing about crispy fried chicken or something called the internet, she cannot offer him any of that, so she eventually decides to send him back. With the teleportation circle activated, she removes the holy protection that always prevented Mindium from using his powers over her. Once that is done, the final step is to strip Mindium of his dark powers before sending him back. But Mindium was already prepared to see this day, and did exactly what he needed. He betrayed the goddess to keep his dark powers all to himself before disappearing into the portal. A multi-dimensional portal that he created with his own dark magic. He showed her the middle finger, and with that, he vanished, leaving the blonde girl powerless and furious, grinding her teeth behind him. Then Mindium reappears in his room and immediately checks his phone. He missed holding it after emerging from what he considered the hell of dungeon power fighters, so he is excited to be back. But he quickly notices something strange. There is no network or internet. Meanwhile, an army unit prepares for an attack. The team questions Corporal Choinho about why regular soldiers were being sent on such a mission. Inho, as uninformed as he is, told them to ask the administrative officers, reminding them that a corporal is not aware of all the ultra-secret information, and signals them, and the soldiers move in sync to attack. It has been 2 years since Mindium was summoned, a memory that still clearly irritates him. His phone, thanks to auto-sync, still works, but he has no one to contact. As he walks outside, the lack of Wi-Fi and open stores in the neighborhood seems strange to him. Suddenly, the army unit sees a man walking casually, catching them by surprise, especially since Mindium is busy complaining that Isgard is a horrible place. The soldiers, certain that this is a restricted area, wonder why the guards are not doing their job. They call Mindium, who is initially surprised, but then he assumes they must be recruits. He assures that he is just passing by, but then the soldiers scream, seeing a horrible creature jumping in his direction. Mindium casually turns his head and sees a terrifying wolf advancing towards him. Mindium is not worried at all. When the soldiers shout for him to dodge, that horrible beast is coming straight for him, ready to tear him apart. He is seriously irritated, questioning why this stupid mutt that can't take a punch is showing up now. But as soon as he tries to access his power, that attitude of not caring disappears quickly. He can't summon his demonic energy, not even a glimmer, so he opts for the only remaining option and stops the wolf with his bare hands, throwing one to the ground with brute force as if he didn't care. The soldiers' jaws drop in surprise upon seeing the impact of Mindium's slap leave a mark on the ground. Their faces turn pale at such raw strength. Mindium stares the wolf in the eyes and says he is not a loser, even without his dark powers, even though he has become weaker. There is no way he will let some despicable monster win. Suddenly, he remembers that warrior putting him through a deadly workout routine, lifting stones as if his life depended on it. The memory makes him feel a strange nostalgia for Isgard's brutal training. Still, he doesn't understand why a monster like this is in this world. When he is about to question the soldiers, he realizes they are already terrified. Later in the jeep, the soldiers have no idea why this weirdo was so harsh with the wolf, hitting it as if it owed him money. One of them even said what he did could land him in prison, but his commander had already told them to stop making a scene about it, and he let it pass. That's when one of them turns to him and asks if he really has no idea what has been happening lately. The so-called World Walker said he is not familiar with the land, keeping the whole otherworldly issue a secret. Deep down, he isn't even sure if this is the Korea he remembers. He has no idea what happened in the last 2 years. He remembers that around the age of 7, the dungeon phenomenon appeared for the first time, and with it came waves of ferocious monsters. He remembers the soldiers, fighting desperately against them. But along with all that horror, something else also emerged: the superhumans, known as the deserters. Their powers were not just human, they were something far beyond. The clever ones joined the Hunter Corps, a newly formed military unit, and together they exterminated waves of monsters in no time. Then, before Mindium was summoned by that daring goddess, Korea had not faced anything too dangerous that could threaten civilian zones out of nowhere. He feels something strange about Dungeon Power Fighter and checks his signal again, and that's when he realizes the server is not completely down yet. The realization irritates him. All that hell he went through just to return to this mess. Besides that, Spark is eager to play the game or at least see if the server is still running, but ends up cursing the network in frustration. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers doesn't believe this loser's story, that he knows nothing, while the whole world is clearly upside down. Still, after witnessing Mindium's brute strength, he starts to get really nervous, thinking that maybe this guy has a backstory that explains much more than he is saying. Right then, Spark catches the soldier's attention and asks if game developers still exist in the world. Then out of nowhere, he continues, asking if people can still evacuate safely and find jobs in gaming companies, or something like that. Besides this, Lazy Guy wants to know if all the buildings were destroyed, including the server storage systems. He is looking for details. Wanting to know why everything is so messy, the soldier says he will explain, proudly mentioning that he got top marks in monster theory and genealogy at the university. Mindium is surprised that a university still teaches things like that now, but the soldier confirms that it is quite rare to find good teachers on the subject. He begins to explain that the real problem started about 2 years ago with the strange phenomenon of dungeons. One day, dungeons began to appear more frequently, for no clear reason, and started to expand. The worst part is that the absolute number of giant monsters began to increase non-stop, forcing their way into the human world. Eventually, the army could not keep the situation under control, and some civilian areas had to be isolated. Since then, the army has thrown everything it can at the problem, with all kinds of methods, but they are seriously understaffed. Throughout the history, Mindium did not care at all. He only cares about one thing: the soldier. Still hasn't answered whether the gaming companies are functioning or not. This guy just wants to play Dungeon Power Fighter a lot. When asked about his age, Mindium casually says he is 21 years old. This instantly reminds the soldier that Mindium must enlist soon, warning that half of his 20s is about to disappear into thin air. This shocks Spark, who exclaims that the hunter's body serves for 5 years, and the regular troops for 3. The soldier corrected this kid, saying that about the current mess. All troops serve for 5 years without exceptions. If Mindium really is 21, he is. I'm sure that the guy should have already received his enlistment letter. This loser, without mana, is losing his mind, just thinking that he could relax and play Dungeon Power Fighter for a while. But life clearly had other plans, and threw him straight into the mud. It is honestly hard for the guy to even process this mess. And now, the idea of giving up 5 years of his life, when he hasn't even managed to connect to the server, is practically boiling his brain out of nowhere. Mindium receives a notification from the armed forces, designating King Mindium to enlist at the recruit training center. Spark is completely surprised to see how serious they are about this, especially since his enlistment date is literally tomorrow. He wonders if the army now just sends messages to people, because the timing seems very perfect. This makes the soldier laugh, who says that Gangon is known for doing this kind of thing in the blink of an eye. Mindium is losing his mind, screaming at the guy like, how is this possible without a physical exam? In his defense, the soldier already mentioned that they are understaffed, so now the exams are conducted directly at the training center. As for the notice, he thinks that Mindium probably just heard late, but still suggests checking the computer room near the evacuation center just in case. Suddenly, something awakens in his mind. Long ago, when Mindium's parents disappeared, he filled the void in his life with games, so as a lonely 12th grade student, he was summoned to this Isgard, the forgotten paradise of humanity. Now, back to the present, sitting in a PC room, Mindium is crying tears of joy while playing Dungeon Power Fighter. Again, he is absorbing the comfort of these little gaming booths, loving how the game still works. The way he remembers Spark, is practically ready to bow and thank the owner of this place for keeping him alive. Even during a total crisis, out of nowhere he orders a hot dog, and the waitress looks completely perplexed. Wondering how much this guy can eat after enjoying the game to the fullest, Mindium returns to reality now, questioning if all of this is really real. He accesses the internet to check news articles and tries to understand the situation. It was then that he read that monster-related damages this year are 48% higher than last year. Furthermore, hunters are supposedly prioritizing the safety of citizens as the number of attacks continues to rise. With the government struggling to find solutions, Mindium begins to believe every word the soldier said, including the part about being recruited by the Military Recruitment Administration. Now, the message clearly mentioned that his enlistment was scheduled for tomorrow. Mindium can't help but think that, if he still had his powers from Isgard, he could have cleared all the dungeons alone without breaking a sweat. But for some reason his body is completely drained of demonic energy. It seems exhausted from its main source of dark magic. Yet, with the brute strength he has left, he thinks he might be able to take down these dungeons alone. Anyway, his intense aura permeates the room, catching everyone by surprise as they look at this strange guy with an evil laugh. Mindium decides to take everything into his own hands. The next day, this traveler from the world casually enters the training center with a snack in hand. He is strangely excited to see so many people enlisting today, even though everyone else seems gloomy, embracing their loved ones in farewell. Suddenly, an announcement calls all new soldiers to gather in the auditorium. Minjun raises an eyebrow, wondering if this will really be harder than life in Isgard. Inside the auditorium, the soldiers are indeed unpleasant, barking at the new recruits to stand up and yelling at them for moving like slugs. One is shouting to keep their posture straight and not look back, while the other demands they push the person in front as if their lives depended on it. Mindium can't help but find these instructors strangely polite compared to that complete idiot he trained with in Isgard. After a while, the battalion commander approaches and calls everyone's attention, asking those who signed up for the hunter troop but were not selected to raise their hands. He explains that the treatment differs quite a bit between the hunter troop and the regular troops. Hunters start with a base salary of 3,000,000 won, which makes some heads turn when no one moves. The commander says it's okay until he spots a volunteer. Minjun is called to step forward, and he decides this is his moment to shine. Without hesitation, he jumps into the air, punching the ground with the force of his momentum. He lands right next to the commander, smoother than ever, leaving everyone stunned, with their jaws practically dropped to the floor. Then he confidently introduces himself, saying, Mindium, Kim Mindium, applying for the Hunter Corps back in Isgard, in the depths of the forgotten Keenan of the northern region. The mountains are filled with caves, each darker and more winding than the last. It is here that Mindium fully accepts the harsh reality that being a dark mage is a never-ending job for his torment. There is no worse character than this one. Of course, dark mages come packed with insane abilities, but once they run out of their fuel, they are finished. All that remains is a body that barely holds up, trapped in a role that wears you down until nothing is left. It's not like being human simply. It naturally replenishes over time, just like regular wizards. But for dark wizards, the only way to recover it is by defeating monsters, using demonic energy. But even so, replenishing black energy while actively using it is a daunting task. It is super inefficient and hardly worth it. Besides that, Mindium could never find reliable team members since the image of the dark wizard had a terrible reputation. So if Mindium runs out of black energy, he is practically dead down there. Now he wonders what is the best method for a dark wizard to recover demonic energy. But unfortunately, this guy is so lonely that there is no one around to answer his surprise test, or to hear his tragic monologue except for a bunch of monster corpses. He starts to wonder if it's because all the others are already dead. Suddenly, he hears something stealthily approaching from behind. It turns out to be the boss of the dungeon hidden in the forgotten cannon, Arachnist. This terrifying and giant spider beast enters the scene, while Mindium casually thinks that maybe the dungeon boss could have answered his question. He even said that the beast should have appeared earlier, because he was dying of boredom waiting. When Arachnist realizes her babies are crushed all over the floor, she lets out a chilling scream. Mindium just shrugs, making a joke about her breath being horrible, so there's no need for an answer. Then, without hesitation, he punches her right in the face and says that the answer is quite simple. With his demonic energy emanating, Mindium states that the answer is just to defeat the monster with maximum strength. On that day, Maynard, who is actually Kim Mingjun, was at the peak of dark magic in Isgard, and that was 645 days before he returned to Earth, back to the present. The commander confirms his name, Kim Mingjun, and tells him to wait there until the Hunter Cops unit arrives. Mindium is just enjoying himself, somewhat excited to see an entire commander casually making coffee for him. Then the commander asks if there is any special reason he wants to join the Hunter Corps. He is clearly puzzled by this kid, especially since so many members of the Hunter Corps are quitting and returning to the regular army. Even with their powers, now that things are getting worse out there. With a slight smile, Min Jun simply says he has a matter to resolve in the dungeons, leaving the commander completely speechless. A second later, the commander starts laughing, thinking Min Jun's comment about the dungeons was just a joke. He even reassures him, saying he won't be charged for destroying the auditorium floor. Little did he know that this world traveler was not joking at all. In Korea, all dungeons are managed by the military, and the Hunter Corps, a highly skilled elite unit, has top priority to investigate these dungeons and deal with monster subjugation. Members of this unit can rank up based on their skill, which means there is no limit to how quickly someone can rise in the hierarchy if they have the power. Upon enlisting in the Hunter Corps, Mindium obtains his license to enter dungeons and eliminate the trash hiding inside using his demonic energy. From there, he begins to daydream about racing through the ranks, recovering his lost powers along the way. Just thinking about it, this cunning maniac laughs to himself, imagining hitting 10 stars in 5 years, clearing all the dungeons in sight. That would give enough time for the dungeon power fighter to finally reach his 4th awakening while he enjoys the glory. For the dungeon power fighter to finally reach his 4th awakening while he enjoys the glory and the great salary of a public hero. Yes, at this moment, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho from the Hunter Corps presents himself to the commander, who warmly greets him and introduces Mindium as a new recruit. Mindium is completely surprised to see a battalion commander speaking so formally with a sergeant. Sung-ho turns to Mindium and directly asks if he really has special powers. If he is a natural hunter, he must have access to a status window, so the sergeant insists that Spark read all of his statistics. Mindium can't help but wonder if all members of the Hunter Corps are this insistent, but it doesn't matter. He concedes and does what they ask. Thinking back, he remembers having a status window in Isgard as well, but he barely used it. It only showed numerical values and statistics. Now the guy is really curious to see how the status window works in this world. But the moment it appears, he is completely bewildered. His HRO immediately pressures him, asking what he is seeing, but Mindium just gives him a nervous smile. With an embarrassed laugh, he says that the window is showing an error. The expression on his face becomes stiff as if his brain has frozen, trying to process what he heard somewhere from Gyeongguido. At the Hunter Corps Training Center, the commander starts with small talk, saying that the last time he saw her was in Wachan 10 years ago. He admits that he never imagined he would find Sonyeon here of all places. She quickly corrects him, saying that she is not a hunter yet, just a new recruit who enlisted today. Still, she wants to know if she is being called just because of her father's status. Making it clear that she is not interested in receiving special treatment during training, the commander laughs and assures her that it has nothing to do with General Som and that she will not receive any special passes either. He also reminds her that the Hunter Corps is not an easy organization, something her father must have already mentioned. With such a renowned rookie enlisting, the commander imagines he would exchange a few words of encouragement before the girl gets super busy. He knows it must not have been easy for her to enlist as a common soldier, instead of entering as an executive, saying that they are always in need of people like her, so he thanks her, both as a citizen and as a soldier of the nation. Meanwhile, Sonyeon is clearly embarrassed but politely thanks the commander. Shortly after, a van arrives, and the commander informs her that she might be about to meet an interesting comrade on board. He asks if she would like to go greet him together, which completely takes her by surprise. Meanwhile, Mindium is excited to finally enter the Hunter Corps Training Center. The building is enormous, and he doesn't even know how much taxpayer money was spent on it, so the first thing he asks is if there is a computer room. C is a Relansa, throwing a hint at this weirdo, telling him not to get too cocky, since he is not officially part of the Hunter Corps yet. Just because he is a special case, Dream has been tasked with testing him. That arrogant tone irritates Spark, and he is ready to curse this idiot out. According to Song-gu, he would have already dismissed Min Jun back in Yeongchang if headquarters hadn't specifically requested to test him. Moreover, Seong-gu adds that, as soon as he proves that Min Jun is nothing but a fraud, he will be handed over to the military police without losing a second. Mindium does not like this guy's attitude. He is very petty and full of himself. But the guy remains calm and demands to know the details of the test. That's when the blood row shows a giant red crystal and tells him that if he can move it even an inch in 10 minutes, he will pass. The soldier says he is ready to see if this so-called talent is worth enrolling in the Hunter Corps. The red stone is not an ordinary rock. It is a byproduct formed within dungeons known for being incredibly dense, hard, and heavy making. It practically impossible for any ordinary recruit to even move it. Min Jun walks by Seong-ho, casually saying he is happy The test is so simple, which definitely hurts Xiangho's ego. Xiangho knows that all of this is a silly way to measure someone's status window, but he probably understands. There have been many imposters with mediocre skills trying to infiltrate the Hunter Corps, so this type of test eliminates the fakes. Meanwhile, his goal had heard rumors about this guy jumping 5 meters straight to the podium, but the whole status window error, still, doesn't make sense. Some other people are watching the Mindium test now, including Commander Choi, and Choi imagines that this guy probably showed some incredible physical skills to the battalion commander at the training center just to get here so quickly. He also tells Isgard that Mindium's status window showed an error the old man had never heard of, anything like that before, but he has high hopes for this new recruit. Mindium looks at the red stone and instantly remembers it. From his time in Isgard, that ridiculously heavy rock was scattered throughout all the dungeons, but a piece this size he could move without breaking a sweat. He gets excited, punches thinking if maybe this thing stores some demonic energy too. Then the brute prepares and breaks the whole stone into pieces in a single blow. What a shame. However, it turns out to have nothing. Commander Choi and Isgard are left dumbfounded in shock, even Sergeant Xiangho looks like his eyes are about to pop, calling Minjun a true crazy monster. Later Naman Ryok is completely out of breath, drenched in sweat, as he drags himself up the stairs with the other recruits, even before joining the Hunter Corps. He knew the training wouldn't be normal, but now he really feels like something is wrong. When the training period ends, they will go into real combat. But before that, they are stuck in 4 weeks of true hell. This means learning sandbags from the first session, and climbing the infamous 6,000 steps. As if things weren't brutal enough, there is also this diabolical instructor, Sergeant Lee Sungo, always on top of them. He checks the completion times. This was already expected, but this kind of raw physical training only improves their stats a little, and is pushing most recruits to the brink of collapse. Nami Hulk always thought that the recruits of the Hunter Corps had to endure a lot and just hold on, but now he is not so sure about this lunatic commanding the show. Meanwhile, Mindium is having the time of his life, running as if he were some kind of free elf in Rio, who is starting to question if the problem is them, not him. Mindium feels like his body is floating in the air, and if he still had his demonic energy, he swears he would be flying. Spark actually finds this so-called hellish training of the Hunter Corps kind of cool. The military uniforms look stylish, compared to the rags he wore in Isgard, and the food is much better than expected. Even the schedule is a plus. Once the so-called night call is over, they have real free time, and can rest for the night. Besides, he heard there is a computer room inside the facility, and it is apparently as good as anything in the city, as long as he follows the rules. No one will bother him during his free time, although Mindium had every intention of leaving the place if it became boring. He discovered that Hunter Cops has everything he could ask for, including exhausting workouts, delicious meals, a good salary, and even time to play. He runs up the stairs shouting that Hunter Cops is the best thing ever. Hulk, still trying to catch his breath, can't understand where this insane monster gets the energy to move like that. In the blink of an eye, Sungo is completely stunned to see Mindium reach the top much faster than expected. It usually takes about an hour for an average recruit to finish the climb, but this guy broke the record in record time. Mindium is up there enjoying the view, dancing around Sungo and reminding him of the promise he made, that whoever finishes in less than 30 minutes gets a pass to leave without choice. Sungo hands it over. While Mindium starts planning where he should use it, Sungo smiles, wondering if there has ever been a recruit who managed to get a leave pass from Sergeant Sungo. So far, suddenly everyone starts to gather around him, asking questions about his workout routine and how he got so strong. Mindium is caught off guard by the whole scene, realizing that people are actually talking and laughing with him. It's completely new. Back in Isgard as a dark mage, everyone avoided him like the plague. Just passing by him was considered lucky, but here it's different, and the communication isn't as bad as he thought. These guys are already making plans to go to the computer room later, and this makes Mindium very excited. He is even more thrilled to know that Alan Rose is open at this hour. This is a victory. While enjoying his time in the PC room, the clock strikes 9, and Mindium realizes it's time to sleep 2 hours back in Isgard. Even sleeping for 1 hour was considered a luxury, so 2 hours felt like deep sleep. With this kind of rest, he is confident he can recover just enough energy to keep playing every day. The others in the room are stunned watching this true maniac still playing that game next. The recruits face another brutal training without extra distance this time, but they need to maintain a constant speed. Anyone who can't complete 40 kilometers in 2 hours, it won't have breakfast later. Mindium casually brags about having reached 10 maximum levels yesterday, which annoys Ryuk, who is struggling to catch his breath after the training. He is irritated because Mindium isn't even sweating. Just passing by him was considered lucky, but here it's different, and the communication isn't as bad as he thought. These guys are already making plans to go to the computer room later, And this makes Minjun very excited. He becomes even more thrilled to know that Alan Rose is open at this hour. That's a win. While enjoying his time in the PC room, the clock strikes 9, and Minjun realizes it's time to sleep. 2 hours back at Isgate, even sleeping for 1 hour was considered a luxury. So 2 hours felt like deep sleep. With this kind of rest, he is confident he can recover just enough energy to keep playing every day. The others in the room are stunned, watching this true maniac still playing that game next. The recruits face another brutal training session, with no extra distance this time, but they need to maintain a constant speed. Anyone who can't complete 40 kilometers in 2 hours doesn't get breakfast later. Minjun casually mentions having reached 10 maximum levels yesterday, which irritates Ryuk, who is struggling to catch his breath after the training. He is annoyed because Minjun isn't even sweating. What bothers me the most is knowing that the guy played all night and only slept 2 hours in the last 4 weeks when someone asks how he is still standing. Mindium just smiles and calls everyone's attention, saying he brought enough water to share with all his comrades. The guy goes crazy, praising his insane endurance and calling him his dear comrade. They are practically dying to take a sip of what now seems like some kind of mythical elixir. The boys line up like chicks waiting for Mindium to pour a sip of water into their mouths. In the middle of the conversation, someone suddenly grabs their attention, and there drops the bomb that the lieutenant is seriously disappointed with all of them. It's the last week of training, and only half of the recruits manage to meet the standard. He directly calls them the most pathetic squad of all time. Mindium can't help but wonder why this old man is speaking in the third person like some ancient sage. Lee doesn't stop there. However, he throws shade at everyone, saying that if they are sent to the field after the training ends, half of them are going straight to their deathbeds. This kind of mentality, according to him, is basically a one-way ticket to heaven. He boldly claims that none of them will survive the final phase of training, which is something called the dungeon assessment. Normally, as soon as all the monsters inside a dungeon are eliminated, the dungeon disappears, but some of them do not disappear. They transform into what is called transforming dungeons. These dungeons constantly change their internal structure, altering layouts and environments regularly. This becomes the perfect place for interns to gain real-life dungeon experience. And this intense simulation is what they call the dungeon training assessment. Just hearing the name sends shivers down the recruits' spines. So they already know they are about to face something brutal. With the leader raising the tension, he seems to enjoy this, saying that recruits need to be treated like racehorses for true discipline. A heavy whip is needed to keep them in line, and then offer a carrot later. He assures them they will succeed if they use their heads to improve the offer. He announces that the recruit with the highest score will win a 2-night, 3-day vacation pass. The old man believes this little reward will motivate them and make them work harder, asking if this news doesn't excite them, but the recruits just look at him unresponsive, watching him pound the stage as if he has lost his mind. But no one responds. He is trying so hard to cheer them up, but it seems like he is talking to a wall until he sees one guy who actually looks excited about the news, and that only makes the rest of them more nervous. The next day, everyone shows up with their mouths agape, surprised by the actual size of the dungeon. Mindium, on the other hand, couldn't care less. On the day of the dungeon assessment training, the recruits are filled with nerves, wondering what kind of nightmare awaits them inside. Suddenly, a dip appears on the scene, startling everyone. Everyone is thinking, why? A military truck would be here of all places. Their panic increases when they realize that the jeep is loaded with cages, and inside those cages are real monsters. With terrifying noises echoing from the cages, the recruits quickly realize they are filled with dogs that send chills down their spines. One of them even faints from shock, while the other is already looking for an escape route. Meanwhile, Mindium just sees them as big dogs, comparing them to Chihuahuas or Maltese. In his mind, Lee is furious to see the recruits trembling at the sight of monsters that they should be trained to face. He orders them to form teams of 4 and enter the transforming dungeon, where they must defeat a dog in 1 hour and return. He gives the instructions that if they get hurt, it's better to work on the strength of the heart. If they are scared, they must use their heads and fight with spirit. Songo steps forward to announce that they will enter one by one, so it's time to prepare and start moving. Next comes the exclusive safety suit of the Hunter Corps, the Mid-2, designed to protect the physical body during battle. As soon as everyone puts on the suit, they start trembling like scared chickens, wondering if there is anything in the world tougher than this armor. Meanwhile, Mindium is silently judging the suit, thinking it is extremely uncomfortable and clearly made only for defense. He can't believe that something so rigid and clumsy costs about 50 million. By the smell alone, he deduces that these suits have been used to exhaustion, soaked in the passion and sweat of everyone. That's when Spark asks a bold question, asking if they managed to take down the dogs. which means they can get rid of these suits at first. Lieutenant Lee seems surprised by the idea, but when he sees that it's Mindium, the #1 recruit, he relents and grants permission. Still, Lee doesn't let him off that easily. He reminds Mindium that he can't steal the spotlight and expects him to show true teamwork. And now everyone will be watching how the top-ranking recruit handles things. When it comes to taking care of others, when it comes to defeating a hunting dog, Spark acts as if it's a piece of cake, claiming he just needs to tell his teammates what to do. Out of nowhere, Mindium shouts that he has the perfect plan. Two guys actually come closer, curious to hear him, but then this weirdo gives the most brutal advice of all. Just grab the dog by the legs and break its back in half. That should do the trick. If it attacks and the beast somehow survives this, he says they should bend its back and tear it apart. After delivering this terrifying strategy, Spark wants to know if they understood. The recruits just stand there staring at him in silence, stunned, completely speechless. At that moment, Lee shouts for the sergeants to release the dogs, and Seongo opens the cage gates, releasing the beasts, but instead of attacking the recruits, the threatening creatures run straight back to their den. Mindium casually points out that the wolves probably saw the door to their home and headed there. Surprisingly, his logic makes sense to everyone, and the recruits start praising his sharp mind for understanding the psychology of the dogs. So quickly, out of nowhere, Lee arrives and demands to know if they really have the courage to just stand there and laugh in these sacred training fields. That roar takes everyone's breath away, and then he drops the bomb that they have been selected as the first team to enter. This doesn't matter to me, but the other three are mentally short-circuiting in shock, completely stunned to be thrown in first. With no time to process this, they march toward the dungeon gate. Among them, Spark's only real motivation is to get out of this annoying suit the moment he finishes the hunt. Leah, at the start of his training, alerts the team of instructors to stay alert and monitor everything closely. Their job is to control the situation if things get out of hand. And if the recruits end up in real danger out of sight, the team of instructors keeps a watchful eye on the trainees from their hiding spot. One of them quietly reports to Corporal Kim Mindium that there is only one team of 4 entering with no other parties involved. It is at this moment that he sees a familiar face, none other than Kim Jin-jun, the recruit marked for special attention. He is the one who has shown truly promising powers, alerting the team of instructors to stay vigilant and monitor everything closely. Their job is to control the situation if things go out of hand, and the recruits end up in real danger out of sight. The instructor team keeps a watchful eye on the trainees from their hiding spot. One of them quietly reports to Sergeant Kim Mindium that there is only a team of 4 entering with no other parties involved. It is at this moment that he sees a familiar face, none other than Kim Jin-jun, the recruit marked for special attention. He is the one who has shown truly promising powers lately, with high scores over the last 4 weeks. But the real question is whether this boy can live up to those numbers. Within the chaos of a dungeon, undoubtedly, the first team is excited and eager to start, already showing signs of impatience. As they prepare to attack, Mindium feels that this is a piece of cake, thinking he could easily take down the dogs with one blow to the head. But then if he takes them all out, the others won't gain experience, and that wouldn't be fair. He thinks he is being overly considerate. At that moment, he alerts the group that the dogs are coming, and sure enough, a pack of them appears. His teammates are already starting to panic, but Mindium tells them to stay calm because they are wearing incredibly tough protective gear. He decides to take the lead, perhaps to set an example. As soon as a dog leaps towards him, he delivers a brutal punch that takes the beast down. Instantly, another dog goes straight for one of the other recruits, biting his arm, while the poor guy begs for help. Without wasting a second, Mindium kicks the dog away from him, killing it too. Then, like a coach in the middle of a game, he starts to guide them, telling the group that they need to react when the dogs attack. If they act out of fear, the monsters will take advantage and treat them like easy prey. He also tells them to drop the honorifics since they are comrades now. Honestly, he knows that 2 guys would be dead if this weren't just a training exercise, but since they have numbers, they need to use that to their advantage and counterattack with strength. It will confuse the dogs and turn the fight in their favor. Now, the team is taking the lead, like Mindium, in command, instructing them to corner the dog and wait for the right moment to act when it lowers its guard. Meanwhile, the instructor team is watching all of this unfold in disbelief, questioning whether this guy is really just a recruit. They never expected to see new recruits launching themselves at dogs and choking beasts as if it were no big deal. Thanks to me, Jum, the squad is overcoming fear and really fighting back. The instructors even start to wonder if this lunatic could be one of those rare cases like a sergeant from the Hunter Corps who somehow returned to the day before his enlistment. The kind of story they usually hear in rumors. But what stands out more than his strength is how Mindium leads the team. He is encouraging his team, keeping them focused and coordinating the fight with a real strategy. This leadership earns him the highest score in the group, while the rest settle for average grades. Corporal Rhodium appears with his partner and officially declares that the first team has passed the test on their way out. Mindium keeps pestering Rhodium about whether he earned the vacation pass, but Rhodium quickly shuts him up. Mindium jokes that they were probably too worried about the team, calling the instructors a bunch of tsundere, which irritates Rhodium just then. Something seems off the ground, starts to shake. Rhodium feels it too, and immediately orders contact with the external team, but Mindium is not bothered at all. He casually points out that this is not an earthquake, it is the dungeon itself transforming. It is at this moment that the others realize that the exit route is closing right in front of them. Now that the exit is closing in on itself, the recruits are scared, screaming, and asking what is happening. Even Rhodium's face is pale. They are in serious trouble, but Mindium already knows it is too late to leave now. The exit gate disappears completely into thin air, leaving Rhodium utterly shocked. They had ensured that the transformation process only happened on a monthly cycle. So this sudden change makes no sense. The entire internal structure of the dungeon is starting to change. To make matters worse, the radio is silent, cutting off all communication. It seems the dungeon has transformed too quickly. For now, the team of instructors decided to focus on getting the recruits to a safe place. After finding a relatively danger-free corner, Rhodium gathers everyone and explains that an unexpected incident occurred inside the dungeon. While his teammate remains alert, watching the surroundings, he tells the group not to worry, saying they will wait in the current location for 1 hour to see if the entrance to the dungeon reopens, as stated in the manual. The recruits completely believe Rhodium's speech, relieved at the thought that this challenge will end soon. They are just happy not to be stuck here forever. To increase their comfort, Rhodium adds that there are probably people outside assessing the situation and preparing to send help. He also reassures them that the lieutenant will take appropriate measures, so all they need to do is stay calm and wait instead of panicking. But Mindium silently judges the corporal, not believing a word he says. He is sure they chose this place for training, after fully confirming that there would be no unexpected surprises like this. What is even more suspicious is how the entrance to the dungeon, which is always open, suddenly closed out of nowhere. Corporal Kim Rhodium gestures for him to have a private conversation, and Mindium calmly realizes that these guys know very well that the situation is dire. There is no manual for things like this, and if the dungeon has truly become a sealed dungeon, then it will be much harder to clear. This guy, lacking manners, still remembers seeing something like this back in Isgard, but it's not so bad, especially with him here now. Meanwhile, Rhodium admits that this is the worst-case scenario. They are definitely in a sealed dungeon. His friend has no idea and is clearly panicking, obviously untrained for this kind of chaos. Then Rhodium explains the two special cases in which the entrance to a dungeon disappears. The first situation is when the dungeon dissipates naturally after being cleared, and the second is when it transforms into a sealed dungeon, where the gate disappears as soon as someone enters from the outside, and thus this one is sealed, which means more than one monster will appear. The only way to escape now is to defeat each monster trapped here. Furthermore, Rhodium makes it clear to his colleague that no external help will come. They are on their own and need to overcome this situation together with 4 recruits. With no real battle experience and only 2 instructors, they will have to clear the dungeon alone. After Rhodium informs everyone about the current situation, the recruits look visibly shaken, as expected. Moreover, Rhodium has no idea what kind of monsters are crawling around this place, so things can turn deadly quickly. Even so, they cannot afford to stand still. They need to keep moving while they have strength. He laments that the instructors were not prepared. Before starting, they just jumped in sweatshirts to monitor the kids. At this rate, even a few goblins could defeat them, considering it takes about 10 minutes for Rhodium to kill one. Then he looks back and remembers that the recruits are still wearing the safety suits of the Hunter Corps. He thinks they can use the defensive capabilities of these suits as part of a more realistic strategy at the moment, putting the recruits in front to absorb the blows, while the instructors attack from behind. It's a solid plan. But the idea of using these kids as human shields makes Rhodium feel nauseous. They have endured so much brutal training. With no real battle experience and only 2 instructors, they will have to clear the dungeon on their own after Rhodium informs everyone about the current situation. The recruits look visibly shaken, as expected. Moreover, Rhodium has no idea what kind of monsters are crawling around this place, so things could turn deadly quickly. Even so, they can't afford to stand still. They need to keep moving while they have strength. He laments that the instructors weren't prepared. Before starting, they just jumped in hoodies to monitor the kids at this pace. Even some goblins could defeat them, considering it takes about 10 minutes for Rhodium to kill one. So he looks back, and remembers that the recruits are still wearing the safety suits from the Hunter Corps. He thinks they can use the defensive capabilities of these suits as part of a more realistic strategy for now, placing the recruits in front to absorb the hits while the instructors attack from behind. It's a solid plan. But the idea of using these kids as human shields makes Rhodium feel nauseous. They have endured so much brutal training, and they trusted the instructors to protect them. And now their pride and self-esteem do not allow them to transform those same children into bait. While Mindium acts casually as if he doesn't care, his teammates are going crazy. Especially since this whole disaster happens right when they are in the last week of training, out of nowhere. The strange one without mana realizes that something is wrong, and the instructor asks him what is happening. That's when Rhodium suddenly starts screaming as if something is suffocating him from the inside. His partner runs to him, ignoring Mindium's warning not to approach, saying there's nothing he can do at the moment. But the guy goes in anyway, to see Rhodium, only to feel the same thing happening to him, and he collapses on the ground. From that point, Mindium takes control, telling the rest of the team to stay back, or they will end up like the instructors. While he checks on the two, he realizes they just fainted and are not in serious danger for now. Well, Spike had a feeling that he smelled something familiar earlier, so Mindium throws the instructors towards the recruits, telling them to take them and keep them safe near the exit. He firmly tells them not to follow him under any circumstances. One of the recruits tries to reason with him, asking what he plans to do when even the instructors have fainted, clearly shaken, and begging him not to go alone. But Mindium moves deeper into the dungeon without hesitation, fully aware that the risk of death excites him, especially because this time it's real. Still, he is confident that the true reason behind the instructor's collapse is the presence of demonic energy. It doesn't surprise him much knowing that even clever instructors can faint when exposed to something like that. Even in Isgard, people are always protected with special protection before facing monsters, infused with demonic energy. That's because this substance is much more fatal to normal humans. But for dark wizards, the black energy is like plugging in a dead phone. It's their source of life. After running through the dungeon for a while, Mindium finally arrives at the location, where this overwhelming demonic energy is emanating. The place is completely silent, and there are no monsters in sight. But that only makes him smile. He looks at the ceiling knowing full well that something so evil and steeped in darkness could never hide from the senses of a dark wizard, and there it is. He can feel. He never thought he would find a beast like the Dark Hound here of all places, but don't be fooled. This is not just another version of the normal hounds. Despite the similar names, the Black Hound is a completely different and much more dangerous breed. The first time Mindium encountered one in Isgard was about a year after he was summoned. At that time, he barely managed to escape alive. Not even the monster guides on Earth would dare to approach that thing. It's so brutal. The Black Hound lunges straight from the ceiling, but Mindium doesn't even blink. He just stands there, almost relieved to see a familiar face. With a smile, he thanks the beast for the meal, and in the next second, he delivers a jaw-breaking punch right to its face, sending the monster flying back like a rag doll. The Black Hound hits the ground hard, its face bleeding and teeth broken, while Mindium's eyes shine with hunger for its demonic energy. Even with a satisfying hit, the smell of blood in the air is strong and nauseating, but he doesn't care. It just means that the recharge is about to begin. Although the smell of blood is still nauseating, the enormous amount of demonic energy that spreads after the death of the Black Hound, it's really impressive. That's exactly why taking down a beast like this isn't easy. Its poisonous blood is no joke. If an ordinary human comes into contact with it, their skin would start to rot immediately. But none of this applies to a dark mage. While the demonic energy flows from the dark dog, Mindium absorbs everything with a smug look on his face as he absorbs the juice of demonic energy. He knows that all the crazy side effects that come with it do not affect a dark mage. The guy is excited to finally absorb the demonic energy after so long, feeling that he is about 5% charged. Now still, he can't understand why something like a black dog from Isgard would appear in a place like this. He imagined that the monsters on Earth could be contain some demonic energy, but seeing the instructors faint like that raises serious questions he doubts they have ever encountered. Something like this. Before, there has never been any mention of demonic energy or dark dogs. During the education about monsters at the training center, and the possibility of a dark dog making a dimensional trip is out of the question. Only someone like him, who has reached the peak of black magic, could accomplish something like this. That, or perhaps it is something that only a saint who can use the power of God could perform. Since it is not a skill that anyone can access, Mindium wonders if he is just overthinking or if this is really the first time a black dog has appeared in Korea anyway. He decides to find the core and make a report, and eventually he does that. Meanwhile, Rhodium slowly opens his eyes and the recruits are all buzzing with relief. Seeing him regain consciousness, they crowd around asking if he is okay, but both instructors suddenly sit up straight, startling their juniors. Rhodium immediately demands a complete update, checking if anyone is hurt or if something happened. While they were out, the juniors admit that they thought the two had turned into zombies for a second, but assure him that they are all fine. Then they mention that Mindium ran deeper into the dungeon alone. This news leaves Rhodium completely shaken, and when the recruits explain what happened after he and his partner fainted, Rhodium's face contorts with anger. He is furious that Mindium acted alone in such a dangerous situation, grinding his teeth at the thought this kind of action is more than enough to get someone expelled from the program. Well, he feels he is not in a position to criticize anyone, especially after fainting instead of protecting the juniors. But then he snaps back to reality, realizing he has to go after Kim and Jun and bring him back. Just as he is about to move, one of the juniors suddenly calls out, pointing ahead to everyone's surprise. Mindium walks in as if nothing happened casually, carrying the enormous dead black dog over his shoulder. The guy even asks if everyone is okay, as if this were just another Tuesday. The instructors freeze jaws, practically buried in the ground. Their minds locking up at the sheer size of the monster. They can't even begin to understand how the hell this kid took it down alone without missing a beat. Mindium drops the huge dog in front of them and tells them to take a look. The instructors take a closer look and instantly realize that this beast is the real reason they fainted. Before the recruits now understand that the dogs they faced were the baby versions, and this was the real deal. No one can believe that Mindium faced such a huge creature alone. Then, as if it were a sign, the dungeon gate flickers and reappears in the same spot. Still trying to digest what just happened, Rhodium turns to Mindium and asks if he really took them down alone. Mindium just nods with that annoyingly calm smile. Rhodium tells his partner to listen to the recruits first, promising that he will follow right after. Then pulling Mindium aside, he firmly asks him to recount every detail of what happened. To the lieutenant, this includes how both instructors fainted and left the recruits completely alone. Rhodium knows they have no excuses, even if it means being thrown in military prison, but thanks to Mindium, everyone returned alive and without a scratch. Sparky smiles, saying that Rhodium is a bit embarrassed now, but Rhodium insists that a real man admits his mistakes. With that, he says it's time to leave this cursed place anyway. Rhodium can't understand what made him lose consciousness, already fearing a sleepless night trying to figure it out in the meantime. Mindium is still stuck on the fact that he received a great compliment during his last week of training. As soon as he turns to leave, a sudden system window appears in front of his face with a message that the error has been resolved. Mindium looks at the screen completely perplexed, murmuring that he has no idea what this means. He curses quietly, calling it a piece of junk like that in Isgard. But then the screen updates officially listing Rothulano as the founder of the Luminuna cult as his favorite character, followed by his stats. Strength, agility, and endurance are all at 60, and demonic energy at 10. His only listed ability is corruption, ranked as, and the numbers don't bother him much. But something about this whole scenario feels incredibly wrong, especially the part about Luminuna. In his status window, Loom is a character from Dungeon Power Fighter, the same game he plays to pass the time back in Isgard. When he reached the peak of his dark magic powers and got tired of crazy fanatics following him everywhere, he created this cult as a joke around Loom, just to get rid of them. Now, somehow the jokes followed him here. Everyone had once begged for Manhwa to take over the world, but to get rid of them, he ended up forming the Luminuna fan club. The plan spectacularly backfired. This only created more lunatics adoring him. Now that he is looking at his current stats, Mindium realizes how much weaker he has become after returning without any demonic energy. He imagined there would be a penalty for dimensional travel, yet, out of the endless list of abilities he used to have, only one remains, and that is corruption at a very low level at this point. He is convinced that the effect of the ability might as well be a stomachache. This is not a third-rate romance, but the absurdity of it all makes him want to vomit. There is no way he can achieve any of his goals like this. But on the other hand, he has already risen to the top of the dark magic hierarchy in Isgard. If he did it before, he can do it again this time. He has a solid reason. He needs to regain his power quickly to help the game company that is stuck in development hell, thanks to the monsters. But one thing is certain, this is not like when he was in Isgard and had no choice but to endure. Now he has the game company waiting for him that day. The entire training center was thrown into chaos when the news spread that a training dungeon had sealed itself while a session was ongoing. Moreover, the lieutenant had not issued clear orders, and the mere recruit had defeated a newly discovered type of monster, while the instructors were caught off guard. By a series of unexpected events, the exercises that were supposed to receive their patient soldiers and take advantage. A little freedom, until the departure suddenly found themselves in the center of a storm. The juniors feel cursed with no idea when their waiting status will end. And all of this during the last week of training. At this point they wouldn't even mind just sitting and watching TV. Lee Ho-chan turns to Jungwon Park and asks if Mindium really took down that huge dog alone. Jungwon is still excited, saying that he first thought it was a cow because of its size, but yes, Mindium destroyed it. Then they start to wonder if Mindium can reach the rank of sergeant in 2 years, but someone points out that the advanced exams of the Hunter Corps are not easy. Most guys apparently get dismissed as corporals, even after serving the full 5 years. Wow, even some who leave with the rank of first-class soldier afterwards. Kim Mindium salutes upon meeting Commander Choi and notices Lieutenant Lim A-young in a strange position. Choi casually asks him to step out, and as soon as he leaves, Choi starts laughing, saying that the lieutenant was punished for not properly inspecting the dungeons, but getting straight to the point. Choi said it's something important to discuss how Mindium scored the highest. He has a special proposal, and asks if he is interested in hearing it. A crane among chickens is a saying used to describe someone who stands out from the rest. Commander Choi firmly believes that Kim Mindium is anything but ordinary, and he is sincerely grateful to have witnessed someone like him in his life. He never imagined he would find such an exceptional crane that makes even the above average seem like chickens. In comparison, Choi said it would be a national loss to assign this type of talent to the regular ranks, when they are in desperate need of qualified personnel. He also mentions having heard that Mindium wants to advance quickly. Normally, there is a rule that prevents soldiers from taking the promotion exam for at least 1 year. But when it comes to exceptions, the story is different. And this part leaves Mindium a bit stunned. It's when Commander Choi drops the bomb. He has the authority as training commander to grant Mindium this exception, on one condition: he wants him to volunteer for the Hunter Corps stationed in Kwon. Gangwon, the old man, even bangs on the table shouting that Mindium wouldn't need to wait a whole year for a promotion if he went there. An awkward silence settles between them. Choi starts to wonder if Kuron might be exaggerating even for someone desperate to advance. Perhaps this exception isn't enough incentive. Meanwhile, Mindium shows not a hint of concern or interest. He is deeply absorbed. In his thoughts, he remembers that Tier 1 is home to the 104th Division of the Invincible Hunter Squadron, the same place his comrades warned him to avoid. Like the plague, the weather is brutal. The snow accumulates endlessly, and dungeons, along with monsters, appear whenever they want. It is labeled as one of the most extreme posts. But Mindium doesn't care where he ends up, as long as he advances quickly. This promotion exception is a golden opportunity besides. The place smells of dungeons, which is actually perfect for his plan to succeed. He needs to rise in rank as quickly as possible. The higher the rank, the broader his range of action. Besides, there's no better way to earn a promotion than proving his worth inside the dungeons. With that, Kim Mindium gives a firm and unwavering, yes, he is in. Commander Choi is deeply shocked that this guy simply agreed to go straight to Kar 1, the land of brutal cold, and did this with this kind of bold spirit. Later in the parking lot, a group of people is gathered near the vans. Commander Choi is crying like a baby while saying goodbye to Kim Mindium, begging him to contact as soon as he arrives. At the base, Mindium thinks that this old man is being dramatic, thinking that he will ignore him. Choi swears he won't do that. But Mindium clearly doesn't care. Still, the commander asks if he is really going to show on, wanting to know why he chose the only place everyone avoids. Mindium says it's too big of a plan for the old man to understand, adding that he has a crazy goal to achieve. Choi jokes if he will reach the maximum level 100 times. But Mindium casually says he just hit his 13th maximum level yesterday, so 100 isn't even a challenge. Choi thinks directly that this kid is crazy. And then Mindium's car pulls away on the road. Mindium watches the loudest guy go to his own base, and starts to wonder why he is suddenly traveling alone. Out of nowhere, an army jeep appears, calling for Kim Mindium. Leaving him completely surprised at the wheel is a guy in sunglasses. Kim Mindium, casually asking if the kid waited long, saying that the snow delayed him. Mindium is stunned, not even realizing it started to snow. Mindium tells him to get in the back so they can go to the squad. The guy thinks this strong man really loves to show off. When he gets in the back, reality hits that he is officially about to start his life as a soldier. But one thing bothers me, which is the hazing. He remembers all those TV shows where the boss forces the rookie to do crazy things, like finding the Dragon Balls or doing useless tasks. Mindium knows he doesn't have the patience to deal with that kind of thing, but thinks he will have to endure somehow on the way. Mindium realizes how dangerous things can get. If he loses his cool and punches a superior, that would be the end of his goals, and he would be sent to a military prison as a common soldier. As they approach the destination, the snow begins to fall, lightly washing over the bodies of invincible hunters arriving in Gangondo. Uncle 1. In the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Division of the Hunter Corps, Mindy and Mindium enter Mindium, slams the door open and pushes the rookie inside, ordering the guys there to feed him and teach him how things work. The soldiers inside are surprised, since they receive no notice, but when they see the newcomer, they burst into laughter and cheer, excited to have fresh meat around. When Mindium introduces himself, the team realizes this is the guy from the rumors, the crazy one who faced the giant dog alone. A guy throws Mindium's backpack to the bald guy, making him responsible for unpacking his things. Mindium quickly considers the two loud idiots as the dorm leaders, standing there with big, goofy smiles. It's as if they just discovered a new toy or something like that. They are dying to know why he chose this place, when his best scores could easily have put him in a rear post. Mindium simply thinks that the front lines offer better real experience and the fastest way to advance. The guys look at him like he is crazy, calling him insane. They ask if he has a sister or girlfriend, but Mindium says he has been alone since he was born. Curious to see what he is capable of, they pester him to show his talent, and Mindium thinks that showing off will shut them up. It's worth it. He squats down to do one-handed push-ups, but this irritates one of the alphas, who boasts that he could do this all day. The other tells Sergeant Choi to relax and let the kid show off. Then Mindium changes the situation and starts doing vertical push-ups on his fingers, leaving everyone in the room surprised. No one thought they would see something so incredible in real life, and they start to wonder if anyone in the squad can do this. It is then that they remember there is a certain sergeant who can suddenly. A soldier with a fierce appearance enters and tells Spark to get out of the way. The alphas go pale and point to Mindium, revealing that he is the one doing vertical push-ups. That voice hits Mindium like a shockwave, and he recognizes it instantly. It is Lee Sung-ho. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is left speechless when he sees Kim Min-jun standing there. From all places here, Min-jun is also surprised. He never expected to find this guy here immediately. Sergeant Cho starts to mock Sung-ho loudly, asking why he is acting all tired when he just got sent as an instructor. The other guy joins the conversation, mentioning his so-called vacations to intimidate rookies and asking how many days off he managed to get this time. Ron doesn't even bother to respond. He just gives a lazy glance and says he has 4 days. This only fuels the fire, and the two start complaining about how Tom ruined their time. Bai shows him the middle finger for that, calling him a big party pooper. Meanwhile, Mindium is behind, completely lost about what is happening, watching this chaos unfold, being clearly tired of them. He lies down as if he had clocked out for the day, and starts watching a live broadcast from a volcanic dungeon. The broadcast shows a scorching terrain, with naturally high temperatures that continuously cause damage. Min-jun now realizes that there is a massive level and experience difference between them. Out of nowhere, Sung-ho calls the first-class soldier, Lee Dong-jin, and tells him to properly instruct his junior, who is none other than Min-jun. Dong-jin approaches, introduces himself friendly, and suggests they talk more while they eat, since he has a special pass for the retail store at the exchange station. Mindium is discreetly surprised. He didn't even realize they weren't allowed to go there alone. As soon as they arrive, Dong-jin tells Mindium to go ahead and take whatever he wants inside. Spike admits that he eats a lot, but Dong-jin just ignores him and tells him to choose whatever is necessary to fill up. Mindium thinks this guy is really cool, but the moment Dong-jin goes to pay and sees the bill reach 3,001, the man starts sweating cold as if he just saw his bank account, crying. Even the cashier jokes, asking if he is getting scared. While Mindium enjoys his meal, he mentions the whole retail situation, asking why they need special passes in the first place. It is then that Dong-jin explains that private soldiers and first-class soldiers can only use the store on weekends. He also needs to be at least a first-class soldier to go to the academy and a corporal to use the computer rooms. Mindium almost chokes on his Doritos when he finds out they have computer rooms here. Still, Dong-jin adds that this is how it is, and he can't expect them to let a private soldier relax in a land house, so he better get used to it. Mindium gets all excited about changing this system, but Dong-jin directly says that for him to even think about it, he needs to reach corporal. Then he adds his own opinion, saying that from his point of view, a guy should be at least a sergeant before trying to be a corporal, and honestly, this path is no joke. Mindium realizes quickly that he can't just bend the rules here to fit himself. He gets quite upset with all the restrictions of the PC room, and it makes him wonder if there is any shortcut to rank up. Dong-jin, talking about his own tough experience, admits that he has failed the promotion exam so many times that he has been stuck as a first-class soldier for 3 years. He calls himself pathetic, but Mindium says that next time he will succeed. Actually, Min-jun likes the way Dong-jin is and wants him to rise in the hierarchy along with him so they can go to the land house together. Just then, a big guy enters, Sergeant Kim Gwang-sik, who sees the two eating and observes the snacks. He casually asks if they are eating something good. Dongjin invites him to join, and of course, the guy doesn't refuse free food. He sits with them, grabs a handful of chips, opens a can of soda, and between bites assures them he won't tell a word about the conversation to anyone. However, Gwangsik warns them that if they are useless during the firearms training, tomorrow, they might as well be dead. He makes it clear he has no intention of letting Minjun get through anything without effort, and directly asks if the kid even knows how to shoot. Dongjin intervenes, saying he was about to explain how the firearms training here is very different from anywhere else. But Guanxi, who doesn't want to know, raises an eyebrow and asks if Dondim is insinuating that he is being excessively involved when supposedly the guy is doing well. Then Guanxi goes all out, provoking him, asking if he is so good, why is he still stuck as a first-class soldier. This provocation irritates Mindium, so he silently releases a bit of his demonic energy, just enough to mess with the guy. Guansik suddenly stands up, looking like something went wrong in his stomach, and starts accusing the snacks of being spoiled. Mindium tries not to laugh, watching the guy awkwardly rummage through the bag of chips, probably looking for the expiration date. Guansik, now clearly regretting his snack choices, pushes them away, and tells the two to move. At that moment, the brilliant Mindium realizes that, hey, maybe the corruption ability has more everyday uses than he thought. Meanwhile, Guansik is still clueless, thinking that his stomach just gave up on him out of nowhere. Then, Mindium catches Dondim's attention and asks him to detail the training with firearms. Cool guy, always ready to help, asks Mindium if he has ever used the K×2 with ICM bullets before. He explains that, here, they use even more powerful bullets than the ICMs, those are just like ponies in comparison. The weapons that the Hunter Corps uses are on a completely different level, like wild horses with a recoil and sound that resemble a cannon. Because of the frequency with which monsters appear, firepower is everything in this unit. Dongjin warns that at first it may seem strange and even painful, and yes, he will be reprimanded during training, but he assures Mindium that he will get used to it in no time. The guy nods, somewhat liking the pony metaphor for the stallion. It fits perfectly, although he remembers seeing long-range weapons in the guard of the E.I. that were at the level of an elephant. The idea of a wild stallion still excites him. That elephant weapon couldn't even be called a firearm, it was practically a siege weapon. So now, with the comparison to the stallion in mind, Mindium is super excited for tomorrow's training. Meanwhile, Dondim silently wonders what is happening with Sergeant Quicksik and if his stomach has recovered yet. The next day, at the shooting training field, loud bangs echo continuously as soldiers aim at moving dog targets. When it's Mindium's turn, he misses once but still hits 19 precise shots. The announcer goes wild, calling him as if he were a machine. Everyone looks in disbelief, watching this soldier give a lesson with his aim. They start whispering that he is some kind of monster. Even Sergeant Chu, who prides himself on his personal record of 14 hits, a score already considered excellent in the team, is impressed with what he just witnessed, while two other big names watch from outside. The commander of the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Min-chu, is frozen in shock upon seeing this boy achieve 19 hits, and beside him, 1st Sergeant Ratai Siok, the battalion's administration and supply officer, slowly shakes his head, realizing that the rumors about this elite soldier were not just exaggerations, they were incredibly accurate. Now, the head of the dormitory wants to know how Mindium managed this, but he just shrugs and says he followed the instructions. This nonchalant response only irritates them even more when Kim Mindy suddenly intervenes, praising Mindium and telling him to keep showing his best. Mindy even mentions that he is looking forward to seeing Mindium's performance this afternoon. During the special firearms training, Sergeant Tu can't take it anymore, furious at the idea of this rookie even attempting the special training. While his colleague throws indirect jabs at Mindium, accusing him of favoritism, the other guys start whispering that Mindium is so good, he probably would have gotten another day off if he had hit all 20. Meanwhile, the group's heavy shooter turns to Dondim, demanding to know what is so special about this elite training. Dondim is still recovering from how this supposed rookie turned out to be a first-class shooter. He explains that rookies are generally not allowed in this training since it uses enhanced conventional ammunition. Basically, heavy weaponry was legal to hold. He will explain more later, and that Mindium will receive a proper presentation. Anyway, the program consists of teams of 2 entering a facility filled with monsters that they need to eliminate on their way to the finish point. Although the monsters are not high-level threats, the problem is that they are fast-moving targets and will counterattack. Furthermore, civilian targets unexpectedly appear, and hitting even one of them counts as a huge failure. Dondim adds that everything is monitored and controlled by the executives, so there is no real danger, but it simulates a real combat scenario. The mention of real, monstrous targets makes Mindium's heart race. It's exactly this kind of action he signed up for. In the cafeteria, the party begins, and all the soldiers dive into the food as if they haven't eaten in days, while devouring his plate. Mindium praises Dondim for hitting 13 consecutive shots, but Dondim is still in disbelief about the rookie hitting 19. The cool guy turns a bit red, deflecting, saying he's not that good, just had a bit of experience. He then points out that Sergeant Lee Song-ho is the real monster around here, consistently hitting an average of 17 shots, making him the best shooter on the team. This little detail hits Mindium. If the numbers are correct, then he is officially number 1 in shooting in the unit. Dongjin has no doubt that Mindium will also crush it in the special firearms training. Curious about the next 2-person team formation, Mindium asks if Dondim will be his partner, but Dondim explains that teams are chosen by the executives, so there's no way to know who will be paired with whom. When asked, the criteria for team member contributions are handled through a meticulous ladder drawing. At the special shooting range, the team has 5 minutes to gear up before the training begins. Out of nowhere, How Sheik shouts that he has been paired with the rookie, claiming it will be a huge mismatch because a sergeant and a recruit are worlds apart. Mindium now sees this loudmouth as his partner, and it seems the guy hasn't learned anything yet, still stuck in bragging mode. This lazy one arrogantly tells Mindium that the average completion time for his team is 3 minutes. Then this meddler throws out a warning, saying that if Mindium doesn't finish in that time, he will regret it. Minjun doesn't say a word, which makes Shikoku think that the rookie's confidence has been shaken. He even mocks him, calling him 19 hits, in front of pure luck. Minjun thinks he is a lost cause, but still calmly says he will do his best. Kwang Shik doesn't give up, saying that if the rookie finishes slower than him, he's done for. After that, he tells Minjun to keep an eye on the team ahead of them and learn how everything works. Kim Mingi prepares for the first round of shooters, which includes Sergeant Track 1, Kim Mungi, and Sergeant Track 2, John Han-young. Both are ready to start, entering their individual elevators and descending to the underground facility, officially starting the training. The scenario should be the strategic elimination of monsters while protecting civilian plates within a closed area. But let's be realistic. It basically turned into a competition among the troops. The main objective is to complete the course as quickly as possible and hit that red button before the other guy. The monster icons vary in size based on how dangerous the creature is. The scarier the monster, the larger the icon. Guanxi casually tells Mindium that this should give him a solid idea of what he is about to face. Each track has 2 monsters, and since the encounters are completely random, no one knows what they will face until they are face to face inside. A huge rake frog lunges at Mungi, trying to swallow him whole. Mindium realizes that Mungi had a faster start on track 1, but with this type of monster in his way, the poor guy might lose his advantage. Meanwhile, on track 2, Rainion starts by taking down a monstrous rat, thinking it will be a smooth race, but as soon as he speeds up, a giant worm slides in and completely blocks him. Meng, on the other hand, is losing his mind, totally furious, and massacres the 2 frogs like a beast. The guy imagines that the other must have already finished since those frogs caused quite a mess, but it turns out to be the opposite. Mundi rushes to the red button and presses it, declaring his victory with a time of 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Everyone around bursts into applause as they start talking about Rannion's terrible luck for encountering a desert worm. Meng doesn't waste a second before teasing Rannion, saying that at this rate, he might as well not defend the nation. He also reminds him that now it's Rannion's turn to pay at the store. Rannion grits his teeth and mutters that Meng just got lucky, but Meng saw everything and points out that Rannion even shot at a civilian plate, so he would have been disqualified anyway. While these two continue to argue, Guansik realizes the bet they had, which sparks an idea in Mindium's head. He suggests making a bet 2, where the loser has to grant the winner's wish like a true man. Once laughs in his face, thinking that this rookie got cocky just because the veterans were a bit lenient with him. Still, the big guy agrees, but says he doesn't have any real wish that a lowly soldier like Mindium could actually grant. Instead, he kicks that he would prefer just to receive his salary for the next 3 months. Mindium sees him as a simple and greedy guy, but accepts the bet anyway. Dom Dinho beside him is getting more and more nervous. Kim Mindy calls the next group, and Mindy 1 faces Guansik as they descend to the facility. Mindy 1 is already scolding himself for having fallen for that cheap provocation, knowing that it's usually better not to draw attention. He simply can't stay still. When someone messes with him outside, the crowd is excited to see a sergeant really making a bet with a soldier during training. Some even joke about whether Guan-Sik will have to jump in and save the rookie from a monster. Then out of nowhere, a sudden tremor occurs, shaking everyone to their core. Heads turn quickly, but no one has any idea what is happening back underground. The Mindium is paralyzed for a second, confused by the tremor. His eyes widen as he spots a one-eyed monster, devouring a rat as if it were popcorn, and the scene immediately makes him nauseous. The Cyclops casually tosses the half-eaten rat aside, like it's trash, and turns his hungry gaze to his next meal. Mindium lets out an internal sigh, thinking this is so boring. He remembers that his dinner plans were fried chicken tonight, which means he better finish this mess quickly. Yet he hesitates for a second, thinking it would be terrible to accidentally shoot the wrong target and hit a civilian plate if he gets careless. As soon as the monster lunges to start something, Mindium wonders why this angry monster is going crazy like this. The fight truly begins, and Mindium goes into serious mode, pouring his demonic energy into every attack. A solid punch to the stomach stuns the monster enough to calm it for a moment, and Mindium thinks all that's left is to finish the job with a shot. But then right before his eyes, he sees something incredible. The monster's torn hand regenerates in seconds. Meanwhile, those nearby are losing their minds, wondering if the rookie is really out there fighting something. They are trying to figure out if there was an accident. Kim Mindium's brain is on the verge of collapse when he realizes exactly what is happening. The rookie is fighting a Cyclops that managed to escape from the second track. It's not just any Cyclops. That thing is the Devourer demon. After absorbing energy, the Cyclops' regeneration and attack power increase incredibly fast until the digestion phase ends. But something seems totally wrong. This type of monster usually doesn't attack, unless it's cornered. The strangest part is how it went out of control after eating another monster. The whole thing makes no sense. This brute shouldn't be losing its mind like this. Meanwhile, Mindium is in the middle of the fight, trading blows with the beast as if it were just another Tuesday. The guy knows very well that this should have been just a standard firearms training, not a live battle against a boss, yet he doesn't hold back. He unloads a barrage of bullets straight into the skull of the relentless monster with his aim. Some well-placed shots pierce the eye, and Mindium notices something. The eye regenerates much slower than the rest. This is his opportunity. He continues moving like a ghost, dodging every blow with sharp reflexes. But even blind, the Cyclops' attack speed doesn't decrease. That's the really strange part. Mindium is dodging like a pro, but the monster still tracks him, not by sight. He begins to think maybe it's picking up sound, or smell, or worse, maybe it's reacting to his demonic energy. This could be the stop. Back to the side, Kim Mindium, fully equipped and ready, watches the chaos unfold with a growing sense of guilt. He can't understand how things escalated like this, but blames himself for the mess. No rookie soldier should face a fully energized Cyclops, even armed. This is a suicide mission deep down. All Mindy can do is hope that Mindium survives long enough, praying that the rookie can hold on while Mindy moves forward, with everything he has to support him. Meanwhile, Sergeant King Wang-Sik is running towards the button, confident that he would mark 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He is full of himself, thinking that Mindy would never be able to keep up with his speed, and had probably already failed just as he expected. He even joked to himself about spending the kid's salary during the holidays. This idiot is mocking here. But when Corporal Wang-Sik arrives at the destination, his face turns really pale, seeing the kid casually next to the Mindium button, looking at Sergeant Guanxi and laughing at his face with a mug calmly pressing the red button. That trick took the light off Guanxi's face, who was sweating like crazy. To lose a bet to a brat, Mindium has no words. When he finally arrives at the scene, the Cyclops is dead, and he can't understand how Mindium managed to shoot to end up like this. Back there everyone is going crazy. Upon hearing that the so-called rookie finished in less than 2 minutes, they can't believe that Mindium just defeated one Cyclops, completely fueled alone, especially since everyone thought it had to be some kind of fluke. Dondon watches with concern, asking if he is hurt or if he feels strange in any way, but Mindium calmly responds, saying that he is totally fine with it. Dondin's tension eases a bit, and he asks Mindium how he managed to defeat the Cyclops. Mindium smiles and says it's all thanks to his training. Meanwhile, Corporal Wang-Sik watches the whole scene unfold with burning frustration. One of the guys suddenly mentions the bet they made, pointing out that the rookie actually won. Wang-Sik slaps the guy behind him and explodes, asking if he has a death wish. He screams that the situation wasn't fair, so the bet doesn't count. There's no way the rookie finished faster than him. Guanxi insists that during the special firearms training, each soldier must defeat 2 monsters before reaching the finish line, and he did exactly that. According to him, the rookie only defeated 1, so the victory doesn't count. Guanxi keeps talking about how everything is unfair, claiming that If he had faced just one monster like Mindium, he would have finished much faster. He starts shouting at Dondon, demanding to know. If this isn't obviously biased, he presses further, reaching the point of threatening him to speak. Dondon pauses, clearly irritated. While Mindium watches the whole mess unfold to him, Guanxi seems like the absolute worst. To Mindium. Of course, the whole situation was unpredictable. And even though Mindium took down the monster with his own hands, he hadn't planned to cling to the victory or rub it in anyone's face. He was ready to let the bet go, but seeing how Guanxi is acting now, he is stunned and completely disgusted. The guy even planned to forget about the bet, but he couldn't understand why this punk was taking it out on the rookie soldier. Dondin, instead of him with attention rising, Sergeant Li Sung intervenes and shuts everything down. He tells Corporal Guan Sik to be ashamed of himself, pointing out that the rookie took the biggest risk of all. Their Sungguel explains that Cyclops monsters are usually passive, but once they go crazy, they become much more dangerous. He makes it clear that everyone saw Minjun handle something much more intense than what Guan Sik faced. Then he criticizes him for rubbing this in. When everyone knows the truth, this catches the whole crowd by surprise. No one expected Xiong Ho to get into this mess. Guan Sik retorts, asking if Xiong Ho is just trying to show off in front of his younger peers. But Xiong Ho interrupts him again, saying that Guan Sik is the one who looks desperate now. Guan Sik tries to ignore it, telling Xiong Ho to stop embarrassing him in front of the younger ones and claiming he was just joking. But Sergeant Siongo counters, asking if everything that doesn't happen like Guanxi that he wanted is always just a joke. He adds, with a smug look, that it's funny how obtaining a higher rank makes all the stubborn people who used to boss you around suddenly start acting very obediently. This statement is impactful. Guansik seems visibly embarrassed, unable to respond, which certainly satisfies Mindium. While Corporal Kim Guansik stands there embarrassed, Sergeant Siongo asks if he has anything more to say. Like a walking nerve, Guansik murmurs that it's nothing. Songo just nods, saying it's better this way later. During the night walk, Kim, Minjun, and Dongjin talk about how Sergeant Lee Seonho once received a rare 2-level promotion, a special case granted to someone who scored the highest on the advancement exams. It used to be a legitimate path, but the system was discontinued after a sergeant who received the same kind of rapid promotion caused a serious accident in a dungeon. Sergeant Seungo ended up being one of the last people to receive this type of advancement. Mindium asks if there really isn't any way to get a special promotion, and Dondinhyo replies that, although there are still exceptions, like rescuing a civilian during an emergency, or doing something remarkable during a monster hunt, these situations are extremely subjective. He explains that it's better to assume the rule doesn't actually exist, since almost no hunter has advanced through it. Mindium understands this as a hint that in the end, the commander probably has the final decision. The guy is clearly desperate for advancement, although he doesn't wish for civilians to end up in danger. Still, what intrigues him the most is how strangely quiet this place is, considering it's supposed to be infested with monsters, causing destruction every day, the kind that eradicated the entire army of North Korea. Mindium continues thinking that 2 days are more than enough. He is already eager to advance even as a low-ranking soldier. Dongjin tells him he's doing very well and will be promoted soon, then asks if he's paying attention at that moment. Mindium wishes a gate would simply appear out of nowhere. A sudden announcement sounds through the loudspeaker system of the command and control center. It's an emergency alert that a swarm of medium bats is approaching the oil reserve, and all available hunters are ordered to respond immediately and set up the Aftanskana protective shield without delay. The announcement continues repeating, drawing the attention of Dondim and Mindium. Mindium's eyes shine with excitement as Dondim tells him to hurry. Medium bats are bat-type monsters, the size of children known to live in colonies. While they are not especially threatening, one by one, they are very fast and have the ability to spit fireballs. This becomes especially dangerous near something like an oil reserve. If not dealt with quickly, the entire military base could catch fire. Meanwhile, 2 hunters already stationed at the reserve are ready for action, watching the sky and counting the bats, wondering how the hell these things managed to appear here of all places. One of the hunters warns the other not to shoot near the oil reserve, asking what they would do if the bats went crazy and caused an explosion. The other argues that they can't just stand still and do nothing, but his partner insists they should wait and monitor the situation for now. The report has already been sent, and someone should show up soon to install the protection. Still, both are visibly tense, uncomfortable with the risk. Just imagining what could happen if those bats spit fireballs before the shield goes up is already enough to chill their blood. They continue debating what to do, still confused about why the bats appeared in the oil reserve in the first place. At this moment, Mindy appears and casually announces that he will attract the bats' attention. Both hunters freeze in shock, knowing he is a rookie from the second company and that they have no idea what he is planning to do, without any equipment. But Mindy dismisses them, saying he has no time for gear when his precious guests, the monsters that will help him progress, are already here. He is fully ready to earn the title of soldier, who alone prevents an emergency that could have destroyed the entire military camp. And best of all, he manages to soak up every little bit of experience just for himself. As expected, this cocky boy realizes that the bats are reacting to his demonic energy, and now they are all his. On the other hand, the nearby hunters are struggling to set up the equipment and ensure nothing gets damaged, but as soon as they spot Mindy outside, they stop in shock. The sergeant sees them distracted and shouts for them to move and finish installing the shield. The hunters stammer, pointing to Mindy, who is already out there fighting. This only makes the sergeant more irritated as he exclaims that Mindy is doing all the heavy lifting while they are just standing around watching. The hunters quickly apologize and return to action. Mindy thinks it's taking too long, since he has to take down the bats one by one. The sergeant runs over, shouting for him to lower his posture and retreat, demanding to know what he is doing out there, without even a bulletproof vest. But Mindy is not backing down. He is sure this fight is all his, and he is not about to give it up. Then his eyes land on the electric fly swatter in the hands of a nearby soldier, and he gets excited. Then a soldier suddenly drops to his knees, holding his stomach as it starts to hurt. Mindy asks if he is okay, and the sergeant can barely respond that he is. Mindy seizes the moment to ask for the electric swatter, but the soldier refuses, telling him again to retreat. Mindy just smiles and tells him not to worry, promising he will be back quickly after taking care of the bats. The moment he grabs the swatter, his face lights up like a child on Christmas morning, and he dives back into the fight. The sergeant watches in disbelief as Mindy begins to dominate the medium bats with ease, swinging the swatter as if it were a legendary weapon. Suddenly, one of the bats spits a fireball, and everyone nearby freezes in fear. Without hesitation, Sergeant Song-gu commands everyone to open fire, saying he will take full responsibility for what happens. But Mindy stares at the bat and the wing, saying if the bat has no idea what happens when playing with fire, then it is about to get burned. Everyone is surprised by the height Mindy just jumped, wondering how he managed something like that. Some hunters announce that the protective shield has been activated and remind everyone to protect all the cables. They are still asking how long it will take to gather all the medium bat bodies. Sergeant Seong-ho salutes his superior, who responds with a nod, saying they did a good job. He then asks if they found out where the bats came from, especially since none of them showed up on the radar. The commander looks around and asks who managed to roast the bats so well and how many there were. Seong-ho replies that there were 30 in total, and admits he is also wondering where the commander had been during the chaos. The on-duty operations officer, Captain Song from a SIC, explains that the battalion commander should arrive soon. Even if the guy does not specialize in combat, it is still not right for an awakened executive to be completely absent during a total emergency, and only shows up when everything is resolved. Seong-ho thinks he was probably just relaxing in the control center, watching the monster radar all the time. CK asks Sergeant Seong-ho if he was the one who took down all the bats, and said he would report it to the battalion commander. Seong-ho quickly responds that it wasn't him when John Sik asks if there is anyone else in the battalion skilled enough to do that with an electric baton. Seong-ho explains that no, it was just those who were taken down with the baton. Each of the 30 bats was defeated by the same person. He tells John Sik to make sure this is reported. John Sik is stunned, asking for clarification again. Since all the other executives were off duty, if it wasn't Seong-ho, then who could it be? Justly. Then, Mindium approaches, greets Seong-ho, and casually returns the electric baton he had borrowed. Then he asks with a smile if that is expensive. The next day, in the battalion commander's office, Sergeant Seong-ho is questioning Mindium, asking if he is someone who re-enlisted. Mindium shakes his head and says no. Then Seong-ho asks if he is a regressor or something like that, and again Mindium denies it. Seong-ho sighs, and tells him not to do any more crazy things like he did yesterday. He warns that although he may have been lucky this time, a hunter can never predict what might happen. Next, Mindium, thinking to himself that it wasn't luck, decides it's better to stay quiet. Seong-ho explains that, as he probably knows, the Hunter Corps is a special unit, and everything about it is different, starting with the size of the divisions, which consist of only 4 battalions. Even these battalions have far fewer troops than regular military units. Mindium thinks to himself that this is obviously the case, since not all smart people keep re-enlisting, but he still doesn't understand why Son Goku is mentioning this. That's when Son Goku asks if he knows how all of this is possible. Mindium looks back completely unaware. Sergeant Seung-ho said that all the people in the Hunter Corps are awakened. Although not everyone is out there fighting, many officers specialize in areas such as administration, monster theory, tactics, and weapon research. But they are also awakened. The guy explains that in the Hunter Corps, advancement is purely based on achievements and talent. Meanwhile, Mindium is thinking that he was called to the battalion commander's office early in the morning, so he thought there would be good news, but now he just feels irritated. It's more like an information session, and he should have known not to get his hopes up. Seung-ho looks at him and asks if he was expecting something just because he was called. Then he tells the guy to stay focused, adding that today, the hunter who defeated the most monsters in the 104th Division will visit their battalion. A car full of tough-looking men arrives at the Hunter Corps base, and Colonel Lee Dun, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, steps forward to greet the arriving guests. Beside them are Captain CEO Jung Bum, the 2nd Commander of the 2nd Battalion, Captain Song Jung-chik, the Operations Officer, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Tol-min, the Commander of the 2nd Platoon, and Sergeant Lee Jung-ho, the leader of the 2nd Squad. They are all standing, alert and fully focused. Serdo approaches and shakes hands with Sergeant Seung-ho, saying he heard about how he calmly handled yesterday's incident, alerts and completely focused. The deaf man approaches and shakes hands with Sergeant Seung-ho, saying he heard about how he calmly handled yesterday's incident. He praises Seung-ho's work, and Seung-ho respectfully thanks him for the recognition, while Kim Mindium is evaluating silently, thinking that he definitely has a striking presence and is now really curious to know how strong a 2-star officer of the Hunter Corps must be. Sudo then turns his attention to Mindium and asks if it is him. Mindium confirms, and when Sudo shakes his hand, Mindium instantly feels the insane strength in his grip, leaving the actor stunned. Then the big guy starts patting Mindium on the back as if he were his favorite dog, telling everyone to relax and stay calm. Sudo asks everyone to feel at ease, and inquires if they have located the gate from where the bats came. In the middle, Sergeant Seung-ho informs that it is on a hill about 1.2 kilometers north of the battalion. The guy explains that the area is currently off-limits, and they are working to identify the classification of the gate. Sudo instructed to report directly to the division commander's office as soon as they have confirmation. Then this guy asks if there was a problem with the radar. The captain of Ashik responds that the alarm did not go off until the bats were practically on top of the battalion. He adds that it does not seem to be a mechanical failure, but they are checking for possible blind spots. Sudo says that if it is not a malfunction, then the problem may have been the number of monsters that passed and orders them to inform the divisional orders office and install 2 additional radars. The officer gives a firm yes, while the atmosphere remains tense and silent. From there, Sudo turns to Mindium, acknowledging his courage and quick reaction during the incident, but reminds him to be more careful next time, and at the very least, not to forget his equipment. Mindium politely apologizes, but in his head, he is thinking that if he had brought the equipment with him, the entire battalion could have caught fire. But Sudo tells him not to apologize, saying he is just joking, then asks if it is true that Mindium eliminated 30 medium bats by himself. Mindium nods with his head and confirms that yes. Sudo praises him, saying that if he hadn't acted so quickly, the oil reserve could have caught fire. Everyone there becomes tense, not knowing what comes next. Then the soldier announces that Mindium received a gift from the division commander, and congratulates him on his promotion. He explains that normally there would be a lot of bureaucracy to overcome, but when a soldier achieves something extraordinary, they deserve to be rewarded immediately. Spark sincerely thanks Sudo, then orders Seung-ho to immediately grant Mindium a 3-day, 2-night vacation. Seung-ho agrees without hesitation. The boy gets excited. He hoped to progress eventually, but never imagined this would happen so quickly. And now a vacation too. Suddenly, military life doesn't seem so bad. As they walk together, Sudo praises Mindium for doing a great job, and mentions that he hasn't had a proper conversation with him since his recent transfer, but Mindium has already made a significant impact. He adds that, thanks to Mindium's actions, even he ended up receiving an honorable mention. Mindium thanks him, and Sudo asks if it is the first time he is going home since enlisting, and what he plans to do outside. Mindium gets excited, and says he will play Dungeon Power Fighter at the LAN house. He realizes that even if he goes home, he will end up in an area without internet. So, he prefers to spend the next 3 days and 2 nights playing. Instead of wasting time traveling, he arrives at the LAN house, where 2 guys near him are in a deep conversation. The big guy asks the grumpy guy if he went there again, and the grumpy guy groans, telling him not to even bring it up. He complains that the soldiers are very stingy. It's not like he was planning to. Entering the cave, he just wanted to pick some pine mushrooms in the area. He said he already got permission from the owner of the mountain and even deposited the money. so he doesn't understand why they are stopping the big guy. He replies that Chan Sion went there before the area was completely restricted, and came back saying that the whole mountain smelled toxic. He adds that he had a headache for several days afterward. So if this guy plans to go back, he is definitely asking for trouble. The idiot, with the green cap, says he will just go there with a mask, or something like that. Suddenly Mindium asks where this place is, which surprises the two. They end up giving him a ride to Gwion, and Mindium thanks them for that. They tell him they can't go any further, or the soldiers will stop them, and ask if he can handle what is happening on that mountain. Mindium tells them not to worry, the restriction will be lifted tomorrow. Then they will be able to return to the mountain soon. The guys tell him to be careful, and not mention their names if anyone asks. Mindium assures them that he won't while walking. He thinks about how he ended up coming to Gwakion instead of spending the holidays at a land house. It is then that he smells a familiar scent. It is demonic energy. Mindium realizes that the security near the entrance of the mountain is quite strict but surprisingly loose closer to the dungeon itself. In this case, he thinks it is better to avoid drawing attention to himself, especially since he is still just a low-ranking soldier. The soldiers at the entrance of the cave suddenly feel stomach pains from all the purple smoke that Mindium is releasing, which is enough to corrupt them. One of them says he will try to hold it in, but soon gives up, apologizing and admitting that he just can't control it. He tells the other soldier that no one is going to show up here anyway, so they can take care of their business and come back in a few minutes. It will be fine, agrees. The other guy, Kim Mindium, sees the perfect opportunity and enters the cave. The guy doesn't sense any monsters inside, but the demonic energy seems strangely dense nonetheless. He doesn't care much, so he rushes inside. His demonic energy stat starts to rise 1 point, and he is shocked at how quickly it increases. The guy keeps crawling into this toxic place. As soon as he hits the limit, his corruption ability automatically upgrades, and he even unlocks a new ability called Nightwalker Mindium. Feels lucky finally starting to resemble Luminuna, his favorite character and the founder of the cult he once drew inspiration from, with 60 in strength, 60 in agility, 60 in endurance, and 15 in demonic energy. Things are looking up now, equipped with 2 abilities, Corruption and Nightwalker. The guy is truly excited about gaining free demonic energy and a practical ability. Nightwalker summons one shadow-formed familiar, something he often relied on in Isgard. That little sneaky bastard is one assassination specialist, thriving in the darkness and staying hidden, of course. This constantly drains his demonic energy, but it is well worth it. But when it is activated with a simple emergency, disappointment hits. The familiar looks pathetic, as if it could fall apart if the sun even glanced in its direction. Mindium wonders if it is the side effect of dimensional travel or just his low level of demonic energy, hindering things still. After a moment, he reconsiders. The tiny and wilted form is not useless. In fact, its small size makes it perfect for hiding in the shadows and passing unnoticed. It may not be flashy, but in stealth, it is already showing its worth. Kim Mindium makes a greeting and says he is back from vacation. Everyone around looks surprised, asking if he is really the hunter who advanced faster than anyone in history. Someone else speaks up, asking if it's true that the commander of the division personally, he gave him vacation and handed over his badge. He nods, confirming everything. Then this crowd starts to praise him, clearly impressed. The boy just shrugs, then sees Dondim and casually hands him a bottle of moisturizer, saying he brought it for him. Domjin smiles and replies that he didn't need to bother but thanks him. It's when King Wang-sik approaches, smiling, and makes a joke about their sensitive friendship, saying, "It's not like Mindium was sent abroad," or something like that. He asks if Mindium brought the Maxim coffee he requested, and Spark tosses it to him without hesitation. Mindium and Dondim continue chatting, and Dondim jokes that he will have to start using honorifics if Mindium reaches. Corporal Spark responds with a confident smile, saying he doesn't accept that. Then Sergeant Chu, the loud redhead, said he saw the list of candidates for the promotion exam when he was passing through administration, and Mindium's name was on it. Sergeant Kim, the guy in the blue jacket, is shocked, pointing out that the registration deadline ended before Mindium even transferred there. Uncle raises an eyebrow, wondering if the commander of the division used his influence to approve this, because there's no other explanation for it at the moment. Sergeant Kim says, there's no way this is possible, since it hasn't even been a year since Mindium enlisted, so technically, he shouldn't even qualify. The guys around start murmuring, surprised, that the so-called rookie of the unit is about to take the advancement exams. They wonder if this is allowed, but then, someone points out that since Spark is now a first-class soldier, technically he is no longer a junior Mindium casually. Says that the training commander gave him a special offer. This surprises the whole group. Sergeant Uncle looks suspiciously and asks if he really came to the front line just to start taking the promotion exams a year early, calling him completely crazy. The loud redhead isn't joking either. Sergeant Kim adds that, since Mindium has already been promoted to first-class soldier, his eyes are clearly on Corporal now. He shakes his head and says, if the kid really passes, then he is completely crazy. The room bursts into laughter. Sergeant? Kim continues mentioning that the candidates who will take the advancement exams this Saturday have orientation and specialized weapons training starting tomorrow, so Spark better be ready to suffer a bit. Sergeant Sho laughed as he left, telling the guys to have fun. He and Sergeant Kim leave together, still talking and laughing as they go. Sergeant Sho asks Sergeant Kim if he himself isn't going to take the progress exam, and Kim just shrugs, saying there's no reason for him to stay in the army any longer. Meanwhile, Spark is deeply immersed in thoughts, wondering about the special weapons training. He is curious to know if it involves anything beyond standard firearms in the orientation for the Hunter's advancement exam. The officer in front asks everyone to be quiet and pay attention. He says they will have a quick orientation for the exam scheduled for tomorrow. For those who have done this before, he warns not to zone out just because they already know the procedure. He wants everyone to be focused. Because of the rookies, the officer then explains that the advancement exam for the body of hunters consists of 2 parts. The main ones are a written test and a practical test. He reassures them, saying that the written part is basic, even easier than a driving test. Mindium immediately turns off that part. His eyes are focused on the practical session, which includes a proficiency test in specialized weapons and skill in monster handling. In his mind, he already considers passing as something guaranteed, but now, he is thinking, if he can achieve perfect scores, will there be any advantage, or something like that? Just that thought already excites him. Maybe it's time to stop taking it lightly and start taking this a bit more seriously. The trainer announces that they will begin specialized weapon training. Everyone gathers and stands at attention in the field, while he instructs the recruits and first-class soldiers to choose only swords. Then he turns to the cables and tells them to grab their personal weapons and go further back in the field for separate training, warning that if he catches anyone slacking, they are dead. Besides that, he explains that he will teach the basics of fencing, according to the Hunter Cop's combat manual, but he also makes it clear that blindly following the manual won't be very useful for them. Instead, he encourages them to use the course techniques as a foundation and build their own unique fighting style from that. Everyone shouts back, affirming that they agree. He emphasizes that the basics are more important than anything else, so it's better to keep their eyes on him and focus. Mindium immediately sees why this is called specialized weapon training, because going into battle with just a rifle would be completely stupid. As soon as everyone starts swinging their swords, he silently compares their movements with what he learned back in Isgard. Honestly, the fencing there might be better, depending on how it is applied. Mindium begins to practice, and just like that, jaws start to drop. His movements are fast, clean, and precise, to the point that the others can't believe what they are seeing. The trainer tells everyone to stop, and calls Kim Jong-un to the podium in front of the group. He points out that most of their sword movements still seem stiff and disconnected. He tells them to observe the first-class soldier that is Mindium. The whole squad focuses with their eyes fixed on him, while Mindium steps forward and executes the sword forms again, each movement cleaner and more precise than the last. Eventually, Mindium gets tired and lets himself drop into a chair, asking why he is the one putting on the show. When he isn't even the training officer, he wipes the sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself about how hot it is, and questioning if it will really snow. As the forecast promised, Sarah approaches, praising him for doing well what was asked, and casually hands him a sealed package, telling him to eat it when he is alone. Mindium looks at him confused, thinking what kind of person walks around with random things like that in their pocket. At that moment, Donjin approaches, praising Mindium's form, and asks if he can take a closer look during the break. Mindium is a bit surprised. He didn't expect that kind of request. Donjin adds that he knows it's Mindium's first time training officially with them, and it's obvious that the sword is his specialty weapon. But for him to fight monsters with it never seemed natural. He politely asks again if he can study Mindium's movements for a while. Mindium responds that if Donjin needs his help, he can look as many times as he wants while watching Donjin execute the sword forms. Mindium immediately realizes that this guy has trained. Seriously, his technique is solid, strictly following the fencing pattern of the Hunter Corps. The problem isn't his movements, but rather the confidence, and that's exactly Mindium's specialty. He thinks to himself that it's not the right moment yet, but when the time comes, he will turn Dondinya into a top-tier hunter. Today is Saturday, the day of the advancement exam. Around the area, things are still quite calm. 2 crazies are busy watching a music video of a girl group. As if it were the highlight of their week, a group of guys is in a tight basketball game, and next to them, one guy is focused on a golf game. Suddenly, the school's speakers come to life. With an announcement from the administration office, it announces to all hunters scheduled for the advancement exams to head directly to the training field. The message continues to repeat, becoming more urgent, and as it echoes through the area, everyone freezes, their eyes widen, and their hearts race. It's finally happening. Everyone knows what this means. It's time to try to level up. It's time to become a corporal, and Mijum smiles because the moment has arrived. On a clear and sunny day, the hunters gathered at the training field, and shortly after, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Tae-hyun from the 2nd Battalion stepped forward. He introduced himself as their guide for the day and added with a dry smile that he hoped they would actually bother to listen to him. Without wasting time, he called for a head count and instructed each group to report their numbers. Soon after, a bus arrived, and Kim Shomin asked everyone to board, in an orderly manner. Once everyone was on board, he reminded them of what they already knew. The advancement exams would be held at the 105th Division, which meant they would be going to Gapyeong, where the division was stationed. Before sitting down, he gave one last piece of advice. Review the practical questions while on the road. On the bus, it's pure chaos, packed with confused strangers and nervous hunters. Some of them were talking about how the 4th Battalion would participate in the advancement exams today, and one guy immediately got excited, asking if that meant there would be girls there. His whole mood improved as he started talking about how he would finally show off his years of practice and proficiency with weapons just to impress them. Both were super excited and pumped about getting phone numbers. One guy came fully prepared with cheesy tricks to impress the girls, even though getting their numbers would be a struggle. Kim Minjun is excited and ready to go all out after a bumpy ride filled with silly conversations and high hopes. They finally arrived at the base of the 105th Division in Gapyeong, where upon arriving, they were led to written exam room number 7, where the hunters took their seats and prepared to face the test. Supervisor Kang stood up and announced the results, saying that everyone had passed the written exam, except for Hwang Hok from the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Division. All the other hunters were instructed to go to the practical exam room immediately. Taylor John Book was paralyzed, clearly stressed, while the others left around him. As soon as the room emptied, Kang exploded, yelling at him for failing an exam that is supposedly easier than getting a driver's license. He called him a fool, and his voice was loud enough to echo down the hallway. The hunters burst into laughter at the brutal reprimand, and Mindium stood there with a satisfied smile, while the rest laughed. Among them the woman named Sun and a CEO silently observed the group leave. In the practical exam room, Lieutenant Colonel Lee Chul-ju, the officer in charge of the entire advancement process, addressed the gathered hunters. He welcomed both the examinees and the examiners on behalf of the 105th Division and acknowledged the hard work necessary for everyone to get here. Establishing a serious tone for what was to come, Lieutenant Colonel Lee Chul-ju explained that the purpose of the exam was not only to determine who deserved a promotion, but also to foster a spirit of friendly and fair competition among the 3 divisions. As he spoke, the hunters began to fidget, some already getting distracted or fighting off sleep. But the moment he mentioned that this year's advancement exams included participants under a special exception, the room perked up. He named them as First Class Soldier Kim Minjun and Soldier Sun, a CEO from the 104th Division, both hunters who had enlisted less than a year ago. Kim Minjun blinked, asking if there was anyone else besides him, just to be sure. The colonel then asked if everyone was familiar with the 104th Division and warned them not to provoke unnecessary misunderstandings. One of the hunters murmured that it was true that one could obtain special exceptions if they applied for the front lines with top-notch grades. Some guys during his enlistment year also had the chance, but as far as he knew, everyone had declined. So at the moment, he realized they were talking about the 104th Division. His words stopped, and his face showed surprise. Everyone around him seemed just as impressed upon realizing that Kim Minjun had already achieved the rank of first-class soldier. Amid the growing whispers and sidelong glances, one guy couldn't help but notice how Minjun didn't seem to care at all about being the center of attention while everyone else was curious or shocked. Minjun just seemed to want to get it over with. At the same time, a CEO and Minjun exchanged glances briefly, but only for a second. The atmosphere between them was tense, but no one around seemed to notice. Then the colonel reminded everyone to give their best, and Captain John Santiel stepped forward to take command of the group, and announced that they would now begin the statistical tests, starting with strength, agility, and endurance. Captain John Santiel explained that the first test would be the strength test, and it was quite simple. All they had to do was push the examiner in front of them. Lee continued, saying that they had 1 minute to complete the task and would be evaluated on a scale of 100, with a maximum score for anyone who could move the stone, 10 meters. Attention in the room began to rise when he called the first participant, Soldier Kim Jin-hyuk from the 103rd Division. Jin Hyuk stepped forward and gave it his all, but the examiner didn't budge an inch. He couldn't even move the stone, and was thus marked with a score of 0 and instantly disqualified. Lee firmly reminded everyone that anyone scoring less than 40 points would be completely out of the advancement exam. This caused a wave of panic among the rest of the group, and suddenly everyone began to realize how difficult this test would be. Then Jang Won-ho was called. He tried but only managed 10 points, getting disqualified. Lee Mi-do was next and scored 20, also out. John Yuna followed with 0, and Jang Dong-won wasn't far behind, finishing with 15, both disqualified. Then came Son Yeon-so from the 104th Division. She approached calmly and pushed with steady force, reaching 50 points and passing the test. Everyone around her was impressed, not only because she passed but also because she was stunning when they realized she was the daughter of the division commander. Everything made sense to most of them. Strength must run in her blood. Some even whispered that getting too close to her could be dangerous, both for pride and for the ribs. Kim Mindium also noted that she was like him, someone who entered through a special exception. Then his name was called Kim Mindium of the 104th Division. As he advanced, he remembered not to repeat the previous mistake with the red stone. This time he had a plan. If he could push the examiner beyond the 10-meter mark, he might even earn some extra points. He positioned himself confidently, eyes fixed on the target, and then charged with pure brute force. The examiner flew back like a rag doll, crossing the full 10 meters with no chance of resistance. The score came in as a perfect 100. Even the examiner seemed dazed, as if he had just been hit by a truck dressed in military uniform. The room fell completely silent. Everyone was impressed. Even Dreaming Sky, who rarely showed emotion, looked visibly surprised. The soldier and John Roy was disqualified with only 20 points, and she began to cry. The tension in the air was palpable. Everyone felt the pressure, wondering why this test was so brutal. Mr. John approached and asked everyone to calm down, announcing that the strength statistics test was over, and they immediately began the agility statistics test without breaks. He instructed those who were disqualified to exit in an orderly fashion from the back, under the supervision of the examiner. Meanwhile, 2 guys entered, dragging a safety net. Some others brought a machine gun, and the recruits began to panic, thinking they were going to be shot. Mr. Jong reassured them, saying that these were not real bullets but rubber ones. Still, he warned that if they were hit, it would hurt. He told everyone to prepare to dodge, as if their lives depended on it. Kim Minjun found all of this somewhat exciting. Mr. John explained that the perfect score for the agility test is awarded to those who last a full minute. Now they were ready to start this machine. They must stay within the zone, or else it's over. The whole team was nervous. Then Mr. John added that, since this is an agility test, they would also recognize anyone who could withstand all the hits, but still manage to stay for a minute for disqualification criteria. Mr. John explained that anyone who leaves the area in less than 30 seconds or gets seriously injured will be immediately disqualified from the advancement exam. With that, he announced the start of the agility test. Then Dongjin approached and called Mindium. The boy looked completely surprised, and Dongjin smiled, asking if Mindium really thought he would be disqualified during the strength statistics test. Mindium laughed awkwardly and said, "Of course not." Dongjin explained that all first-class soldiers, except Mindium, had taken the promotion exam at least once before, so it was unlikely they would be eliminated during the statistics tests. However, he added that the qualifications remained the same. It's just that the overall scoring standard has increased compared to when they were still rookies. That's why Dongjin has failed the exams. Then he gave Mindium a tip that rubber bullets fly as fast as real ones, so relying only on sight to dodge is a bad idea. Instead, he should focus on the slightest movements of the gun to predict the bullet's trajectory. Suddenly, Mr. Jong announced that soldier Yunkitai was disqualified and ordered the examiners to escort him out. For the infirmary, Mindium starts to think about how brutal the statistical tests are for so many people. They are being eliminated even before reaching the actual combat parts. It's no wonder the approval rate is so low. Still, making this difficult makes sense, so Youngdu's first-class soldier is also disqualified, and Mr. John, clearly disappointed, comments on how disappointing this group of hunters is. He remembers that this is nothing compared to the advancement exam for sergeant happening in the next room, loudly questioning how anyone can advance like this. The soldier Dream is called next, and the whole crowd falls silent, all watching in awe, as she dodges the rubber bullets with incredible precision. Sergio raises his voice, telling the others that this is exactly how it should be done. When she finishes and receives a perfect score, everyone around is left speechless, clearly impressed. But instead of reveling in the praise, she suddenly stops and fixes her gaze on Kim Minjun, now standing still. Spark is completely confused. Everyone starts whispering, wondering if they are dating or something like that. Spark furrows his brow, trying to figure out what she wants. He starts again, thinking that maybe she wants a compliment for her performance. Well, if that's the case, she should ask for applause for her family at home. When first-class soldier Kim Mingjun is called, he steps forward confidently, still feeling Dream's eyes on him, which makes him even more irritated. But once the bullets start flying, Spark becomes a completely different beast. Instead of just dodging in place, he advances, weaving through the rubber bullets as if he were strolling. The crowd loses their composure, laughing and shouting in disbelief as he keeps moving, and even makes funny faces for Sound and a CEO while ducking and spinning through the fire. She, in turn, remains still, completely shocked by what she is seeing. The timer surpasses the 1-minute mark, and Mr. John, exhausted, finally shouts to cease fire. Even someone like him didn't expect such a smooth move from a junior, so he proudly announces that Kim Mingjun achieved a perfect score on the agility test. Everyone gathers in the field, standing focused, and Mr. John praises him for his solid performance. Later, Zhang announces the start of the endurance test as the final part of the statistics exam. The rules are simple, as they have to enter a dungeon and march through an empty corridor with a strict time limit of 40 minutes. The instructions are broadcasted through the loudspeakers. All participants need to have their hands stamped by the examiner, stationed at the turnaround point inside the dungeon, and return before time runs out. The only catch is that no one tells them how far the turnaround point is. They just have to march non-stop. Kim Minjun asks if everyone is really holding back. Already when they just started, this group moves so cautiously that it starts to feel suffocating. He wonders if it will be very problematic if he just runs ahead. It's then that Sound suddenly runs in front of him. Mindium blinks, thinking about what she wants now, but then excitement takes over him. It seems completely like she is challenging him, and nothing motivates Mindium more than a sudden race. Excited, he speeds up and tries to match her pace, determined to catch up to her. Everyone around is perplexed, wondering what got into this guy. But in the blink of an eye, Mindium finally catches up to Sound and gives her a confident smile, leaving her completely perplexed. Mindium casually says it's nothing special while keeping pace with her, but Sound doesn't understand what he means. He quickly brushes it off, saying he is just talking to himself. Then without warning, the guy accelerates and shoots ahead, leaving her behind. A CEO slows down, and to catch her breath is when a memory crosses her mind. She remembers the moment when her friends got all excited, upon discovering that she had a meeting with the battalion commander right after arriving at the training center. Blonde had confirmed that the rumors were true, and Unsel was indeed the daughter of a general, and the rookie with exceptionally high statistics was all anyone talked about. And Unsel had turned red back then, and the girls were surprised to see that behind her tough exterior, there was someone really shy. They had assumed she would act snobbish, being the daughter of 2 stars. But it turned out she wasn't like that at all. Still, all the girls couldn't help but feel a bit of envy towards Eon. Her military life seemed to be going as well as silk, and it's obvious that she will be the best recruit of their enlistment year. In a corner, Eon quietly takes off her jacket, only wandering back to the time when Mindium broke the whole red stone. That moment simply refuses to disappear from her memory. Later, the white team emerges victorious, with Eon raising the blue flag in victory. The announcer proudly declares that the white team wins by capturing the flag in a record time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds. As a reward, they receive a 10-minute break while the blue team is ordered to gather in front of the coach. The white team is immediately praised for setting a new record at the training center and are instructed to relax and rest away, then manifests giving all the credit to their star player, and Eon saying that the rest of them hardly did anything later. When everyone is relaxing, the blonde enters and drops a bombshell, saying that someone broke her morning flag capture record. In the afternoon, what irritates her more is that the new record time is just 1 minute and 2 seconds. She is left speechless, wondering if someone could really achieve such a time. The blonde is seriously disturbed while Eon absorbs everything in silence. But the moment Kim Mindium's name is mentioned, it completely captures her attention, especially when the blonde shouts that that guy Mindium from the 4th platoon broke the record alone. And Eon tenses up, instantly recognizing the name. The other girls also do not hesitate to say that Kim Minjun achieved an almost perfect score at the shooting range, and even hit the ICM training. The news spreads quickly, and now all eyes begin to turn towards this rising rookie, and Eon says nothing, but something about hearing his name again lingers in her mind. Later, the blonde continues the gossip, saying that Mindium supposedly runs like lightning without even sweating, even while sleeping. She doesn't stop talking about how Mindium apparently hunted a dog the size of an elephant, Someone finally tells young Er to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Eon gets lost in a childhood memory, when her father gently patted her head before leaving home. From that moment she decided that her goal would be to become strong like him. Later, Commander Cho calls to praise her performance over the last 4 weeks. He said he wants to have a word with the daughter of his former superior, and Eon doesn't mind. Then Cho asks where she intends to apply with such exceptional grades, saying that any division would be lucky to have her. He wants to know if she is considering the 107th Division where General Sun, her father, currently serves. It is at this moment that Eon finally asks with quiet determination which division Mindium belongs to. Back in the present, she knows she didn't apply to that division just for childish reasons. Still, she teased Mindium a bit because she was upset, but now she understands why he is angry. Ansel's face turns completely red thinking about all of Mindium's pranks. She teased Mindium a little because she was upset, but now she understands why he is angry. Ansel's face turns completely red as he thinks about all of Mindium's pranks. Not knowing if she is jealous or just irritated is when she realizes her true goal is not to be number 1, but to become stronger on her own. Without depending on her father, she decides that she must apologize to him later. After all, when someone so skilled appears right in her path, she should learn from him instead of acting childishly about it. And one of her accelerates, marching with strength until reaching the turning point, only to find that lazy weirdo casually chatting with another guy. At that moment, Mindy arrogantly displays his stamped hand in front of her, provoking that he almost fell asleep waiting for her. This totally irritates her. She yells at the commander to stamp her already, and the old man has no idea why she is so agitated. It's safe to say that the apology is definitely out of the question. For now, the previous demon of a sky has officially awakened. She is all excited, running ahead to catch up with him, while the other normals are barely dragging themselves in later. The commander announces that first-class soldier Kim Mindium came in first place, with a record time of 29 minutes in second place. He names and one of her with his time of 32 minutes. John bursts into laughter, pointing out how Mindy managed perfect stats again, which is simply insane. After that, John tells the hunters who passed to go eat, and then regroup at the training field in exactly 1 hour later. And one of her goes to grab her jacket, only to catch Mindy making a silly face at her like a total fool, and she is seriously annoyed with that idiot. Then Sparky runs to catch up with Dondim, and one of her ends up smiling to herself, realizing she totally fell for the provocation and lost this round. With nothing more to say, she returns to her uniform and continues walking in the base of the 105th Division inside the second practical exam center. A group of goblins with weapons that look like bats is frighteningly yelling at Dondim, but he doesn't care. The guy is definitely sweating bullets, but is taking down those goblins. As soon as one of the goblins rushes at him, Dondim pulls out his sword, but there's another one approaching from behind. He easily dodges the first goblin's attack, then spins to kick the one behind him, sending it flying. This second goblin is not giving up, however, and attacks again, but Dondim ducks like a pro and slashes it in the chest mid-movement. Even so, the damned thing is still alive, and definitely pissed off now. The two are teaming up against him, giving the poor guy no space to breathe. On the platform, Mindy watches the scene in silence. She notes that the second part of the practical exam, proficiency with specialized weapons, is much simpler than she thought. All they really need to do is show the examiners how well they have applied the techniques they have learned so far in the Hunter Corps. They just need to follow the manual, and that is enough to pass. Mindy thinks she can easily score full marks, and as expected, most candidates chose fencing for the test. Among them, Don Jin was the one who scored the highest. Even so, Mindy can't help but notice how much the guy is struggling, now trapped in a tough situation with those two bloodthirsty goblins in the last part of the practical exam. Known as the ability to deal with monsters, foot soldiers need to defeat 4 dogs while first-class soldiers must take down 3 goblins, using their chosen special weapon. This field definitely reflects real combat, while Dong Jin manages to defeat the blue goblin with a stab to the chest, and that ends his round. At that moment, the commander announces that Dong Jin took 7 minutes and 52 seconds to complete the monster handling skill test. The guy is drenched in sweat, barely catching his breath but pushing through with whatever strength he has. Meanwhile, Mindy realizes that Don Jin had several opportunities to finish off the goblins but hesitated each time, which makes him wonder if the guy doesn't trust completely in his own abilities. Later, Don Jin steps out and stands beside Mindium with his head down, clearly disappointed. When the commander calls Mindium for his turn, he doesn't want Don Jin to feel discouraged. Besides, Mindium can't help but display a smug smile, knowing he is about to become a corporal today. From now on, he plans to break Don Jin's bad habits and rebuild him from scratch. Everyone is left speechless when Mindium enters wielding a bat. The commander doesn't understand why the guy who is doing so well in everything chose such a bland weapon, and he knows this test won't be easy. Mindium thinks the only real requirement for this test is to make some solid impact, nothing too complicated, right? Then 3 goblins invade the field, snarling and ready to tear him apart. As the goblins charge, Mindium grips his bat tightly and, in the blink of an eye, strikes all 3 at once. The hit is so clean and brutal that they fall to the ground in pieces. Defeated in just 4 seconds, everyone watching is frozen with their jaws dropped, their brains short-circuiting in the face of the sheer absurdity of what just happened. No one can believe that a mere first-class soldier managed to do this, especially one who had already scored perfectly on the practical exam. Mindium casually turns to look at Yunsu, locking eyes with her. Before receiving that smug look from him, just to provoke her, Yunsu returns the gaze, thinking that this guy is an absolute lunatic. Then the commander praises everyone for their hard work on the exam, especially Kim Mindium, who is now officially finished with Kim Mindium. Commander John laughs, admitting that this guy is rising through the ranks so quickly that they keep forgetting how to address him. John mentions that he was a bit worried since Mindium was the only one from their battalion to advance this time. But the battalion commander is absolutely thrilled with the report. With that, he gives Mindium a thumbs up, proud, knowing very well that the battalion commander had never seen a first-class soldier score so perfectly before. Meanwhile, the whole team erupts in applause for Mindium, the guy who basically saved their skins because without him, the team would have been eliminated even before returning. They joke that there's no way he could turn into a bully if he ever becomes a sergeant. But deep down, Mindium wants to see how everyone really performs before deciding what kind of treatment they will receive from him. Besides, he pats Donjin on the shoulder while he is already thinking of ways to improve his friend in any way possible. As soon as they return, Mindium plans to start training with their special weapons immediately. Then he feels someone standing behind him and turns to see it's a girl. He knows she did very well handling the monsters alone, and imagines that she obviously has what it takes to pass the advancement exam too. While the bus is being loaded, one girl remains outside, and Mindium is a bit confused by this. She is thinking that this might be her chance to finally apologize for how she acted during the statistics test. But just at that moment, Mindium presses his face against the window, forming some words with his lips that leave her completely shaken. He tells her that if she provokes him again, she is in trouble, and with that, the bus departs, leaving her frozen with a storm of confused thoughts, convinced that that guy is a real idiot on the way. The whole bus full of hunters keeps asking Mindium if there is something going on between him and her. As soon as they return, Mindium plans to start training with their special weapons immediately. Then he feels someone standing behind him and turns to see it's Sky. He knows she did very well, handling the monsters alone, and he imagines that she obviously has what it takes to pass the advancement exam as well while the bus is being loaded, and one of them stays outside, and Mindium is a bit confused by this. She is thinking that this might be her chance to finally apologize for how she acted during the statistical test, but just at that moment, Mindium presses his face against the window, forming with his lips a few words that leave her completely shaken. He tells her that if she provokes him again, she is in trouble, and with that, the bus departs, leaving her, Sky, frozen with a storm of confused thoughts, convinced that guy is a real idiot on the way. The whole bus full of hunters keeps asking Mindium if there is something going on between him and her. A girl has been watching him all day long, even during the statistics test, as if she is interested in him. The guys are making fun of Mindium for having a crush, and they are eager for him to tell everything, but Mindium doesn't care at all and doesn't seem remotely interested, saying that a girl provokes him. That's the only reason he stomped a bit. Everyone bursts into laughter, knowing that her gaze was actually a provocation, but that's not all. The guys want to know more. They are eager to find out what Mindium did to the most coveted recruit of the 104th Division. Meanwhile, Rondium wants to know if he just stomped on the girl of his dreams. Mindium finds this group very annoying, confessing that Ansel is not the girl of his dreams. Randium, who is completely irritated, wants to know who Mindium's dream girl is, and Mindium reveals that it is Lumi. Everyone is wondering if that name sounds familiar, but they haven't seen her anywhere. Someone asks if she is an idol. Mindium calls her Lumidi, the greatest beauty fighter of the dungeon. Power when asked if anyone knows her, the entire hunter squad looks at Mindium with disgust. Later that night, the squad indulges in fried chicken, as if there were no tomorrow, and more boxes keep arriving from the lieutenant. Sergeant Choi is convinced that this is the first time Kim Minjun looks so happy, and Minjun does not deny it. Choi thanks loudly, saying it's all because of him. He is especially excited, because the guy already has 3 stripes, which means he is one step away from becoming a sergeant. Minjun agrees with his mouth full of chicken, washing it down with Pepsi like a champion, right? Then Sergeant Bloodrow appears with the cart of bottles, calling all members of the second squad to gather in the lounge. Immediately everyone knows something is happening. Bloodrow confirms it's about the report that he just sent to the administrative office regarding the second sinner of the squad. But what really matters is that, thanks to a perfect score on the advancement exam, they managed to get beer. Sergeant Choi and Kim jump from their seats with pure joy. Refusing to let Mindium enjoy everything alone, Song-ho interrupts, saying that the beer is actually a gift from the company commander to Mindium, so technically it has nothing to do with anyone else. This instantly irritates the entire team, with everyone complaining that Dream is annoying them. Sergeant Cho reprimands, saying that Dream probably knew all this from the beginning, and that's exactly why he kept Mindium on his team since day one. Later that night, Mindium is out there alone, and takes the chance to call his Nightwalker. He chats a bit with the little guy, asking if he is okay. To be honest, he was very confused the first time this thing appeared during a summoning. But now Spark has a clear plan. He really doesn't need an assassin. He has a perfect job in mind instead. From now on, he assigns the little one the task of gathering information, specifically Mindium, who he keeps. A close watch on high-ranking officers, follow them discreetly, and report immediately anything strange, especially if it relates to demonic energy. Suddenly, the Nightwalker raises his little hand, leaving Mindium confused for a second, until he realizes that the little one is asking for a snack with a sigh. Mindium throws him a ball of demonic energy. The moment he grabs it, the little shadow becomes absolutely ecstatic, moving away, as if he has a mission from heaven. Mindium warns him not to get caught. Although deep down he is a bit anxious, seeing how excited the Nightwalker is. He knows that if anyone from the team saw him now, probably triggering a total emergency out of nowhere, Sergeant Kim appears and asks what Mindium is doing out here. The guy almost loses his soul from shock, but quickly recovers, laughing, and saying he just needed a little fresh air. Besides, it's been ages since he had a drink when Kim asks if he has low tolerance. Mindium casually explains that it's not quite like that. Apparently black wizards don't get drunk in the normal way. Whether it's poison or alcohol, their bodies naturally detox everything the moment it enters. Besides, the guy congratulates Mindium for making progress, but warns him not to get too comfortable. He also tells Mindium not to be late again, even if his tolerance is good, because the rest of the group will have emptied all the bottles by then. After this, Mindium finally catches his breath, feeling relieved for not having seen anything. He knows he needs to be more careful around here. Still, the more Mindium gets to know Mindium, the more he feels that this guy is a soldier who follows the regulations to the letter, not that he cares about that kind of personality. The next day, the commander is talking about how Kim Mindium was practically ready since birth, joking that he was ready to eliminate the whole group if no one passed, but one guy managed to do it with a perfect score. Another officer adds that Corporal Kim Mingjun has just set a new record of 4 seconds in the monster handling ability test, which makes the commander laugh, remembering how he once thought that Commander Choi from the training center was crazy for valuing this kid so much. But Minjun exceeded all expectations. He even handled the bat situation alone, mentioning how Mindium was the first to spring into action during the oil reserve emergency, and points out that this kid rose in rank to corporal in just 1 month, which is unprecedented. Everyone agrees. This guy not only meets expectations, he exceeds them. It won't be long before the entire Hunter Corps starts paying attention to him. With that, he realizes that Lee is referring to the Special Forces Brigade of the Hunters, and asks if Mindium can really handle something so big. But Lee is confident. He says Mindium is the guy. He can feel it. He has seen many hunters in his time, some even called legends in the Hunter Corps. But this kid could be something completely different. Perhaps a new monster is about to be born in the Corps. Later in the desert, a swarm of monsters, lizards, goblins, and orcs fills the horizon. In the midst of all this is Mindium casually holding his staff, waiting for them to approach, because that's where the real show begins. Inside the dormitory, the guys are drinking heavily, as if there were no tomorrow. One guy can't even stand up when Mindium enters, seeing his teammates completely drunk. In the corner, a guy clearly about to have a hangover mumbles a question, asking if Mindium is feeling okay. Spark just gives a smug smile and says he's totally fine, which leaves the guy stunned. He can't believe that after drinking so much, Mindium is still standing without a single stumble. He directly calls him a true monster. At that moment, his friend enters from behind, and Mindium casually asks if he's okay. The drunk guy stumbles over to salute Sergeant Lee, who says he's fine. After sweating it all out, Mindium smiles while looking at the fit body of Song-ho, thinking that this guy is truly the definition of a real soldier. Besides, Songro asks if the kid has visited the academy yet, and Mindium replies that he hasn't had the chance yet. Songro tells the kid to start using the academy, Now that he's a corporal, he adds that the virtual device, their team is really good. So Mindium should try it out the moment he hears about a virtual device. Mindium gets excited. Finally, it's time to check out the famous virtual reality room of the hunter's body when he arrives at the academy too. The setup looks incredibly realistic, and this gets him pumped. The first thing is to choose a monster. He goes through the options and selects the orc monster. But when it comes to the number of orcs, Mindium completely loses it. He sets the maximum to about 30, which still seems too few for him. He is trying to get that complete gaming feel as if he were in the Warrior series. Next, it's time to choose his weapon. And Spark is losing his mind seeing how amazing the options are. After confirming all his choices, he enters the virtual reality room fully equipped, holding a controller in his hand, ready to cause chaos. It's time to start the battle. And Mindium finds himself thrown into a lively desert setting, ready to face some monsters. The guy is loving the graphics and visual effects that look almost real. Orcs start appearing out of nowhere, all ready to wreak havoc. But Spark isn't intimidated. He swings his bat and hits his first 6, sending an orc flying through the air. The impact is incredible, and Mindium gets hooked from the very first hit. He picks up the pace, destroying orcs like it's nothing, completely focused on how the bat fits in his hands. It makes him smile, and he calls the monsters to come at him more. In just a few seconds, it's all over, with only one survivor. Mindium thinks it was too easy. 30 orcs don't even come close to satisfying him, so he cranks it up and selects 30 goblins, 30 golems, and 30 lizardmen to increase the intensity. Now there are 90 monsters of 3 different types ready to tear him apart. But Mindium is just getting started. With his bat in hand and a wild smile on his face, he wonders if they all gathered in one place as they charge at him. He casually counts down from 3 and charges like a beast, ready to smash each one of them to the ground with pure brute force. This maniac is beating monsters back and forth without a single pause, hitting them until they turn to mush. The battle ends after he eliminates all the monsters, and the simulation comes to an end. Taking off the equipment, Mindium is extremely impressed with the VR room system, calling it the best thing after Dungeon Power Fighter. At that moment, a new window appears, revealing that he has unlocked a skill called Basic Blunt Weapon Handling. Initially, he is surprised but checks the screen that says, this skill increases proficiency with blunt weapons. Mindium gets excited seeing this, especially because he didn't expect to acquire weapon skills so easily. This means he doesn't even need to struggle in more battles to develop new skills. He decides to play more in the virtual reality room, using different weapons to improve his skills. Suddenly, he bumps into Dondum, whose face looks like he has seen a ghost. When asked, Dondum, pale as a sheet of paper, points to the battle simulation results. He is in total disbelief that this guy faced alone 30 goblins, 30 orcs, and 30 lizardmen. Mindium gets annoyed seeing the VR room broadcasting his results so openly. Don Jin wants to know if he really eliminated them all. Spark doesn't know what to say at first, but then he gets an idea. With a serious expression as if he were superior to Don Jin, Mindium tells him they need to talk in the academy. Don Jin, sweating bullets, nervously asks why, and Mindium shows a sly smile, saying it's time to train. Without waiting for a response, he pushes the poor guy into the academy, even as Don Jin complains that he has a hangover. Minjun says it's perfect since sweating will help after they enter. Kim comes in and is completely impressed with the results that Minjun has just achieved. Kim Gwansik enters asking where everyone is, and specifically where Kim Minjun went. One of the soldiers quickly explains that most of the team went to the storage area to get snow removal tools, but he accidentally calls Kim Minjun corporal, which he shouldn't have said in front of Gwansik. Since Minjun has not yet been officially promoted, realizing the slip, he panics and runs to send someone to call Mindium, saying that the squad commander is looking for him. Meanwhile, Gwansik comes across a group of soldiers together, clearly relaxed and having fun. Confused, he asks what is happening, and they casually welcome him, and explain that they are making a bet, a full monthly salary on how long it will take for Kim Minjun to be promoted to sergeant. Everyone has their own predictions, 6 months, 8 months, over a year. Gwansik is surprised by the seriousness with which they are treating this, and asks why they are always making bets like this. Kim Mungi laughs upon hearing John Hunjun's 6-month prediction, calling it crazy and impossible, while the others join in, teasing and enjoying the moment. John gets excited, shouting that Minjun is not just any guy, he is on a completely different level. Kim Mungi teases him for being so excited, and John responds by saying he has no regrets and warns everyone not to give up. Then, the group bursts into laughter and closes the bet, each placing their guesses with total confidence. Then Gwansik enters and boldly bets on just 1 month, shocking everyone into silence. Meanwhile, Mindium is at the academy feeling a bit down, because he has been training hard for days, but has not seen any improvement in his stats. He starts to wonder if all that effort was just a waste of time. Then he remembers that even something as annoying as the Isgard incident ended up giving him a passive skill. One of his skills increases, his strength, by 150%. And he starts wishing he had something like the hero's return strength, a skill that scales, with attribute growth. At this moment, a notification appears saying that he has unlocked a new skill. It is a basic skill called Power, and it gives him a 5-point increase in his strength attribute. Even though it's simple, he is excited and knows he can enhance it later. While Mindium catches his breath, a fellow soldier appears and says that the squad commander is looking for him. Mindium thanks him and leaves. The soldier watches him depart, a bit confused about how everyone seems so calm and focused around Mindium today, as if something is wrong. When Mindium arrives at the administrative office, he greets and introduces himself as ordered. Kim Mintu greets him and takes him to the counseling office for an informal chat, asking how life as a corporal is treating him since it has been almost a week. Mindium replies that things are going very well. Kim Mintu congratulates him on the promotion and thanks him again for handling the bat incident. Mindium shrugs, saying it was nothing. Then Kim Mintu gets to the real reason he called him. He hands Mindium an official certificate, a special award from the battalion commander. It is for dealing with the incident and achieving a perfect score on the promotion exam. Kim Mintu jokes that Minjun shouldn't be disappointed with the informality of the award presentation, explaining that in the Hunter Corps, they prefer to avoid too many formal events. He shouldn't be disappointed with the informality of the award presentation, explaining that in Hunter Corps, they prefer to avoid too many formal events. The certificate is an award of excellence, signed by Colonel Lee Jung-byum, officially recognizing Minjun's exceptional service. Moreover, Kim Mintil mentions that the award will count towards his experience. Minjun looks to the side, asking if this means he can achieve another exception. Later, Kim Mintil agrees. It is exciting perhaps, but also points out that this award is rare, and not many hunters receive it this early, much less more than once. Minjun lights up with excitement, throwing out the idea that, if he won 10 awards, maybe he could get another promotion. He says this as if it were a points card, joking if the awards are like fried chicken coupons, or if there's a buy one get one promotion. Kim Minju gives him a blank stare and asks if Minjun was even paying attention. A few days later, the soldiers are lined up at attention with weapons ready. They have been assigned to clear a dungeon, and this is the next real mission. The platoon commander, Kim Min Chu, reminds them that if they follow the training, they will get through this safely, without injuries. Today's dungeon is known as the Rat Nest Monsters, or more commonly the Sewers. Min Jung is with his squad, Jung Han Jung and Li Dong Jin, along with other squad members like Jin Tiol Ho. Their commanding officers are also present, including First Lieutenant Kim Tae Oman, Sergeant Lee Sung Ho and First Class Sergeant Kim Mindy. The Rat Monster Dungeon is not considered extremely dangerous, but it is still serious, because usually more than 200 rat monsters appear inside. Moreover, the narrow tunnels make effective weapon use difficult, so even though it's not a high-level dungeon, there is still total focus and teamwork required to clear it safely. What makes this more complicated is that there is only one exit besides the path the team entered, so the plan is to trap the rats by channeling them all through this single route. Kim Min Chu tells everyone to take positions and prepare the bait. They place it near the second entrance to lure the rats. The dungeon smells horribly, so all the soldiers wear the gas masks. Issued by the Hunter Corps, one of the soldiers, Juseong Gui, complains about the smell and the rats, saying that the monsters feed on disgusting things like rotten bananas, which only worsens the stench. Although it's hard to breathe and move properly, the team continues and spreads as much bait as possible to initiate the plan. The soldiers spot a huge group of rat monsters advancing through the main entrance, and everyone immediately positions for battle. The commander shouts for the troops to form a line side by side at the entrance, and instructs the lower-ranking soldiers to move back with the vice commander. For safety, some soldiers start joking, betting on who can kill the most rat monsters. With the loser buying snacks at the exchange post, they even ask the squad commander if he wants to join the bet. Despite the teasing, they remain focused, as the commander reminds them not to lose concentration and to maintain formation, no matter what happens. The plan is to face the rats head-on without breaking the front line. Corporal Kim Mungi from the 2nd Platoon, 3rd Team fiercely confronts the rats, while beside him Corporal Jung Han Jung from the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Team holds their position. Their squad commander, Sergeant Lee Sang-ho, leads them through the chaos. At the same time, Sergeant Kim Jong-tae from the 4th Squad and Sergeant Cho Tae-hawk from the 3rd Squad are in the thick of action, cutting down rats with powerful strikes. The captain King Wang-sik of the 3rd Squad is also fighting fiercely. ensuring that no rat passes by him. As the battle continues, the officers begin to take note. Sergeant First Class Kim Mindy, Vice Commander of the 2nd Platoon, and First Lieutenant Kim Tioman, the overall commander, both observe that the troops are doing well, especially some soldiers, who clearly stand out by quickly eliminating the rats before they can break through the front line, showing how skilled they are, proving that their training and hard work are paying off. Even first-class soldier Lee Dongjin from the 2nd Platoon, the 2nd Squad, is finally showing the results of their special training, and is no longer falling behind. Suddenly, someone screams for help, and another soldier immediately responds, jumping into action without thinking twice. But then, more monster rats appear from the rear. The soldiers quickly shout a warning that the rear is under attack. The commander orders the 1st and 4th platoons to handle the back entrance and tells the recruits to slowly fall back, using their shields for protection. He warns them not to overdo it or break formation because they are almost finished. It's almost over, but something feels wrong. Through his gas mask, Guan Shik senses that something is off. He realizes, too late, that something dangerous is coming. Not from the front, but from beneath the ground, an irregular monster begins to emerge, and Guan Shik sees that it is huge, having fed on the other rats, and its size is absolutely terrifying. Frozen in fear, Guan Shik cannot move. Lee Dongjin tries to scream but finds himself equally paralyzed. He finally yells for Guan Shik to get out of the way, begging him to run, to move, to do anything, but it is already too late. Then Kim Mindy looks closely and notices something strange in the monster's eyes. They seem completely empty, lifeless, and there is no fear in them. That's when Mindy realizes the truth. It is overflowing with demonic energy. At the same time, Lee Dongjin is praised for acting quickly to save Guan Shik. Soon after, soldiers behind shout to Mindy that it is too dangerous, and tell him to fall back. They also order all the captains to follow him, while telling the rest of the team to stay ready. Mindy just smiles, because while all this is happening, he is secretly absorbing the purple demonic energy through the monster's eyes, a dangerous and mysterious power. He is a little worried that someone might notice, since using or gaining demonic energy could raise suspicions, or even be considered dangerous in their world. So he sarcastically thanks Lee Dongjin, since Lee Dongjin's bold move ended up distracting everyone and helped Mindy absorb the energy without being caught. Then a message appears informing him that he has absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy, and that his demonic energy statistic has increased by 1. In the end, Mindy realizes how powerful the monster was, and says he will use this energy well, for the right reasons. John admits defeat, clearly impressed, while in the meantime, Minchulkin confirms that it was indeed an irregular monster, and the report arrives that all members of the platoon have already exited the dungeon. Only one irregular monster was confirmed, and it was taken down by a single member of the platoon. Even though things have calmed down, the buzzing of mosquitoes and persistent attention serve as a reminder that nothing at the front line is truly normal. John approaches Minjun, sincerely thanking him for saving them, and admits how he felt paralyzed when he saw that monster for the first time. Minjun is not worried, apologizing for acting without orders, but John quickly reassures him that there is no need to apologize. It was clearly an emergency, and Minjun's quick thinking probably saved both Guanchike and Dondin from real danger. After that, Mintukim checks with Mindium, asking if he is hurt, and Mindium confidently replies that he is fine. Standing tall and proud, while Mindium lets out a sigh, Mintukim silently warns that they will need to have a private conversation when they return to the camp. John observes this exchange and notes that the squad commander does not seem satisfied. Meanwhile, updates come through communications that all evacuated members have only minor injuries, and Dom Jin has already completed his checkup and is returning to the camp. Guanchike, despite having some bruises on his head, should fully recover and return tomorrow. The 2nd platoon is called to attention in response to the unexpected events, and the dungeon cleanup is officially cancelled. Everyone is informed to check their equipment and prepare for departure. Without hesitation, the team responds in unison. Later, in the administrative office, Mindium is called regarding the official report. He is instructed to write exactly how he defeated the monster and submit it. But Mindium hesitates, unsure of what to write. He jokingly thinks about saying he had 2 Magalos with his shield, and when that didn't work, he just punched it, although he doubts anyone would believe such a story. Mintukim admits he couldn't see everything clearly, because his view was blocked, but still asks if Mindium really defeated the monster, just with his fist. Mindium feels unsure about how to respond, and says that the monster was full of energy, and he didn't have time to think. Changing the subject, Mintukim asks about Mindium's statistics, and Mindium replies that his strength is 65 and his agility is 60. Upon hearing this, Mintukim is shocked, noting that even as a first lieutenant, his own statistics are just slightly above average at 40. He realizes that Mindium's statistics are more than double those of a typical sergeant, and murmurs in disbelief, thinking that, with numbers like that, Mindium could easily have entered the Hunter Military Academy. It seems like a missed opportunity, especially since he remembers the record showing that Mindium dropped out of high school, which would make enrollment difficult. Still, he tells Mindium that if he ever wants to become an executive, he should consider doing the Jedi and applying to a university. He adds that once Mindium reaches the rank of sergeant, he will have the option to travel for classes and take online courses as well, and even offers to help analyze the process for him. Minjun admits that he doesn't like studying much, and feels that it's enough to keep progressing just with his achievements. After hearing this, Mintukim respects his decision, and says he won't pressure him but just asks Minjun to let him know if he ever changes his mind. Later, Minjun thanks Mintukim for telling him that will finish the report and suggests that he rest, promising that he won't forget what Mindium did today. Mindium greets him and prepares to leave, but before leaving, he lies, calling his name again, and telling him that by saving the squad, he prevented what could have been a much worse outcome. He even admits that he himself couldn't move during the crisis. He sincerely thanks Mindium, who firmly responds that he only did what was necessary. But deep down, he remembers that all of this was necessary to gain more demonic energy and prove his worth. Outside, Guanxi is nervous in front of Mindium and asks if he can participate in the special training sessions that Mindium has been conducting with Dongjin. Mindium looks at him, surprised, wondering how Guanxi found out about their secret training location and, more importantly, why someone who hasn't fully recovered would want to push themselves so hard. Wang Sik struggles to explain, but suddenly points to Dongguan and says that he has improved a lot and is now even somewhat decent. Wang Sik admits that it's probably because of their training, and that's why he also wants to join and start training. Minju is not impressed, and asks if Guanxi really thought he could just join like that. He reminds him that there is an order and discipline for these things, especially for someone like the rookie Guanxi. Guansik slightly tilts his head, and sincerely thanks Mindium for saving him. Then he turns to Dongginho and apologizes for how he used to treat him. Dongginho is caught off guard and nervously tells him not to worry about it, but Guansik continues in a serious tone, saying that he is truly sorry for all the teasing, and doesn't know if they will forgive him, but he is being sincere. He explains that for some personal reasons, he wants to become a non-commissioned officer, and that's why he is determined to train properly with them. Dong Kim nervously asks if it would really be so bad to let Guangsik train with them. He turns to Mindium, hoping he will agree, but Mindium calmly responds that no, it is definitely not okay. Guansik silently accepts the answer, saying that he understands if they feel uncomfortable because of how he treated them before. He sincerely thanks Mindium and Dongginho, admitting that he is alive today because of them. As the air becomes still, Mindium suddenly turns to Guansik and says he will reconsider letting him in if he acts like a pigeon for the next 24 hours. Guansik is completely surprised, shouting in disbelief while Mindium shrugs as if to say, well, if he doesn't want to do it, that's fine too. Feeling the pressure, Guansik starts to hesitate and coo like a pigeon. Dongginho watches in astonishment and silence, while Mindium laughs to himself as Guansik continues awkwardly, pretending to be a bird. He feels like praising the giant for his work, Ardo, and gently asks if he has anything to say. Although the giant seems unsure, he eventually asks how long the saint plans to keep doing things like this. The saint replies that no one really knows, then offers a gift, saying it is for the one who is no longer with them. Looking ahead, the saint adds that something given from the heart can never be too much. Meanwhile, Sergeant Choi is upset that even after returning from a tough mission in a dungeon, they are already being forced to do construction work for the camps. He complains that being treated this way during his last year of service seems unfair while he works. Bubble thinks out loud, wondering if these camps really make a difference in the fights against monsters. And Sho just shrugs, saying that no one really knows. Just then, a delivery arrives and Guanxi announces that it has finally arrived. Estital, and explains that they jokingly call it Estital because no one is sure if it is made of stone or metal. The name sounds confusing and ridiculously hard. The material is, when they start to move it, Guanxi quickly realizes that it is much heavier than it looks and solid as a rock. They struggle with the weight, and one of the soldiers explains that this is exactly why the camps are built with it, because it is so durable and reliable. Guangsik adds that it is made from a rare mineral found only in specific dungeons, He begins to mention the name, but Mindium interrupts and distracts him by asking if he said anything. Guangsik quickly brushes it off and says it was nothing, just thought someone might be curious. Suddenly, Vice Commander Mindy announces a 10-minute break for everyone. Then, in a serious tone, Mindy approaches the squad commander and shares something he heard while picking up supplies at headquarters. There is a rumor that a dungeon, known as the Can Dungeon, may have appeared in the area controlled by the 104th Division. This immediately grabs everyone's attention. Sergeant Choi reacts in shock, asking if it is true. Dondim starts to panic, shouting that if they are sent there again, it will be the third time he and Choi enter that horrible dungeon. Choi complains loudly, saying that the situation is getting ridiculous, but Mindy tries to calm everyone down and reminds them that the investigation is still ongoing and nothing has been confirmed yet. Meanwhile, Guanxi murmurs softly about the dungeons, called canning jars, explaining that hunters use this nickname for certain types of dungeons that follow a specific pattern. First, these dungeons are much larger than normal. Secondly, they are filled with more monsters and a greater variety of them. Thirdly, they do not include boss monsters or extremely high-risk enemies. Because of all this, they are considered ideal for gaining real battle experience. The reason why the divisions often use them for large-scale training, known as hunter field maneuvers. Mindium hears Guanxi grumbling again. He asks who Guanqi is talking to, and Guanqi just shrugs, saying he thought someone might be curious. Mindium repeats the name of the hunter field maneuvers, confused and clearly unenthusiastic, thinking that this doesn't seem like the type of training he wants. He's not interested in long, boring exercises. He just wants real fights. But Minchukin reminds everyone that this is a mandatory divisional training, and it's really a great opportunity to accumulate achievements. As soon as Mindium hears the word achievements, his eyes suddenly light up. Reminded of his goal to gain recognition and become stronger, Mindium gets excited. Thinking about how being stationed on the front line gives him so many chances to prove himself, he feels proud of his decision to come here, because it was the right choice. And everything is turning out even better than he imagined as the excitement of gaining achievements increases. Mindium suddenly notices a faint purple glow at his foot, but without drawing attention. He quickly slides his shoe over it and hides it before anyone notices. Dom and Nicho, clearly exhausted, shout in frustration, saying they don't need more achievements, because they are already being worked to the limit in their last year while. Minjun discreetly lets out a sigh of relief, thinking how lucky he is that no one saw the glow. He ignores it and casually shifts focus, thinking that the current problem is something about reinforcement requests. Meanwhile, in her sound, the female officer explains that reinforcements have been requested due to an irregular monster, and the request came from the investigative team, inside a dungeon that recently appeared in Iangu. The commanding officer recalls that the dungeon appeared within a military zone, not near civilians, to which Ansel confirms and adds that 2 members of the investigative team suddenly fainted without warning or signs. She mentions that this strange occurrence has been happening more frequently, and warns that it could be a sign that the dungeon needs to be cleared immediately. The officer suggests handing over control of the area to regular soldiers and withdrawing all hunters stationed in Iangu, redirecting all forces to a new priority, the dungeon that was opened in the civilian area of Ronqian. He accepts the order without hesitation. Meanwhile, Mindium watches this happen and smiles to himself, thinking that it seems like the perfect opportunity has just fallen into his lap. Feeling as if everything is aligning in his favor, Mindium decides he will request a day off. Mindium checks his bag again, wondering if he packed everything he needs as he moves forward. A little mind is in sight, and casually asks if he is leaving as well. He also mentions that he noticed Mindium carrying much more steel than the others during the construction of the camp, and now everything makes sense. Mindium wanted to finish early, to be able to use his day off, half impressed and half irritated. Mincho tells him that he really is something else. Mindium smiles and thanks, but Mincho quickly clarifies that it wasn't exactly a compliment, then pointing to the form, Mintel, observes that Mindium's registered residential address is currently in a restricted area. Curious, he asks where Mindium stayed the last time he went out, and Mindium responds, honestly, that he stayed in a PC room as expected. Mintiel takes out a key and tells Mindium that, if he agrees, there is a place he can use, an apartment that belonged to his parents, currently empty while they are away on business. It is kept clean since Mintiel visits during his own breaks. Mindium tries to politely decline, saying it is not necessary, but Mintiel firmly interrupts and insists that this time, it really is in silence. Mindium, read the little note he was handed earlier. It says that the apartment is a bit far from the camp but still within Gangandu, located in Shunshan, in Village 20. Mindium thinks to himself that it is definitely better than staying in a noisy land house. Chancho is not too far away, so it is not a bad option. He also remembers what First Lieutenant Mintil said, take the key, even if you don't use it. Just rest properly. Mindium folds the note and waits. While doing this, Mincho looks at Mindium's information sheet. His name is Kim Mindium. His listed address is Gyeon Guido Nin Da R. Both parents Choi Yongju and the father are marked as missing. Meanwhile, Mijum arrives at the Angu County bus terminal, where nearby soldiers are talking about a dungeon that recently appeared. Near an old abandoned school, they have been instructed to stay at least 1 kilometer away and focus on protecting the perimeter. Mindium stays quiet beside them, listening without drawing attention. His eyes fix on a silent and distant building that must be the dungeon. As he approaches, he wonders what kind of creature he will face this time, irritated by the fact that the person who sent him didn't even bother to check what kind of monster was typical. Mindium tells himself that if things get too risky, he will simply turn around and leave. The moment he takes a step forward, a faint glow flickers in his vision, and a message confirms that he has entered the dungeon. The air inside is heavy and sticky, unusually humid, and the walls are cracked with the floor destroyed, signs that something violent happened here. He sees a broken object nearby, and he immediately knows that a battle has occurred. He also feels that someone or something is watching. Without hesitation, Mindium calls out, demanding to show itself. The monster advances, and Mindium studies the enormous creature, not knowing if it is a goblin or a kobold, but whatever it is far too large. He is truly surprised that the investigation team managed to survive an encounter with something like this. Without hesitation, Mindium advances, mocking the monster for having survived the previous fight. He then activates his corruption ability. The monster doesn't even move. It neither blocks nor reacts in any way. Mindium compares most of his previous enemies to ants, but this one seems more like a giant beetle. Still, an insect is an insect. And with frustration growing, Mindium looks at it with anger, launching one last attack, while shouting for revenge for ruining his new clothes after defeating the monster. Mindium suddenly receives a message from the system saying that he has absorbed more demonic energy, and his stats increase again. Another message follows, and his demonic energy stat increases 3 times in a row. With this, Mindium finally crosses a threshold and unlocks a new ability, Dark Arrow. His Night Stalker ability is also enhanced, and on top of that, he gains basic fencing skills. Excited, Mindium quickly opens his status window. His stats are now Strength 65, Agility 60, Endurance 60, and Demonic Energy 22. He smiles upon seeing the new ability, Dark Arrow, which allows him to attack from a distance using demonic energy. Exactly what he needed, but what surprises him is the basic fencing skill. Then he realizes, it must have come from landing that critical hit during the fight, a moment of luck. For sure, as Mindium thinks, he remembers a strange glow he saw just before the battle. Curious, he goes to investigate and spots something. It looks like the tip of an arrow, a piece of a broken sword, or perhaps something that the investigation team left behind. The shape and color seem strangely familiar, as if he has seen this somewhere before. While Mindium holds the object, monsters begin to come from behind. Another thought occurs to him. He just unlocked a new ability and hasn't tested it yet, and the moment seems perfect. Looking around the dungeon, even though his mission is officially complete, he decides to stay a little longer, because it wouldn't hurt to clear out the remaining monsters while testing what his new power can do. After clearing the dungeon, he feels proud and relaxed. Moreover, he is excited to finally have some free time, so he decides to play his favorite game, DP. It seems like the perfect way to end a productive day. His day off feels satisfying and well spent, but this calm mood doesn't last long. As soon as Mindium returns to camp, he feels that something is wrong. Everyone seems serious, and the energy around the squad is heavy. John quickly informs Mindium that it really is a tin dungeon, and that next week they will have a large-scale training session called Hunter Field Maneuvers. Each squad will start from different random points. They will work their way to the center of the dungeon. The goal is to respond to sudden emergencies, fight monsters, and survive the pressure of real combat. And no one can relax. Everyone must remain alert and ready for battle. When the exercise begins, Minty Alkin shouts commands to take positions on a hill. Suddenly, dark spheres appear, monsters that float and have thick, durable skin. These creatures are complicated because melee weapons do not work well against them. All troops are ordered to stow their special weapons and use firearms instead. They begin firing non-stop to prevent the dark spheres from getting too close. But Mindium finds it all exciting because this type of training is exactly the kind of dangerous action he enjoys. Mindium warns everyone that if these monsters get too close and start sucking blood, they will become nearly impossible to stop. If any soldier gets bitten, it's over for them. Mindium realizes that if too many people get injured or eliminated, the squad's score in training will drop significantly, and that is something he is not willing to let happen. After that, Mindium becomes serious and calls Sergeant Lee Sung-ho while running across the battlefield. Mindium's foot suddenly hits a black monster that appears in his path, and the impact is so strong and fast that the creature is launched directly into the sky like a kicked ball. Everyone around him freezes for a second, watching the monster disappear into the clouds above. Afterward, Mindium wishes he could use his dark arrows to take down the floating monsters, because that would make things much easier. Meanwhile, Commander Mint Chokin loudly orders all troops to fire freely at the dark spheres in the air. As the battle calms down, they finally have a short break, and the troops are instructed to rest for 10 minutes, check their equipment, and report any injuries in their squads. During the break, Sergeant Cho feels exhausted and mentions how this session seems much harder than the last one, asking how many battles they have already gone through. Choi responds that he is not sure, but mentions a strange rumor. Some people are saying that this dungeon may not be an ordinary dungeon after all. This surprises Sergeant Chu, who asks what he means. Choi explains that the rumor is that there is actually a hidden boss monster inside. This should not be the case for this type of dungeon. There are rumors that the creature was captured, alive and locked away somewhere in the central assembly area. When the break ends, Mindy calls everyone back to training, and the soldiers follow orders, advancing. Mindium suddenly spots someone in the distance, a soldier from the Hunter Corps, wearing 2 stars on his uniform. Mindium immediately recognizes him and knows exactly who he is. The scene then shifts to a giant figure, returning with a broken sword in hand. After seeing this, an old man calmly speaks to the giant. As he returned so quickly, the old man assumes the mission must have been difficult, or someone made a mistake. Following the orders of that woman blindly, while examining the blade, the old man frowns. He furrows his brow at the severe damage and asks if the giant has been hunting demonic monsters again. At the central meeting point of the dungeon, tension begins to rise as Lieutenant Colonel Cal of the 3rd Battalion realizes that the number of monsters inside the dungeon is much greater than expected. He silently hopes that things remain under control. Without any serious incidents, standing next to him, Colonel 1 kilogram of the 1st Battalion explains that the division commander believes the overall combat capability of the troops has been slowly declining. More concerning is the time they might be overexerting the soldiers, physically and mentally. Then Colonel Lidi Umbian of the 2nd Battalion appears visibly anxious. He asks if anyone knows where Division Commander Johnson went. One simply shrugs and says, everyone knows how unpredictable the commander can be. No one can stop him once he decides something. Still uneasy, Lidi Bion asks why the commander would participate in this kind of training, and his concern grows when he realizes that the division commander went straight to the area where his own battalion members are stationed. It is then that Lieutenant Colonel Kodian Chu reveals what the division commander said before leaving. There is a soldier he wants to see with his own eyes. Mentiuk looks on in disbelief. He knows that in these exercises, there is usually a penalty mission where someone pretends to be injured, and that person needs to be carried by their squad. What surprises him is who is playing the injured soldier this time. This role should have been that of a regular barracks officer, a division general, but somehow the division commander himself is lying on the stretcher. Entering the game, while Mentiuk tries to understand, the commander casually tells them to take good care of him. Mentiuk quickly stands at attention and salutes, despite still being dazed. Then, First Class Sergeant Minge steps forward, explaining according to protocol that the injured person must be transported properly, trying to be respectful. Mindy offers to carry him, but the commander interrupts him mid-sentence, clearly reminding everyone that there is a soldier he wants to see with his own eyes. The little liar looks on in disbelief. He knows that in these exercises there is usually a penalty mission where someone pretends to be injured, and that person needs to be carried by their squad. What surprises him is who is playing the injured soldier. This time that role should belong to a regular officer from the barracks, division general. But somehow, the division commander himself is lying on the stretcher. Entering the game, while the little liar tries to understand the commander, casually tells them to take good care of him. The little liar quickly stands at attention and salutes, despite still being dazed. Then, the first-class sergeant who minges steps forward, explaining according to protocol that the injured person must be transported properly, trying to be respectful. Mindy offers to carry him, but the commander interrupts him mid-sentence, clearly reminding everyone, who should already know his personality. So Kian, the division commander, firmly refuses to be carried, and states that he will not participate in this part of the exercise, insisting that they continue with training as planned. Everyone watches in stunned silence while this Mindium cannot help but think that this training is absolutely insane, but also incredibly fun. The excitement and surprises do not stop there. The field is filled with all kinds of monsters, each bringing its own danger. Furthermore, the division has set up traps and special challenges, making the entire session feel like a real expedition in a dungeon, with something new waiting around every corner. The soldier from the 2nd platoon, 2nd squad, struggles to keep up, breathing heavily and clearly anxious. He cannot take down a monster that looks like a frog. The moment the creature charges at him, Mindium intervenes and takes it down with a single blow, saving him from a serious injury. Reflecting on the battle, Mindium realizes that even his basic swordsmanship, though simple, is helping him strike harder and stay more alert in combat. He begins to think that this intense training might be exactly what he needs to level up even more. Still catching his breath, he quickly thanks Mindium from afar. His Ki-on observes the battlefield and admits to himself that this might be the toughest round of maneuvers in the hunting field they have ever done. Meanwhile, Minty Kim calls the troops, urging them to hold on until the break, and everyone advances with the strength they have left, although it is clear that Kim Mindium is standing out more than ever. At the same time, in the northern section of the dungeon, the first-class soldier, Sion NC, showcases her skills by defeating several monsters on her own. She breathes heavily, exhausted from the effort, but when another soldier is about to be attacked, N.C. springs into action and saves her, keeping her safe without hesitation. All the members of the platoon have managed to reach this point in the training without suffering serious injuries. His Ki-on watches proudly, while Minty Kim, who is nearby, recognizes how capable the platoon truly is. When Minty humbly gives credit to the members, his Ki-on reminds him that recognizing and managing good soldiers is also part of a leader's strength. He encourages Minty to give his all in the final phase of the training, and Minty responds with gratitude. Suddenly, his Ki-on loses balance. Sergeant Kim Minj quickly reprimands him, criticizing him for relying solely on his left hand and not supporting himself properly. For leaning only on his left hand and not supporting himself properly, his Ki-on immediately apologizes nearby as Sergeant Lee Sung-gu is approached by a younger soldier, who is curious. It's the second time he participates in hunter field maneuvers, so naturally someone tries to ask him a question, but Lily directly tells him not to ask. As the group prepares to move and regroup, the younger soldier repeats confusedly something about the hole, confirming it by calling it the dungeon hole. The younger one looks at the large hole ahead, recognizing it as a hole but clearly not understanding its significance. Leah just shrugs and says it's obvious he must have been sleeping during the briefing session about the dungeon, although not much is known about how dungeons work. Leah explains that the common idea is this: a dungeon is like a space connected to another dimension through some kind of portal. Even though it's connected, it's not a perfect or infinite space, because dungeons have limits, and within them, there are areas where the connection becomes unstable or completely breaks. These strange and random points are what people call dungeon holes. Another soldier, a bit nervous, asks, what happens if someone accidentally enters one of the dungeon holes or crosses the edge of the dungeon? To which Leah admits she's not sure but says people believe they will be suddenly teleported to some random place inside the dungeon, like a sudden snap. At that moment, something unexpected happens, and a strange noise and a reaction spread through the group, because someone appears in front of them. A soldier is lying on the ground, helpless. Minchul Kim quickly approaches and reassures her, saying he has already reported the situation to the 4th Battalion, and tells her to rest and not worry. The girl, still anxious, asks if the members of her battalion are all safe, and Minchul gently confirms that, yes, everyone is safe, and actually very worried about her too. He adds that training has been paused to focus on the recovery of first-class soldier Sion and a Sky. Minchul explains that the situation has been officially reported, so training will likely resume soon, and she silently thanks him, clearly relieved that things are under control. Mindy reminds her that with a fractured foot, it's better to rest because hunters must protect their health as much as they sharpen their combat skills. Minchul adds that the headquarters has been contacted and the transfer team is already on the way. He starts to say that her participation in this session is over. Before he can finish, Major General Su Kyung arrives, and his sudden appearance catches a Sky by surprise because she didn't expect the division commander to be here. During training, the soldiers fall silent, fully aware of the weight his presence carries. Minty Alkin informs the general that although in one SEAL there are no serious external injuries, her left ankle is fractured, and she will not be able to continue. Her Kyung expresses disappointment for having only a little training left. He turns to her, waiting for her report, and she explains that during a fight against monsters, She slipped off a cliff and lost consciousness. When she woke up, she had already been moved, and her words make it clear that she must have fallen beyond the internal limit of the dungeon, probably to a place that the team was not monitoring, whether it was a dungeon hole or not. It really doesn't matter anymore, because what truly matters is that only in one of her was she found in time. Her Kyung feels a wave of relief and calmly acknowledges the luck of having been discovered so quickly. Then something clicks in his mind, and he asks her name again. Upon hearing this, her expression changes immediately. Upon recognizing her origin, she is a Sky. She is from the 4th Company of the 4th Battalion, and, more importantly, the daughter of Som Tai-ho. With this revelation, her Kyung calls for Corporal Mindium, and Mindium quickly responds, confused about why he is being highlighted. But before he can process anything further, the order is given. He must carry the wounded, and one of her Mendi is taken by surprise and hesitates for a second, questioning internally. But the sharp voice of her Kyung cuts through any doubt and leaves no room for debate. Despite the protests and confusion of one of her Mendi, the decision has already been made for the commander. This is not just an order, it is a task that can be considered a valuable achievement. The situation is now under control, and the mission is simple. The wounded must be transported safely without delay. Mindium prepares to give a ride to one of the Sky. She is visibly frustrated but eventually relents. After, Mindium calmly tells her that she can give up training if she wants, although doing so would reset her training score. In light of this, one of her Mendi chooses to continue, and politely asks to be taken care of. The squad watches in stunned silence, especially John, who cannot believe how Mindium still has so much strength left for them. It doesn't even seem like Mindium is human anymore. Minty Oken instructs him to follow behind with the vice commander and report if he gets tired. But Mindium shows no signs of slowing down, and clearly does not expect to fall behind. At the same time, Mindium quietly speaks with her Kyung about one of her Mendi receiving special treatment, just because she is the daughter of another division commander. Her Kyung hears this, and responds with a calm reminder of the rule, stating that the wounded should not be helped. This is also part of the training. Midi acknowledges this without further resistance. But then the Major General of her Kyung murmurs something about her breathing, something rough, personal, and clearly directed at the probe. There is no doubt now that a deeper story is on the surface. Mindium continues walking with one of the Sky on his back, each step firm despite the awkward weight. The position is not comfortable, but he doesn't complain after a while. It's like heaven to offer to give up training, saying that he can put her down if she's tired without hesitation. Mindium says it's fine, and casually adds that she is lighter than a stettel, the heavy material they use during the construction of the camp. Upon hearing this, Ensel repeats the word with confusion. Then Mindium explains as if it were nothing, comparing it to the dense mineral. He even guesses that she weighs about 50 kilograms, but before he can finish, Ensel interrupts, clearly embarrassed, and tells him to stop talking. There is a brief silence before she speaks again, calmer this time, saying that she will repay him for helping her. Mindium smiles at this, but in his mind, he thinks that a reward from her father would be even better. Trying to lighten the mood, he mentions the weight comparison again, repeating that she is lighter than Estadil, and Ensel immediately shouts for him to shut up, her voice echoing down the path. Meanwhile, Sergeant Tiogame mutters to himself, complaining that this training seems to have changed from normal mode to hell mode, and wonders who made it so difficult. Mentyu Kim checks the distance and sees that there are only 2 kilometers left. He reminds everyone to stay focused and not let their guard down. The message spreads through the teams and gives them a bit of energy. Suddenly, Corporal Lee Ike from 1 and Sergeant Lee Tai from the 2nd Platoon, 1st Squad, report seeing flying monsters ahead. Mintel hears the call and immediately orders everyone to prepare, warning them that these flying monsters will not be easy to deal with. The worst part is that they are facing black rakes, unpleasant creatures the size of sparrows, but aggressive enough to tear skin with their sharp claws and teeth. The hunters may not die from the wounds, but the pain is brutal, and at this moment, everyone is already exhausted from training. To make matters worse, they are still carrying an injured person, and fighting like this will be extremely risky. The black rakes are known for being relentless. Once they attack, they do not stop. From afar in the sky, a high-ranking officer pretending to be the injured person silently observes. His eyes are not as sharp as they used to be, so he can't even see the monsters clearly anymore. But he understands how difficult this moment is for the troops. He is not just watching the fight, he is seeing how they react. If they panic or make mistakes, their training score could be affected. Visibility is low, everyone is exhausted, but none of this can be used as an excuse. They are hunters. Breaking formation to help may seem like the right thing, but it could throw the entire unit into chaos. It's better to stay in line and trust the judgment of the squad commander, no matter how difficult it is. Suddenly Kim Mindium notices something and moves forward, catching everyone off guard. The others try to stop him, confused about why he is advancing, while still carrying an injured soldier. But Mindium speaks up and asks for a chance. He knows things can't continue like this. Everyone is reaching their limit. Mint Alkin, the squad commander, is surprised but listens and asks how Mindium expects to achieve something with someone still on his back. Yet Mindium insists. Mintel reminds him that if the plan fails, they will retreat immediately, and Mindium will only have one chance at this. Mindium refuses to hand over the injured soldier and decides to proceed with the plan on his own. The order is given. Everyone must retreat and provide cover behind Mindium. Moreover, Mint ordered to prepare to open fire, leaving everyone tense, and Kyung reacts with disbelief, questioning if they really plan to take down aerial monsters with rifles. Mindium calmly tells Ensel to hold tight, because he has no intention of losing anyone. Upon hearing this, Ensel is in shock, murmuring about how everything seems insane, but Mindium remains calm like a dark mage. He has gotten used to moving in the shadows, and this moment feels exactly like the first levels of a game he knows by heart. He remembers his dark arrow skill. It's low level, but when used correctly, it hits hard, and he combines it with his long-range weapon. Without warning, Mindium launches it, and the demonic energy envelops the arrow like a massive, fast cannonball. It is too large to dodge, especially in the middle of a completely dark night. The monster falls instantly, and Ensel cannot believe what he sees. In no time, Mindium takes down the rest, and the battlefield clears. Even now, it seems real to everyone watching. Mindium is not just skilled, he is overwhelming, and a silent understanding spreads through the team that Kim Mindium is not someone you can easily compare yourself to. All the soldiers take a deep breath as the fight finally ends. The monsters are gone, and the area returns to calm. Then someone announces that all members of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon have officially passed the training, and the whole group hears this. The medical team quickly arrives and begins checking the injured, while becomes Zines that Ara. Minty Alkin looks around at everyone and praises them for staying strong until the end. Mindium reminds the soldiers to stay focused, even now, because soon they will be going to the barracks to rest. Mindium briefly wonders where the people go to be rewarded for their efforts, but the thought disappears when Minty, the king, suddenly calls his name in front of everyone. He tells Mindium that he worked harder than anyone, highlighting how from the beginning Mindium acted first, never shying away from danger and showing a courage that truly stood out. Sergeant Kim. Mindium is proud, but feels a bit shy, as all eyes turn to him. It's just not a sky yet on his back. He silently thanks and asks if he can put her down now. Then she also apologizes for causing trouble to the squad but lied. That quickly reassures her, saying that no one felt like a burden and that he is simply happy that they completed the training together nearby. Major General So-kyun observes the scene with a small smile, clearly impressed with how the squad overcame together. As a team in the end, despite all the pressure and challenges, the entire squad successfully completes the training. Laughter spreads among the troops as they finally relax, and more than a few admit, it was all thanks to Mindium because his actions really made a difference. Suddenly, Colonel Yudi laughs. The commander of the 4th Battalion arrives to check on Isgard and asks about her condition. He reports that besides a small injury on her ankle, she is fine, and Colonel Yu observes how lucky she was, especially after falling into the dungeon pit, and laughs, then tells the team to move her carefully, and they immediately follow the orders. After that, Colonel Yu laughs and turns to Major General So-kyun and requests a private conversation about the training. Even though So-kyun exists at the beginning, she insists that this needs to happen immediately later that night, while most of the camp sleeps. Kim Mindium enjoys a quiet moment. The chef offers him fried chicken, and Mindium's eyes light up with joy. He asks if he can really eat it all, and the chef says there is no one else around to share. Since everyone is resting, Mindium starts eating happily, saying he can't let his efforts go unrewarded. The chef mentions the training, and confirms that Mindium is from the 2nd Squad of the 2nd Company, then says he heard that his unit was praised as the best in the entire division. Mindium nods while chewing, and the chef shares that he heard the chiefs talking about how well Mindium did, especially during the night attack with the Black Rakes. He confirms that Mindium handled it alone, and seems genuinely impressed, asking aloud how someone could accomplish something like that in the dark. The chef continues mentioning how this round of training was really tough, saying that the news spread that about 70% of the classes of private soldiers and first-class soldiers throughout the division, they gave up halfway while reflecting on everything. Littlefinger looks at his food and lets out a silent sigh of joy. Completely enchanted by the juiciness of the meat, the camp remains calm until morning. Most of the soldiers are still asleep. Taking advantage of the free time they earned after the brutal training, some officers chat nearby, saying that the exercise was better than expected, and mentioning that the division commander was very impressed. He even came to watch the second platoon of the second company in person, and everyone agrees that they clearly stood out throughout the exercise. Captain Kim Chi-yu of the first company smiled proudly, and said that the division commander is nice, and not scary. Then he pauses, thinking that he might have spoken too casually. But another officer tells him that it's okay, and that he didn't say anything wrong. He was honest, but firm. And since the commander left his post without warning, no one could really argue against that. They also talk about the commander of the 4th Battalion, and some say that he seems a bit intimidating even to them. Still, none of this changed the fact that Kim Mindium made a big impression, and everyone agrees that he did an amazing job. The Pindum remained strong, reacted quickly, and never backed down. Moreover, he did everything right in front of the division commander. Now that things are calming down, everyone begins to look forward to the upcoming monthly meeting at the headquarters of the 104th Division. Major General Seo Kyung reviews the cleaning schedule for the dungeons, and everything seems in order. Then he goes to check on first-class soldier Sun and Un-so. Colonel Yudi informs that her injury is not as serious as expected, and confirms that it is not a fracture. Her recovery is going well, and tomorrow, Un-so will complete the treatments and return to duty. So Kyung quietly notes that she seems to be following in her father's footsteps. Suddenly, the phone rings, and So Kyung answers. A voice on the other side greets him, calling him bearded bastard. At first, Seo Kyung is confused and asks who it is, but the voice responds as if it should be obvious. After a brief pause, he realizes who it is. I am Son Taero, the commander of the 107th Division and father of Un-so. Without wasting time, Son Taero throws down a direct challenge and demands a duel, instead of responding immediately. Seo Kyung explodes, demanding to know why this guy would call him out of the blue like this. Taero, completely impassive, repeats his challenge and even lets Seo Kyung choose the location. Trying to stay calm, Seo Kyung asks if Tai-ho is acting this way just because his daughter got hurt, questioning how a man like him has the courage to call himself a general. But Tai-ho remains calm, saying that yes, he is a general, and all he really wants is a little training. Using the punching bag of his Kyung, which he claims is much more durable than the usual ones, this line pushes his Kyung to the limit, making him curse under his breath. Yet he admits he feels bad about what happened with one of his, but insists it was part of the training, nothing to be so shaken up about. Just when it seems like things might calm down, Taero goes on the attack, casually mocking his Kyung for not even being able to get married, asking how someone like that can understand. His Kyung's face turns red with anger, and he explodes. He demands to know Taero's location, shouting for him to stay exactly where he is because once his Kyung gets there, he won't be laughing anymore. When Taero doesn't respond, his Kyung slams his hands on the table in pure frustration, breaking his phone in the process. The room falls into a tense silence, and Hai approaches him cautiously, informing him that the call just ended. Sok Kyung, still irritated, demands that she personally call Tae-ho, but she advises him to calm down, reminding him that Tae-ho has every right to be upset. At this moment, it only fuels his anger even more. He can't believe that. Even she is on Taero's side. Suspicion grows as he asks if it was her who told Taero about his daughter's injury, but Jiri firmly clarifies that it wasn't her. Probably. The hospital contacted Ansel's guardian directly. She also explains that Taero probably found out because his daughter received special permission to finish her training before being transferred to the hospital. Upon hearing these words, Sok Kyung's anger begins to waver, and guilt takes its place. He realizes he should have at least tried to reach out. He should have explained that he wasn't aiming at her specifically, just testing the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon, to assess how they would react. When one of theirs was injured, he sighs now, thinking it's best to clarify things with Tai-ho properly, knowing that this confusion came from a serious misunderstanding. Since Sokyung's phone is not in condition to call anyone, Jiri calls Tai-ho herself, and puts the call on speaker. The moment Tai-ho answers, his voice is sharp and irritated. Already guessing that his Kyung is with her, Jari quickly apologizes for calling suddenly, explaining that the division commander's phone is broken, so she made the call with that. His Kyung intervenes, taking responsibility for everything. He calmly explains the misunderstanding, and sincerely apologizes for his actions, but Taero is not ready to let it go. He mocks Seok-young, accusing him of backing down from their duel, then demands to know the identity of the man who carried his daughter on his back. The fact that someone who wasn't even a doctor got so close to her clearly does not please him, and he warns Seok-young to be ready the next time they meet. Realizing that this conversation is going nowhere, he ends the call without waiting for more furious drama. His grip on the edge of the sofa turns his knuckles white as he shoots her a deadly glare. Clearly blaming her for forcing him to make the call, he demands that she prepare a car immediately without saying another word. They head to Daejeon to meet Tyro in person. Laughing, knowing there's no way to win here, he remains silent, thinking to herself how ridiculous these two hot-tempered men are acting in another corner of the base. Mindium Kim walks down the hallway, completely focused on one thing, his free chicken from the cafeteria, but as he gets lost in that thought, he feels something turning around, and sees his sleepwalker jumping for joy upon seeing him. As cute as the little boy is, Mindium is already tired of him showing up in public unannounced. Without wasting any time, he grabs the little creature and puts him in his pocket, heading straight out of the building, for a private conversation behind the building. Mindium checks again to ensure no one is around before releasing the Night Wanderer. As soon as the little one is free, Mindium gives him a firm scolding, warning him not to appear, unless it is absolutely safe. The injured Night Wanderer, but trying to explain, says he made sure no one was around, and only came because he missed his master, Mindium. Realizing he might have been a bit too harsh, he softens and invokes a bit of demonic energy to nourish him. After satisfying himself, the little creature suddenly points at Mindium. Curious, Mindium touches the little finger, and instantly a link forms between them. Through the link, Mindium sees what his servant had witnessed before, the action, completely destroyed and radiating clear signs of demonic energy. He is surprised that the Night Walker traveled so far and actually gathered concrete information, praising him for the incredible work. Mindium watches his boy light up with pride, but while the Night Walker absorbs the praise, Mindium is already planning an excuse to leave the base again. As Mindium approaches the dormitory, his mind spins with thoughts. He imagines it might look suspicious if he leaves immediately, but it also seems a waste to spend his days off if it's just a false alarm. He is still grateful for the day off he earned last time during the operation in Angu. As soon as he opens the dormitory door, he is hit by a burst of noise. Everyone inside is celebrating. The moment he enters, everyone starts congratulating him for being chosen as the best soldier of the division during the Hunter Field maneuvers. They mention an upcoming award ceremony, and even better, that the whole platoon will have a day off because of his achievement. My eyes shine, and he doesn't waste time asking if he can use his day off tomorrow. The squad commander, without much room to argue, said he would check the schedule, and thus Mindium gets a day off the next day. Mindium goes to the watch on, but everything seems strange. The chaos seems to have ended with some hunters cleaning, but he can't understand why so many of them are still around. He is especially irritated for having given his lackey a boost of demonic energy as a reward, only to arrive after the action was over. Suddenly a voice calls his name. He turns to see a girl lowering her mask, and it is none other than Sonea. A few minutes earlier in the outskirts of the civil zone of Watan, before Mindium even arrived, the girls were already busy disinfecting the entire area. Kabocha Maria was tired and irritated, still not understanding why they had to clean up after their field maneuvers of the hunters ended, and one Riju, more balanced, supposed to be a punishment from the battalion commander since the training results were quite poor, and judging by the expression of the company commander, it was not something to be taken lightly. She told the others to stop complaining and just do the job, but Maria was absolutely exhausted, complaining that a monster had to appear from a portal the moment they finished their training. Still, she admitted they were lucky not to be assigned to the attack team, especially since some people even lost their homes in the chaos. Soon, his attention turned to a girl who was at the end of the street, cleaning silently. Without a single complaint, Mari went over to her to see if she was okay, gently telling her not to overexert herself. As expected, the first-class soldier Sonea stood at attention and assured that she was completely fine. Mari couldn't help but be impressed by how quickly Sonea seemed to be recovering, but still advised her to take it easy just for precaution. It was then that they heard some murmurs from the other girls, wondering what a hunter was doing in their area. The corporal girl might not know what was happening, but Sonea recognized the guy instantly. It was none other than Mindium. While some of the girls managed to notice that he was from the same division, none of them seemed to know much beyond that. Back to the present moment, it's a girl who lowers her mask, and Mindium looks visibly surprised. He never imagined he would find her here. The girl asks what he is doing in the area, pointing out that as far as she knows, only his battalion was called for support, while the other female troops are completely bewildered by the reappearance of a male hunter in their zone. With an irritated look, Mindium replies that he is on vacation, and Sonia gets annoyed by this, demanding who in their right mind. She comes to a recently attacked location while off duty, her suspicions rising rapidly, and she begins to interrogate him, asking if he just made this up, pressing further, asking why someone on vacation would show up in military uniform without answering. Mindium casually hands over a leave form signed by his platoon commander, and as she reads it, although her suspicion diminishes a bit, she is still not fully convinced. She returns the form and asks why he would choose to come to a restricted zone like Wachan. That question catches Mindium off guard. Knowing very well that he cannot reveal the true reason, he dodges with an excuse, saying he had business in Wachan, and when he heard there was an emergency, he decided to take a look. Suddenly, everyone's attention turns to an unexpected gate that appears behind the troops. It extends in all directions, instantly increasing anxiety throughout the field. They had just cleared the area, and now it seems they are about to face another round. One of the corporals quickly orders everyone to fall back to the platoon commander's position. Chaos begins as the troops start to retreat, but in the midst of the confusion, Mindium does the opposite. He walks directly toward the gate. I don't know what to see, and immediately encourage evacuation, but he clearly has other plans, calmly giving her an excuse, saying he will buy some time while the others escape, and she is frustrated, and thinks he is being reckless, especially since they have no idea what might come out of that thing. But Mindium points out that the attack team has already retreated, and if the monster appears now, everyone could be in serious danger. In that case, he will do what he can to delay it, and if things get worse, he will run away. Then he asks if she has any extra equipment, and tells her to lend it to him. Still clearly worried, she hesitates, but when he mentions his injured foot, she grits her jaw and reluctantly hands him her weapon. Before turning to leave, she tells him again that if things go wrong, it's better for him to run. Now that everyone has left, Mindium finally has the gate all to himself and prepares for some real action. As he approaches, he reminds himself that some monsters are the type that prefer to stay in dungeons, instead of coming out. Unsheathing his weapon, he hopes this isn't one of those gates that leads to monsters like that. Otherwise, all his excitement would be in vain. Still, he knows it's rare for such monsters to appear, since most tend to move in groups, so, as expected, a slight smile appears on Mindium's face when he spots a red boar emerging from the gate, surrounded by a thick layer of purple demonic energy. One by one, more red boars begin to crawl behind him, forming a pack, while the Mindium disperses the terrible stench coming from these beasts. They do not hesitate. All attack him at once without hesitation. Mindium prepares, assumes an attack stance, and charges forward. He begins with a series of dark arrows, launched from his palm, but to his surprise, they merely graze the thick skin of the boars. Realizing that he only has one high defense, he jumps high into the air and descends in a barrage of sharp and calculated strikes. His blade cuts through their hides, but none of them fall. Mindium narrows his eyes, understanding that although their outer layer is tough, it does not mean their insides are the same because of this. Mindium unleashes a rank D skill called Corruption, sending waves of pulsating demonic energy from his body to the monsters. Through the cuts in their thick skin, the red boars begin to bleed internally, but still attempt to charge forward one last time, only to fail miserably. Without hesitation, Mindium absorbs the demonic energy from the destroyed bodies just to ensure that they are truly defeated. He cuts their bodies one last time. As a result, he gains a boost in demonic energy and notices a remarkable growth in his Night Stalker and basic fencing skills. Now that the red boars are defeated, he waits to see if more monsters appear. But then his face falls when a familiar voice calls from behind. It is none other than the squad commander, Girium. Arriving with the other corporals, she grabs Mindium to check if he is okay, while the rest of the female troops cannot help but blush after witnessing him take down those monsters alone. Girium immediately begins to reprimand him for acting recklessly and fighting. Instead of reporting the appearance of the portal, she wants to know which unit he belongs to and why he is here. Without going into details, Mindium hands over his signed leave request and explains that he had some business in the area, but rushed to help when he learned of the emergency. Without further doubts, Girium instructs everyone to leave since the monsters have been dealt with, and the investigation team will arrive soon. As she walks away, the rest of the girls swarm Mindium like bees, bombarding him with questions about how he managed to fight alone. Girium lets out a tired sigh, seeing everyone act like fans, while he, one of them, stands at a distance observing the chaos in silence. Meanwhile, Mindium's patience is wearing thin, and deep down he just wishes everyone would go to hell already. During the night, a loud scream of confusion echoes from the administrative office, as the squad commander receives a call updating him on the recent incident in Houghton involving Mindium. During what he called vacation, the commander double-checks if they are really talking about Corporal Kim Mindium from the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company, and the person confirms. The commander immediately stands up from his chair, shocked. Upon hearing that Min Jun faced the monsters alone, and even volunteered for community service on the other hand, the squad commander and his guide explain that while all the gates are sealed for now, they are disinfecting private homes that have been affected, and surprisingly, Mindium is still there helping her. She admits that it's the first time she's seen someone act like that. Meanwhile, Yoon Reju and Tiamiri are busy watching Mindium from afar. Reju is still having a hard time believing he defeated the Red Boars so easily, considering she heard that being hit by one is like being run over by a truck. On the other hand, Tiamiri is completely in love with Mindium, and his brutal monster-killing skills at the same time. Mindium himself is annoyed for not having gained all the benefits from killing those monsters. Determined to salvage something from this disaster, he decides to help with the cleanup tasks to improve his image before leaving. It is then that Eoncel approaches quietly from behind him, catching him by surprise as his head is already spinning with thoughts. Instead of greeting her properly, he immediately says something ridiculous about almost hitting her in the face, and asks her to get out of the way, ignoring the fact that she clearly wants to talk. Still, Eoncel remains firm and gets straight to the point, saying there's something she really wants to discuss. After they finish cleaning, Mindium and Eoncel stand face to face. The air between them is tense, but calm. Mindium directly asks her why she came to talk to him. I don't know, or don't beat around the bush. She mentions their first meeting, and asks if he really cursed at her from the bus window at first. Mindium looks confused but then remembers and corrects her, saying he didn't curse. He just told her that if she messed with him again, she would be dead. Eoncel lets out a deep sigh, clearly frustrated, but trying to be the bigger person. She admits she was the first to get irritated that day, and with that, she apologizes. Surprisingly, Mindium doesn't take it to heart, saying he holds no grudges and tells her to let it go as he turns to leave. She stops him again and mentions something more serious. She mentions that there was only one other person who achieved a perfect score on the promotion test. This catches Mindium's attention, and he naturally assumes she's talking about him, but is surprised when she reveals she's actually talking about someone else. Her father, with a mix of pride and admiration on her face, she explains that her father was the only person to start as a low-ranking soldier and earn stars, wanting to follow in his footsteps. She also decided to enlist as a low-ranking soldier. Mindium is genuinely curious now that he is hearing about someone who achieved something like he did, but he steps back a bit, mentally calculating the timelines, realizing that the Hunter army only came into existence when the portals began to appear. He was only 7 years old at the time, which leads him to presume that one of his fathers must have enlisted again as a low-ranking soldier, after becoming awakened, and one of his quickly clarifies the misunderstanding, explaining that her father was not strong at that time. In fact, he was considered unfit for military service, due to vision problems and other physical issues. But after awakening and seeing his body improve, he voluntarily enlisted. The pride in her eyes when she talks about him makes Mindium think that he would like to meet this man someday, and the sky assures him that his father would be moved to meet someone like him. He has great respect for strong warriors. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 107th Division in Daedon, things are getting chaotic inside the exclusive academy for hunters. The entire building is shaking, and Colonel Lissendam, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, looks like he is about to faint from stress. And the king is also there, completely overwhelmed, unable to control the situation. It turns out it is not an earthquake, it is a fight between Taeho and Sok Kyung. The two experienced warriors are fighting like wild beasts, both injured and scratched from head to toe. Amidst the confrontation, Taeho makes a provocative comment, asking if Sok Kyung really came all the way here just to mention the name of Kim Mindium, which catches Sok Kyung completely off guard. He did not expect Taeho to already know about him, but Taeho just laughs, asking if his Hyung really thought he wouldn't find out just because he decided not to mention it. Without wasting another second, the two start exchanging punches again, as if they had forgotten they were no longer in their 20s. Lisandrino is losing his mind, convinced that no one can stop them at this point. But then, Yugi steps in between them when he realizes things are getting too intense. The punches stop, but the two men are still glaring at each other, hurling insults like children in a schoolyard. Eventually, the madness cools down, and they find themselves outside the building, sitting on a park bench. Yudi Rai approaches Sok Kyung and hands him a report from the commander of the 3rd Battalion, saying that the Red Boar Gate has been cleared. Sok Kyung praises her and the commander before she leaves. As soon as she walks away, Taeho finally breaks the silence, directly asking what the real reason is for Sok Kyung showing up. He is convinced there is something more. Sok Kyung cannot hold back. He admits he came to promote Mindium to the rank of sergeant. Taeho's calm expression turns into pure rage, clearly furious that Sok Kyung wants to. Mindium is promoted to sergeant. Taeho's calm expression transforms into pure rage, clearly furious that Sok Kyung wants support the guy who dared to mess with his daughter, but Kyung responds angrily, making it clear that no one messes with him. He tells Tyro to stop acting like a raging bull and start being grateful for him. Having been the one to help her, Tyro remembers that it is Kyung who Mindium was recently promoted to corporal, and before that received a special promotion to first-class soldier. Sok Kyung nods and admits that he already has plans to promote Min Jung to commissioned officer. Upon hearing this, Taeho lets out a deep sigh, saying that Gu Ratio will not stay quiet and will definitely be interested in anyone that Sok Kyung values so much. But that is exactly why Sok Kyung revealed everything. He wants Taeho by his side, a small dirty smile on Tyro's face, but he said he would decide after meeting the guy in person. Meanwhile, there in Wotton County, a shadowy figure wrapped in demonic energy appears right in front of Mindium. Mindium stands frozen, too surprised to react to what is happening. The man slowly rises, a crooked smile spreading across his face. When he finally lays eyes on Mindium, clearly excited to have finally found him moments before, all the female corporals were sitting inside the bus while Mindium was outside. Saying goodbye to them, the girls waved and shouted, hoping to see him again. Someday Aunt Moraes seemed to be a second away from inviting him out, or at least passing him her number, but Aunt, and a ridiculous, quickly interrupted that, and politely thanked Mindium for helping them, while Aunt Moraes continued arguing with her friend for ruining the perfect chance. Eoncel exchanged a silent glance with Mindium, and so the bus departed, leaving Mindium behind. Honestly, he felt a bit relieved to finally be able to set aside the nice guy role. But as soon as he turned, the Night Stalker appeared out of nowhere. The small, shadowy creature coughed, and shamelessly begged for more demonic energy to feed its huge belly. But what it didn't realize was that its master was still upset with the previous wrong information, so there was no chance of receiving any reward today. The little servant was heartbroken after being denied its prize, but its expression changed the moment it felt something strange. Suddenly, it began to bounce and pulse with demonic energy, sending urgent waves of thought directly to Mindium. Through the signals, Mindium knew that a foreign demonic energy was entering this dimension, not through a dungeon portal, but breaking the barrier on its own. Impressed that the Night Stalker could detect such faint traces, Mindium finally understood that perhaps his servant was not suited for stealth, but had incredible potential as a danger radar without losing a second. Mindium asked the little one to lead the way. A few minutes later, the two reached the edge of the forest. As a reward, Mindium summoned a small explosion of demonic energy and offered it to the servant. But before he could relax, the air around him began to twist, and a demonic portal opened right in front of them slowly. A figure began to emerge the moment the man stepped out and laid eyes on Mindium. His entire face lit up with joy, and he shouted, "Master Minold," with tears streaming down his face. Mindium, however, was not enthusiastic. He immediately stepped back and told the man to keep his distance. But when the guy stumbled awkwardly over his own feet, Mindium instinctively ran to see if he was okay. Frustration crossed his face as he knelt beside him, asking why the hell he followed him here, when he was explicitly instructed not to do so. The man, still overwhelmed, could only cry tears of joy. Stunned to see his master again, Mindium let out a deep sigh as memories of their first meeting returned. Back in the other world, this same guy was on the brink of death. Lying helpless in the middle of a deserted dungeon, a monster appeared, ready to deliver the final blow to someone who had already lost hope. But something unexpected happened out of nowhere. A wave of demonic energy swept through the creature, saving him at the last second. When he looked up, he saw Mindium standing above him. Surrounded by a dark aura, the man immediately assumed he was Master Minood. Mindium had no idea how this stranger even knew that name, but one thing was obvious: the guy was weak, beyond measure. Before leaving, Mindium had told him to avoid dungeons like that unless he had a death wish, just out of curiosity. He asked his name and was stunned when the man said he didn't have one, so Mindium casually named him Li Bong-gu. At the moment, now back in the present, Mindium grabbed Bong-gu by the collar and shook him, calling him crazy for trying to cross dimensions alone. Bong-gu desperately tried to explain that. After Mindium disappeared, everything at home began to crumble. The cult was falling apart without its master. But Mindium never asked for any of that devotion in the first place. He never wanted followers or to be worshipped, so why would he tell someone about his departure? Frustrated, Mindium pushed Bong-gu to the ground. Bong-gu started whining, saying that the least Mindium could have done was take him along. As his right-hand man, Mindium couldn't even get angry at the pathetic state of the guy. Shaking his head, he sighed again and reached out. pushing a small amount of energy, demonic in Bongo to help him regain some strength. Thus, Bongo feels alive again, and vows to repay his master's kindness with his life. But Minjun has no time for dramatic vows, and only wants to know how Bongo really got here, setting aside formality. Bongo admits that his arrival in this world was a miracle, fueled by his faith in Minjun and his desperate desire to stay by his side. Medium rolls his eyes, tired of the nonsense, and demands the real answer. None of this makes sense. There's no way someone with Bongo's abilities could cross dimensions alone, unless someone powerful like the Saint was involved. It was then that Bongo finally explained that after Mindium disappeared, he stayed behind to keep an eye on the giant due to some strange rumors, apparently. Since that day, frightening noises have been coming from the temple every night. Rumors spread that a large number of monsters were being captured. But when Bongo checked personally, there were no bones or flesh. Nothing. Just empty space. It was then he realized they weren't killing the monsters. They were sending them somewhere else. Upon hearing this, Mindium is impressed, realizing how dirty the Saint is willing to play now, convinced that she is behind the recent demonic attacks. He wonders if Bongo knows anything about the strange item he found a few days ago. He pulls out a piece of steel he had recovered from inside a troll monster. Bongo takes a look at the shape and confirms it looks like a broken fragment of a temple guard's blade, probably belonging to the captain of the guard himself. On the other hand, Mindium can't stop thinking about how reckless Bongo is, and if that gate had thrown him into a completely different world. If he had been delayed even a little, he could have ended up trapped in the dimensional rift, dead and gone without a trace. But the uninformed Bongo clearly had no idea how close he was to disaster. Shaking his head, Mindium looks at the blade fragment again, his thoughts swirling. He still can't understand what the Saint is really plotting, and this unknown is starting to bother him like a splinter he can't remove. 1,224 days before Mindium returns to the land during a beautiful sunset in Isgard. The Saint remained quiet, gazing at something in the distance. She was interrupted when she heard a familiar voice behind her, asking what was happening and why they had been called there. Turning around, she was greeted by none other than Mindium. The Saint offered him a warm smile, commenting on how nice it was to be outside and feel the breeze. But Mindium was clearly irritated, pointing out that he had slept outdoors for days. So, what exactly was so special about that moment? Realizing that his words may have been misinterpreted, the Saint apologized, although she reminded him that she could not leave the temple territory. Then she mentioned having heard that several of the Ija, supposed Mindium colleagues, were seriously injured in the Pax dungeon she was about to mention the ridiculous name of their cult when Mindium interrupted her, making it clear that none of those idiots were his colleagues, and that there was no cult at all. He told her that they only followed them on their own, and were attacked by some black dogs, but they had been treated and would survive. The Saint smiled upon hearing the mention of the black dogs, amused to learn one more term from him when Mindium approached a little. Explained that in his world, something like a caste is called a dog, so he chose to call the parks black dogs. Although he kept insisting on the subject, it was only because he really wanted to know if there was really no connection between Isgard and the monsters that kept appearing on Earth. The Saint assured him that there was none. She explained that gates and monsters had been appearing in Isgard for hundreds of years, and if there was any link to his world of origin, it was simply that both were suffering from the same phenomenon. She understood why he was suspicious, considering he had seen the same monsters at home, and even ended up in Isgard through a gate himself still. She reminded him that dimensional travel was not something easily done, even with the Vocalo. It had required an incredible effort. So the idea of transporting entire dungeons and armies of monsters was ridiculous. After hearing all this, he did not argue, he just turned and left. But before leaving, he told her not to give up. When the time, finally, came for him to return home, now back to the present, Mijun remembers how he never fully trusted the Saint from the beginning. He did his own investigation, and confirmed that this Saint had already dealt with portal-related issues long before he arrived. He even discovered that transporting something as large as a dungeon to another dimension was not impossible, but definitely not easy, not even for someone like the Saint. What still bothered me was why she would waste so much sacred power just to keep sending monsters. Was she trying to lure him back, or was she burning sacred relics for some other twisted plan? It was all speculation, because the only person who knew the truth was the Saint herself. As his thoughts unraveled, his attention turned to the idiot. Kneeling in front of him, still ready to die for his supposed master, Minjun was more than fed up with this religious fanatic, but thought he could not send him back now, so just to silence him, he said to stop calling him Minole and start using his real name, Minjun. With his face full of excitement, The fanatic tries to call his master by the correct name, but completely mispronounces it. Mindium tries to correct him a few times, but ends up giving up, realizing that there is definitely something strange in his head. Setting that aside, he asks Bongo if he can use the imitation ability. The man eagerly confirms that he can, although Mindium is a bit skeptical, since he barely gave him any demonic energy still. The fanatic repeatedly thanks for the small amount and assures that he can still transform into a small animal. Upon hearing this, Mindium points to a nearby crow and tells him to imitate the bird. Without losing a second, the dark mage becomes enveloped in demonic energy and transforms into a crow proud of his new form. Bongo flies excitedly, but Mindium tells him to calm down and walk alongside the Night Wanderer. For now, the Night Wanderer seems clearly irritated by Bongo's presence, and the two are about to fight until Mindium intervenes and tells both to shut up and get along. With no choice, they obey silently. Mindium then tells Bongo to take his instructions from the Night Wanderer, while the Night Wanderer watches him and ensures he doesn't try anything reckless with that. Both take off, and as Mindium watches them fly, he lets out a sigh of relief, although his stomach is quickly rumbling, reminding him that he is already very late to eat a few days later at the camp. King Wang-sik bursts into the locker room, practically jumping with excitement. The guys inside look at him as if he has lost his mind. Then he announces the big news that the quarterly performance chart of the squad has finally been placed in front of the administrative office. This quickly grabs everyone's attention. While the sergeant there is buttoning up his uniform, someone jokes that he probably came in first place again, but then Guanchike lowers his voice and reveals that he actually came in second. This time, the room falls silent. As jaws drop and curiosity takes over, everyone is dying to know who managed to score more than 75 points in their squad. Before they can continue guessing, Mindium enters the room, casually announcing that he is back from vacation. As he greets everyone, some of the corporals start whispering about whether he could be the first on the list. The fanatic immediately confirms, and adds that Mindium's performance practically shook the entire division. Everyone is impressed, still trying to digest the news when the squad commander enters, and the whole room stands at attention. Still trying to process the news when the platoon commander enters, and the whole room stands at attention. With a greeting, the commander steps forward, holding a badge symbolizing a sergeant, and announces that Mindium is being promoted. The room falls completely silent, as no one can believe he is receiving another special promotion so quickly. But the commander confirms that the documents have just arrived from headquarters of the division that morning, stating that Mindium has officially been named the best soldier of the entire division during the Hunter's field maneuvers. Moreover, his voluntary dungeon exploration during the holidays received great recognition. The commander congratulates him with a proud look, explaining that this promotion came directly from the division commander, So Kyung. Now the squad commander removes the 3 stripes from a corporal's uniform of Mindium and replaces them with 4 stripes, officially making him a sergeant. The entire unit applauds, celebrating their newly promoted sergeant. Everyone except Young Hanju, who looks a bit restless. He takes a folded piece of paper from his pocket, revealing the bet they all made before the training in the dungeon about when Min Jun would be promoted again. It's the same newspaper where Guanchike boldly predicted a month and bet his entire salary. Guanchike is practically radiating pride for his victory, while Jung Randyu reluctantly accepts his defeat. Suddenly, Mindium snatches the paper from their hands, causing the 2 guys to freeze, not knowing what he will do. As Mindium reads, his expression slowly changes, and when he realizes that Guanchike actually won the bet, his face breaks into a mischievous smile, making the 2 even more nervous. As they brace for any chaos the new sergeant might unleash at this moment, Min Jun is smiling like a fool, clearly having a great time. The reason for his happiness may just be the misfortune of the guys who bet against him, since Kim Mundi and Jung Hanju are already standing at attention, sweating cold. Meanwhile, Guang Chike looks like his face is about to crack, nervously offering 30% of his winnings to Min Jun. Mindium, making the most of it, says that people might think he is doing this for the money, but it's nothing like that. He is doing it for their own good. Guang Chike raises his offer to 40%. At this moment, Mindium is casually forcing Guan Chike to do repetitions with very heavy dumbbells once again. He insists that he is not upset about the bet or because of the money. The poor Guan Chike is about to cry, repeatedly apologizing, but Mindium decides to make things more interesting by adding even more weight. What puts Guan Chike in panic just when it seems too much. Mindium easily lifts the heavy bar with one hand. The 2 nearby soldiers are stunned, not only by Mindium's strength but also deeply concerned that their friend might actually drop dead right there. According to Mindium, he is not calling it punishment but training, since they were the ones who said they wanted to get stronger. He then turns to the other two and calls one of them to participate, but they nervously refuse, insisting that they are already well trained and make up an excuse, that they are needed elsewhere. Just when they try to escape, they freeze, upon hearing the sergeant's tone change to something terrifying when they turn around. Mindium has a mischievous smile and calmly says that it's a real shame they thought they had the right to say no. Fear instantly floods their faces, and soon after only screams echo from the training room. Sometime later, Anshik is completely passed out, and the other two are panting, clearly wrecked from the training. It is then that Mindium casually mentions a favor he wants to ask the soldiers. Desperate for a break, the guys immediately agree to anything, as long as it doesn't involve more physical training. It is then that Mindium starts listing some facts, like the fact that soldiers with a rank lower than first-class soldier are not allowed to use the training room or the PC room for games at the beginning. The guys are a bit confused, but Mindium continues, saying that they are also not allowed to use the academy, and the list keeps growing as they are informed about this. Both guys take a stance and declare how these rules are irrational and unjustified. They look at each other and decide to work together to eliminate them. This is exactly what Mindium wanted from the start. Although he still warns them not to go overboard, he assures them he will convince the sergeants and leaves the rest to the two. As soon as he dismisses them, they run, as fast as they can, out of the training room. Meanwhile, Guangqi finally regains consciousness and tries to follow them with his trembling body, only to be stopped by Mindium. Once again, Guangqi turns, expecting more torture, and Mindium does not disappoint. He casually drops the bomb about a personnel reorganization and informs that Guangqi has been officially placed under his squad from now on. This means that poor Guangqi will have to train with Mindium every day from now on. Elsewhere, in a completely different environment, a dungeon houses the dangerous snake mine, a monster resembling a snake that primarily lives underground. Unlike snakes on land, these creatures are not poisonous but explode when they die. That's why their tails, they must be removed before killing them, since the tail acts as a detonator, otherwise they will explode. It turns out that the Mindium squad is responsible for dealing with this mess. To avoid an explosion, the squad commander and his team are carefully cutting tails so they can safely clear the dungeon as usual. A small team of experienced hunters is assigned to creatures like these, but this time, it's different. Just as Sergeant Lee is about to be attacked by one of these monsters, the tail is suddenly cut off, and the creature is defeated by none other than Mindium, who has already dealt with tons of them and blinded alone, while Mindium is as invigorated as ever. The others are completely exhausted, so they decide to take a 10-minute break. The soldiers rest in the shade of trees. Sergeant Lee inspects his weapon, and Mindium is smiling, because he just unlocked a new skill called Agility Boost that increases his agility status by 5. He wishes for a specific class skill to appear, but even this one seems great as he checks his stats. A familiar voice suddenly speaks to him through telepathy. It is obviously the shapeshifter Bongo informing Mindium that he detected a strong wave of demonic energy. This immediately puts Mindium on alert, and he is eager to know where that idiot is, but he gets a shock when Bongo says he is in Intan now a few days later. On the weekend, in Incheon, in the metropolitan city, Mindium finally arrives at the location. Bongo lands on his shoulder and explains that he did nothing reckless and just kept an eye on things the whole time. Since there are no monsters nearby, he suspects this might be a byproduct of a dungeon. He also reveals that there was no human presence in the house until yesterday, but someone is definitely inside now, and the demonic energy is still coming from that place. Bongo wishes his master had arrived yesterday, but Minjun barely managed to go out for the night. Even so, he puts on his mask, ready to enter. He knows this might technically seem like an invasion, but in his eyes, they are just getting rid of something dangerous, hidden inside that house. Upon entering the house through the window, Mindium examines the room and spots a purple crystal resting on the TV cabinet. As he carefully approaches, he feels the demonic energy emanating from it. Although it doesn't seem harmful, just when he reaches out to grab the crystal, he freezes when a voice warns him not to move. Mindium knows he has been caught red-handed, but doesn't dare to turn around. To his surprise, the voice belongs to none other than a girl a little behind. It is a girl who was in her room completely unaware that a familiar guy had just invaded her house. She was casually talking to her mother on the phone, who seemed quite excited to tell her about going on a date to the movies with her father, and she couldn't help but smile, thinking about how cute her father can be sometimes. While she was typing a message, a strange and booming sound echoed through the house, immediately putting her on alert without wasting time. She opened the door and peeked outside. When she realized that the noise was coming from downstairs, she quietly went down to check, and that's when she spotted a hooded man. Approaching the crystal without hesitation, told the intruder not to move, and convinced that no one these days, he would be stupid enough to be a thief, demanded that he reveal his identity and what he was doing there. Minjun slowly turned around. Wide-eyed in shock, he never imagined he would encounter one of his kind again, especially not like this. The whole situation seemed ridiculous. He had come looking for a dungeon byproduct, emitting demonic energy, and the house just happened to belong to a celestial. To make matters worse, Bongo quickly pointed out that it was the idiot sleepwalker who detected it first, not him. Well, it's no surprise to find this item in the house of the division commander, considering his role in the Hunter Corps, but the real coincidence is that this girl, it was home today. It's as if fate kept bringing them together, no matter what happened, just like it did in Hatron. And just that thought already leaves Mindium frustrated, but his attention quickly turns to the alert girl behind him, who is now ordering him to put his hands behind his back and stand still. Of course Mindium, being greedy as always, decides that he's not leaving after coming all this way. When he ignores her, warning a celestial delivers a high kick, but Mindium easily dodges while searching for a pen and a folded piece of paper that he was randomly carrying, still focused on making this so-called thief go away. And a celestial throws a series of punches using her boxing skills, but Mindium, true to himself, continues to dodge each one, while casually writing on the paper when she jumps in the air to deliver a kick. Mindy's gaze shifts to her movements, and he admits to himself that she is really good and will probably be promoted to sergeant soon. After dodging enough and clearly getting bored, he blocks one of her attacks, grabs her wrist, and pushes the paper into her hand. And she begins to realize that this guy is not just a thief, but someone clearly trained. She tries to hit him once more with a kick, but as expected, he dodges again and uses the opportunity to create some distance while keeping his eyes on the crystal. Then, with a clever move, Mindium advances, but instead of attacking, he grabs the crystal and jumps through the balcony window as if nothing happened, leaving a celestial standing there on the balcony frustrated for not landing a single hit, and then notices the paper he forced into her hand. Out of curiosity, she opens it and her face turns as red as a pepper as she becomes absolutely furious, because all he wrote was the word Bob, just to annoy her as always, Mindium. He manages to escape the house, and finds a safe spot near the forest. Without wasting time, he takes out the crystal and begins to inspect it, immediately realizing that it contains more demonic energy than most monsters he has ever encountered. The fact that a 2-star soldier from the Hunter Corps had this just lying around at home indicates that it is clearly harmless to humans, but that doesn't explain the strange energy coming from it. He is now sure that it is a monster crystal, but it is different from any he has ever seen. Even in Isgard, monster crystals are rare minerals, found in monsters, and they vary according to the age and danger level of the creature. Each one contains a quantity of mana proportional to its size, which is why they are considered valuable loot for any hunter. But a crystal full of demonic energy, this is something completely new for Mindium. He has never seen or heard of such a thing. Dropping it on the ground, the crystal opens, and without missing a chance, Mindium immediately absorbs all the demonic energy into his body right afterward. A notification from the system appears, stating that his demonic energy status has increased absurdly. Receiving such a significant power boost, without even lifting a finger, makes the entire journey worth it, whatever the saint might be planning behind the scenes. Mindium knows he can't waste time worrying about that. At that moment, a new update appears from the system, informing him that he has unlocked 2 new abilities: Singularity of Demonic Energies and Absorption of Demonic Energy. Mindium is more than happy to gain new abilities and quickly checks the details of the Singularity of Demonic Energies, which allows his demonic energy to become colorless and odorless, making it undetectable to the environment. This reassures him since he was getting worried that the more his levels of demonic energy increased, the harder it was becoming to control the pressure it released, so this ability was exactly what he needed. Besides that, the ability Demonic Claw allows him to physically control the demonic energy. To test it, he extends his hand and points at Bongo, who is immediately lifted into the air. Mindium isn't sure if there is a weight limit, but it's still impressive. After that, he gives Bongo and Nightwalker a task to search for dungeons and their suspicious byproducts that might contain demonic energy as a small reward. He throws each of them a bit of demonic energy to eat, but of course, the 2 idiots start fighting over which portion is better. When Mindium turns to face them, they suddenly act like long-lost brothers, who have never had a disagreement in a surprisingly good way. Minjun asks Bongo if he has ever eaten Korean food before, and so the 3 go to a Korean restaurant. The table is filled with all kinds of dishes, and the moment Bongo takes his first bite, he starts to cry, impressed by how delicious the food is. His dramatic reaction makes Mindium question how foolish this guy is. while the waiter stands there completely amazed by the performance. Still, as Mindium watches him eat, a small smile appears on his face. He remembers what they used to eat in Isgard, dry and tasteless biscuits, and realizes that this might be Bongo's first real meal. Immediately, Mindium's phone starts vibrating in his pocket. When he checks, he sees a flood of messages from Guang-sik, practically begging him to respond. Guang-sik seems to be on the verge of a breakdown, urgently, reminding the sergeant that guerrilla training starts next week, and that the schedule is absolutely insane. Moving forward a bit, guerrilla warfare training officially began for the soldiers, who surpassed the limits of normal humans. At first, the training seems quite standard: squats, burpees, the usual stuff. But while most soldiers are struggling to keep up, looking almost dead, Mindium is the only one who is actually having fun. When they reach the third course with 3 rope bridges, he swings across them like a child in a playground while the others are tensing all their muscles just to avoid falling. Then come the descent exercises that he also performs effortlessly. Finally, a man in a protective suit appears and gives a random lecture, forcing everyone to memorize the national anthem up to the 4th verse and the complete military oath of the hunters. After that, they are dismissed. Most of the soldiers crawl straight to their beds, which are as uncomfortable as the food they are about to face. Others sit in misery, looking at the disgusting meal in front of them, clearly regretting everything they expected: rest and something edible after training. But instead, they are stuck with food that is hardly fit for consumption. At this point, some of them really wonder if the division master has something personal against them. On the other hand, Mindium is acting like a madman, devouring the food, as if he were dining at a 7-course banquet in a 5-star restaurant. One of the guys next to him is afraid to eat too much. Then, fearing how the bathroom might be later that night, the platoon commander, Captain John Wum, arrives at the camp. Sergeant Lee immediately stands up and salutes the superiors. The commander tells everyone to make themselves comfortable and informs them that since everyone is clearly exhausted, the instructors will be on guard at the camp. He also congratulates them for doing well in training so far, but his tone changes when he addresses something more serious. With full determination, he suddenly shouts, ordering everyone to give their best in tomorrow's trench combat. The next morning, each platoon is excited, cheering for their own squads. The trench combat itself is quite straightforward. In a square arena designed to simulate a trench, the goal is to push your opponent out or defeat them within the boundaries. 2 heavy soldiers are currently dominating, throwing people around like they are rag dolls and slamming them to the ground. The losing soldiers pile up one after another. As the referee ends the fight, it is the 16th round 3rd match, and the 1st Battalion, 2nd Company 1st Platoon 1st Squad wins. No weapons are allowed, and no one can bring outsiders. It is all about raw physical strength. Despite appearances, the trench combat has a special meaning for the 4 battalions of the 104th Division during this guerrilla hunting training. The commander of the 2nd Battalion, Colonel Lee Daeum-beom, is impressed to see them win, thinking their strength is insane, especially since they are the same guys who dominated last year. Colonel Daeum dreams that one from the 2nd Battalion agrees, and remembers that these guys were just corporals last year, and now they are sergeants, even when 10 squads advanced together. That heavy guy Choi Sung-woo pushed them all back alone. But then the commander of the 3rd Battalion, Colonel Ko-jan Teo, casually reveals that Sergeant Choi Sung-woo recently passed the promotion exam, but the 1st Battalion has postponed it. This immediately irritates Daeum-beom, and he starts yelling at Sung-kum, accusing him of delaying the man's promotion just so he can keep using him in trench combat. Since a higher rank would make him ineligible, Sung-yoon loses patience too, denying everything and insisting that he never agreed to any of that. This kind of confrontation was expected. The combat between trenches always turns into a proxy war between the battalion commanders, while Colonel Ko-jong Teo observes with a satisfied smile, enjoying the chaos. The commander of the 4th Battalion and Dae-ri remains silent when the referee announces that the next is the 4th Battalion. The 4th Company, 4th Squad, and Ri seems a bit nervous since only one squad from their entire battalion has arrived here. Everyone knows that training gets tougher for battalions that do not perform well. Choi Sung-woo and his team step away from the stage, while Min Jun and his team sit in the corner. Watching the match, it is then that Choi Sung-woo sees Min Jun and greets him for the first time. He confirms that it is the same hunter, Min Jun, from the 2nd Battalion. At first he seems very happy to meet Mindium, claiming that he never thought he would meet a celebrity here, the fastest to become a sergeant, but then he mocks, since he had high expectations because of the rumors stating that Min Jung is really stupid. As soon as Guan-sik and John Han-jung hear this, both get angry and stand up to deal with this situation, but they are paralyzed when that giant guy puts his hands on them to stop them. Declaring that he wanted to say this from his heart with a smile, he apologizes and leaves with his team with a mocking laugh. Both Guanxi and Ranjung are irritated, their faces red as crimson, but Minjung tells them that it is okay. However, Guanxi's anger does not let him control himself, and he wants to smash that guy into pieces. Meanwhile, Mindium, who seemed calm just seconds ago, is now as red as a tomato, about to explode at any moment, yet he manages to control his uncontrollable anger, assuring them that it is okay because they will soon encounter that bull guy again. The fight between the linemen resumes and the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad is now on standby. Corporal Chamari sits silently, clearly irritated. She is annoyed because she sees no sense in these fights. They are exhausting, and worst of all, involve physical contact, which she finds absolutely disgusting. Akabo and Ryaju agree, saying that everything seems unfair, and they are always criticized if they do not perform well. She does not understand why they need to do all this, just to crown some called Rigger Hill. But while Ryaju vents, Mari is more worried about the battalion commander, being irritated, especially since they are the only platoon in the battalion that has made it this far. When Mari looks at the commander, she becomes restless, seeing his stern expression. But at this point, what is done, is done. The referee calls the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, and 4th Squad to enter the arena. The squad commander, Sergeant Seibel, motivates the girls to win and earn the title of Gorilla King. She is the only one who seems really excited and confident, while the rest are just trying to hold on. The round begins, and Mari starts running around the arena, trying to avoid being touched, while Riju stands firm, pushing her opponent back with effort. Back there, Radio 1 and Queen 1 are fighting, while a huge soldier grabs both of them at once. Suddenly, a single hand grabs the guy by the collar and throws him across the arena, like a rag doll. It is Sergeant Osai Bulow, completely stealing the scene with her absurd strength. Before the guy can react, she is already in position, and without warning, she lunges forward and takes him down, with a brutal attack, knocking him out. She slides out of the ring, officially out of the fight, walks away casually, wipes her hands and turns to her group. Her eyes fix on Mari, who is still running as if her life depended on it. When a soldier who was chasing Mari smiles, thinking he finally caught her, suddenly she grabs his wrist and slams him to the ground with such force that a loud sound echoes in the arena, leaving the crowd stunned. Saibiu cannot help but smile proudly, while Mari, he looks at the unconscious man and reminds him that he was warned to stay away from her after dealing with that weak guy. Her attention shifts to Riju, who is still locked in a fight with his opponent. The guy smiles as his friend rushes, pointing what he thinks is a chance to take down Riju, but in the chaos, he doesn't even realize that he is the one about to be knocked out. Before he can react, he is flipped upside down in the air and thrown out of the arena, this time by none other than a Sky. Using his precise combat instincts to defeat him, the guy fighting against Riju is caught off guard by what just happened. He also lowers his guard, and Riju seizes the opportunity, grabbing his arm and throwing him back to the ground with all the strength she has. Now that the little ones are out of the way, only 2 big guys remain. They never imagined that the girls could even expel one of them, but now that it has happened, they are ready to take things seriously with confidence. They charge forward, claiming they will be the winners of this round, but before they can even land a hit, both are stopped dead in their tracks by Saibu, who holds them with both arms. The guys laugh at first, thinking she is crazy for trying to face him alone, but that laughter quickly disappears when they realize they can't even move her while struggling to comprehend how strong this girl really is. The rest of the team advances, and together they throw the 2 heavy guys out of the arena in a single move, leaving everyone watching in complete shock. The referee announces their victory, and the whole team erupts in celebration. At that moment, Mindium watches silently from the sidelines, recognizing that the girls truly have great teamwork. Moreover, they are clearly well-trained and skilled. Even Guan Sik and Han Jung agree, convinced that this team will be the one to face the giant bull, Choi Sang-woo. In the quarterfinals, they are both excited at the idea of seeing that beast finally lose. Even so, Han Jung hopes that Seonggu makes it to the finals because he wants to face him personally and teach him a lesson. But looking at the strength of the girls' team, they start to wonder if they will even have that chance. On the other hand, they remember that they have Minjun and Lee Sun-ho by their side, so there is no way they can lose. At that moment, Mari spots her crush, Minjun, and gestures to him, who remains serious as always. Meanwhile, Guan Sik and Han Jung turn red like fools, assuming she is signaling to them, and Riju is completely fed up with Zamari for being so simple, while the guys are even worse. And now they have decided to cheer for the 4th Battalion instead of focusing on fighting that giant bull. Seeing them act like this, Mindium lets out a chuckle, convinced that these 2 are complete idiots. On the judges' panel, Colonel Lee of Bion looks visibly disappointed, especially since he had high expectations for the boys. He points to the commander of the 4th Battalion, asking if she is proud now, but she remains silent and does not give him an answer. Then the referee calls the next 2 squads to battle, and this time includes Mindium's squad. At that moment, Yuji's gaze turns to Minjun, as she remembers that he is the same guy her Kion is strangely obsessed with. Her curiosity piqued, and she becomes genuinely interested in seeing what he is capable of. While all the boys walk towards the arena, Randy casually informs Mindy that if they finish in first place in this competition, the group will win a vacation. As soon as she hears this, Mindy's mood drops. She has no interest in taking a trip with a bunch of idiots. Guanxi and Randyung burst into laughter at her reaction, joking that maybe they should give up on first place. Ignoring their nonsense, Mindyung keeps his eyes fixed on the arena, a smile appearing on his lips as he declares, confident that they will still enjoy those vacations, but separately. The test begins as both teams stand face to face. Waiting for the signal, the coach tells them to get ready, and the moment the whistle blows, the match begins. Ranjun and Lee Song-ho run directly towards their opponents, while Sergeant Kim Min-jun remains completely still. Lee Song-ho grabs 2 opponents by the waist and starts pushing them back with ease, while Guangxi grabs another guy by the waist. He comments on how light he seems. He and Brownhead lift their opponents effortlessly, but among the other team is a guy built like a tank. The muscular man analyzes Randy and then Lee Sung-ho, clearly trying to decide whom to attack. At that moment, Mindyung finally steps forward, approaching the muscular man and assessing him. Thinking that the guy could be quite useful for testing something, the muscular man doesn't hesitate and charges at Mindyung with a small smile. Mindyung admits that his control still needs adjustment, but at least he can mess with the balance. He activates his level skill and demon energy mastery. Immediately, he unbalances the muscular man, causing him to fall to the ground, confused and irritated, but he gets up and attacks again. Mindyung calmly uses his skill once more, pulling the guy's arm and throwing him to the ground again. Now Manuel is shaken and terrified, unable to understand what is happening. But Mindyung knows it's better not to keep using the skill in front of everyone. He imagines that if he continues messing with a guy like that, someone might start to suspect. He signals for his opponent to get up and come attack him again, this time, Sergeant Kim. Mindyung doesn't trust his skill, and instead puts all his faith in his agility and physical strength. As the muscular man gets up, Mindyung charges at full speed. He grabs him by the waist and throws him back, easily ending the match. Their team wins and advances smoothly to the final round. However, Mindyung points out that even having won, they will not face the 4th squad of the 4th Battalion. In the final, contrary to what Guangsik and Randyung expected, the coach announces that the final battle will begin soon. He instructs both teams to head to the arena. The opposing team has a star player named Choi Seung-gu, known for his strength. As the 2 teams enter the arena, Randyung turns to Guangsik and asks if Choi Seung-gu used to be a wrestler. Guangsik confirms that Son Goku practiced wrestling until high school, stopping only because of his awakening. Randy comments that judging by his movements, the guy was definitely skilled back then. Guangsik adds that he heard Son Goku won practically every competition he participated in. This only irritates Ranjun even more, especially because Seung-gu now uses cheap tactics to win matches. Both Ranjun and Guangsik are fuming, practically steaming from their heads, but Lee Song-ho tries to contain them. Minjun explains the real reason behind their anger. It's not just that Choi Seung-gu's team won the quarterfinals, it's how they won against their opponents in that round. They were all girls, and the final score was 6-0. None were pushed out of bounds. Mindyung said, "It's not exactly Sungwee's fault for winning within the rules, and not throwing any punches. It's more about how weak the opposing team was." But Guangxi doesn't accept this and yells at Seung-woo, promising to teach him some manners. Meanwhile, Mindyung observes and thinks that they still have a long way to go if they are so upset with Seung-woo. So the only real answer is to defeat him in the match. There really isn't any need to get so worked up before the round, but the tension is already in the air. Finally, both teams enter the arena and stand face to face. Randy stares intently at Choi Seung-gu and asks if he plans to face him alone as well. Choi Seung-gu smiles and replies that he wouldn't have the courage in the presence of the infamous Sergeant Lee Song-ho. But then he provokes them by asking if they could win, even if he was alone. That arrogant smile immediately infuriates both Randy and Guanxi, but their Holmes keeps it under control. Then Tracy Gordon looked at Sergeant Kim Minjun and said that he thought hitting Minjun's girlfriend could provoke a reaction, but the guy seems completely impassive. This statement leaves the whole team confused, with Guanxi completely baffled. He asks what he is talking about. Seung-woo casually mentions the pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion, saying that she looked very excited to see Minjun, and she was cheering like crazy. Guan-sik, half blushing and half furious, shouts that she wasn't waving at Sergeant Kim Minjun. Randyung joins the conversation and says it's true. Minjun doesn't care about girls except for Lumido Dungeon Power Fighter. This random comment leaves everyone in an awkward silence, and for a moment, the battlefield feels more like a school hallway. Suddenly, Choi Sung-gu and his entire team start laughing. Sung-gu mocks them, asking if they are serious about that NPC. Beginner from that bad game, still laughing uncontrollably, he provokes, asking if it really lights up Sergeant Kim Minjun's passion. Randy thinks the guy is a complete idiot, while Kim Guan-sik and Brownhead look at Minjun with visible fear. Sung-bu continues laughing even louder, as he says he has only heard of losers like this, and is now face to face with someone who has a crush on a girl. Then the coach enters, telling both teams to get ready, and reminding them that the match will start at the sound of the whistle. Choi Sung-gu wipes the tears from his eyes one last time, saying he will go easy on Minjun, since the guy needs to come back safe and sound to his dear Lumi. The whistle blows, and the game begins. Both teams rush against each other, but Sergeant Kim Minjun remains completely still. Choi Sung-gu advances directly at him, smiling and asking if Minjun is still distracted. Out of nowhere, Minjun tilts his head and hits Sung-gu right in the face. The sound of the blow echoes throughout the arena, freezing everyone. Choi Sung-gu's forehead starts to turn red and swell, but he quickly ignores it, claiming he just stepped wrong. He asks the coach to let it slide this time. The coach looks at the judges for a decision, and they give a silent nod. Then he tells both teams that this incident will be ignored but reminds everyone that hits are prohibited, and he expects them to avoid that from now on. Choi Sung-gu is clearly irritated but forces a smile, saying it was cute of Sergeant Kim Minjun. Although he won't go easy on him anymore, the coach resumes the match, and Minjun smiles, saying he hasn't finished being cute yet. He steps away from Sung-gu and runs towards Han Jung. His opponent collides with both, throwing them out of bounds, even though Han Jung is his own teammate. It is clear that Minjun is still irritated with him for mentioning Lumedo. Sung-gu is surprised watching, while Minjun starts taking down his own teammates along with his opponents. Then Minjun advances against King Wang-sik and his rival, easily throwing him out. Then he moves towards Lee Song-ho and his opponent. Unlike the others, Song-ho stands firm, calling Minjun a psychopath. While reinforcing his body and preparing to counterattack, he manages to hold Minjun for a while, but eventually, he is overpowered and thrown out as well. Now the arena has only two people left, Sergeant Kim Minjun and Choi Sung-woo. Minjun is smiling darkly, a sinister mist coming from his mouth, his eyes completely white, and every muscle in his body contracted and full of power. Choi Sung-gu is afraid to even look at him, thinking about what kind of disturbed crazy person this guy is, while reinforcing his body and preparing to counterattack. He manages to hold Mindium for a while, but eventually gets dominated and thrown out as well. Now the arena has only two people, Sergeant Kim Minjun and Choi Sung-woo. Minjun is smiling darkly, a sinister mist coming from his mouth, his eyes completely white, and every muscle in his body contracted and full of power. Choi Sung-woo is too scared to even look at him, thinking about what kind of disturbed lunatic this guy is. The fat guy stands up and demands that the fight be stopped because the guy is defeating his own teammates. The gray one tells him that they can't stop because he hasn't broken any rules. The fat guy argues that, even if no rules are broken, it's not normal to defeat your own team. He asks if the gray one plans to take responsibility if someone gets seriously hurt. Molly intervenes, saying that the referee will handle things on his own. Just like in the previous fights, Sergeant Kim Jin-jun suddenly enters the scene and starts fighting Choi Sung-woo, catching him by surprise, and making him question what's happening. First the guy guaranteed it would be one-on-one, and now he wants to fight. Choi Sung-gu thinks that Kim Min-jun made a mistake. Of course the guy is strong, but the fight isn't just about brute strength, it's all about technique. He pushes himself to the limit, uses all the strength he has, and executes a solid move to try to throw Kim Min-jun out of bounds, but no matter how hard he tries, the guy doesn't move an inch. Then out of nowhere, Kim Jin lifts him off the ground and throws him with force. He tells him to get up again. Choi Sung-gu gets up and thinks that this guy is really dangerous. He nervously laughs and says he will surrender, but before he can finish the sentence, Sergeant Kim Min-jun grabs him again and hits him with a suplex. He locks him around the waist and lifts him, saying that he can't let him surrender. So soon, he lifts him and throws him again before he can do this for the third time. Choi Sung-gu quickly says that he gives up and will withdraw. Sergeant Kim Min-jun looks directly into his eyes and tells him to listen. Carefully, he says, Luminona is not just some two-dimensional character, she is his absolute favorite. Then he throws Choi Sung-gu to the ground one last time as foam begins to drip from his mouth. The coach announces that the game is over and declares the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Squad, 2nd Platoon, the winners. Sergeant Kim Jin-jun steps down from the stage and looks toward his team, the same guys he kicked out during the game. He tells them, nervously, that he might have gotten a little carried away, but his teammates cheer for him and congratulate him on the victory. King Wang-sik said it was the most impactful match he has ever seen, and that he defeated the famous Choi Sung-woo in a direct confrontation. Randyung adds that it was refreshing to see Choi being completely destroyed, and asks if Kim Min-jun eliminated them on purpose, just to make things more dramatic. Kim Min-jun thinks it's good to see how positive everyone is, but Lee Sung-ho intervenes and tells him that no matter what the reason was, the deaths on the team cannot be justified. He says he is very disappointed and walks away from the team. After a brief walk, Lee Sung-ho smiles to himself, thinking that he can't afford to let his guard down. He could be the next target. He tells himself that next time it will be him who will defeat Kim Min-jun. Meanwhile, the winners receive medals for their performance from Molly at the same time. Sir Hunter leaves the tent to go to the bathroom, asking why they have to go through this intensive training during times like this when they are part of the Hunter Corps. At that moment, a voice calls eyebrows from behind. He turns around and is shocked to see Eon Seo standing there the next day, right after the brief but intense guerrilla training of the 104th Division. The class begins to plan something. King Wang-sik says they need to approach this carefully. Randyung adds that even if they are punished for it later, they still need to move forward. Brown hair. He seems nervous because of the sergeant, but King Wang-sik tells him not to be afraid. Now he says, they just need to lure them to the meeting point, and once there, they won't be able to do anything. Randyung turns to Mohican and says that his role is the most important, asking if he can handle it. Mohican remains silent. They had already been planning even before the fatigue from training had passed. King Guan-sik reminds them that they don't have much time, and they need to be as efficient as possible. Han Jung agrees that choosing the right meeting point is crucial. He asks King Guan-sik what would be the best location. Lee Dong-jin suggests the eastern part of Gyeon since it is the border, and going beyond would take too long. Kim Guan-sik agrees and tells him to continue suggesting more options. Suddenly, they receive a message from Hunter, Sun, and Seo. They briefly discuss scheduling dates to use the vacation they earned from the game, and Son Yun-so says they should choose the location. Then she casually asks if they can give Kim Min-jun's number. Randyung tells Kim Guan-sik that they might get caught. Kim Guan-sik turns to the gang and asks if he should just say he doesn't have Kim Min-jun's number. Randyung shakes his head and says, no one will believe that. Lee Dong-jin points out that Kim Min-jun is on their team, and they all live together, so it would be very strange to say that he doesn't have his number. Han Jung gives up, saying that the plan is already ruined. He tells Kim Guan-sik that he was the one who started this, so the rest of them don't know anything. He walks away and tells Mohican and Lee Dong-jin to leave too, before everyone gets into trouble, leaving Kim Guan-sik alone. Meanwhile, Kim Mindium enters the academy and opens his status window. He checks his stats and sees that his power has increased by 5, and his agility by 1. He thanks Chosen Guo for the help, saying that after reaching 60 points, it became almost impossible to level up. He lies down and starts lifting Altiris, clearly excited, because his strength went up 5 points. He is in the middle of his repetitions when a voice suddenly interrupts him. Someone calls for him, and Kim Inden sits up and asks, Mage, what's going on? Libangu says he wants more soup. Kim Inden gets irritated, and says he already gave him money to buy food. On his own, Libangu casually thanks him and says he forgot to mention something about a mysterious aura. Kim Min-jun grimaces and says he should have started with that. He asks what kind of aura it is, wondering if it's some kind of demonic energy or something like that. Libangu says it's not demonic, but it is definitely foreign. He says he has never felt anything like it in Isgard. Kim Min-jun asks why he suddenly stopped talking. Libangu says the soup just arrived, and he will share the rest of the details. After eating, Kim Min-jun curses him in frustration, calling him a piece of crap. Then he receives a text message from Sun and Seo, asking if this is Hunter Kim Min-jun's number. He groans, wondering what is happening today and why suddenly everyone wants to talk to him. He questions how she got his number and decides he will just block her. But before he can do that, Kim Guan-sik comes running towards him and begs him not to do it. Kim Min-jun has no idea what he is talking about. Guan-sik asks if he received a message from Sun. It's Seo, and he says this is a rare chance, begging him to think of the members of his group. He grabs Mindium's arm and says he is sure Mindium will rise in rank, and it's natural that he needs to start taking care of the mental health of his subordinates. Kim Mindium looks at him completely confused and asks if he was the one who gave his number to Sun and So. Guan-sik continues holding his arm, and finally admits that yes, it was him. He tells Mindium to be a little more understanding, reminding him, and he finally admits that yes, it was him. He tells Mindium to be a little more understanding, remembering. that everyone is doing their best for the army, and something like this is the only thing that keeps them going. Kim Minjun gets furious and asks if he planned anything. Guanchik blinks in confusion and asks if Minjun hasn't heard this from Hunter Sun already. It is one sky. Kim Minjun looks at him with a grim expression and says they are in the training room, so he better answer correctly. Kim Guanchik looks back at him with a terrified look, as if his soul just left his body. A week later, the class arrives at Tandalin, all dressed in their military uniforms. Ran Young thanks Sergeant Kim Minjun, saying he never imagined they would actually make it there. Kim Guanchik shoots a disapproving look at Ran Young and says that a traitor like him has no right to thank anyone after abandoning him during the plan. Kim Minjun interrupts and tells Guanchik that they are not there because of him. It was all thanks to Chol Ho. Ran Young said he didn't expect Sergeant Lee Sung Ho to approve the plan so easily, and jokes that maybe Kim Minjun really is just an ordinary guy after all. Kim Mindium tells his squad that the only reason he agreed to this was that he preferred doing this, rather than spending the whole day with them. Ran Young starts looking around, wondering where the girls are, his face lighting up with joy, and he blushes upon spotting them in the distance near the ticket area. As the group gets distracted by the girls, their attention quickly turns to a huge figure standing behind them. King Wang Chik and Ran Young freeze, thinking the guy must be some kind of gangster, but King Mindium stops them and orders them to leave, saying that the man is the commander of the 107th Division, and that he saw him on television giving a briefing. Santa Ero starts walking towards the group, but his daughter grabs his arm and reminds him of what he said, that he would only let her go, and asks him to come back now. Santa Ero smiles warmly and says he just wants to meet the hunters she works with, and then leaves. He gently brushes her hand away and continues walking towards Kim Minjun. He stops right in front of him, eclipsing, and his expression shifts from cheerful to serious. He looks at me and asks if he is Kim Minjun. Both gangs enter the park, calling him, telling everyone to hurry up and get in, since there isn't much time. She grabs Kim Minjun's arm and walks with him. Kim, Guanchik, and Ran Young also rush in, telling the girls they planned the fastest route. The girls are impressed and thank them. Everyone enters except Saibol and Lee Sung Ho, who stay behind and look at each other. Saibol says he doesn't really like places like this. Lee Sung Ho agrees and says he prefers to spend weekends working out alone. Saibol smiles and says he figured he would be that type too, then asks how much he can squat. The two start walking together through the park. Inside, the group goes to the rides, buys souvenirs, and eats cotton candy. After a while, Lee Sun Gois and Biel end up in an arm wrestling contest. Later, King Wang Sik tries his luck at a shooting game, but only wins a consolation prize. Range, thinking he can outdo him, tells everyone to watch how the professionals do it. He plays the same game and ends up with the same prize. The girls in the background burst into laughter, thinking he can surpass him. He tells everyone to see how the professionals do it. He plays the same game and ends up with the same prize. The girls in the background burst into laughter, while King Wang Sik reminds him not to forget the bet that the loser has to pay. The ranger complains that something must be wrong with the weapon, while Kim Mingjun walks and realizes that the second prize for the same game is a limited edition keychain for the first anniversary of Danjon Power Fighter Luminuna. He grabs the rifle, fully determined to win the prize at any cost. With precise focus, he hits all the targets in quick succession. The shop owner tells him that there is still one shot left in the weapon, but Kim Mingjun responds that he doesn't need it. His goal was to win the second prize from the beginning. Emerald and the ninja talk among themselves, with Emerald highlighting how he hit all the targets with precision. Meanwhile, the ninja wonders why he didn't worry about the last one, as the shop owner hands him the glowing keychain, while the girls look confused about what the prize is. In the meantime, Kim Minjun is visibly excited, saying it was totally worth coming here, along with Hanjun, and Kim Guang-sik laughs in his usual strange way, while Cha Mori simply smiles happily to see him having fun. The rest of the team moves on, but Kim Minjun stays behind, admiring his prize. At that moment, Unsol calls out and asks him about what he talked about with her father. In a flashback, Kim Minjun is seen standing in the parking lot with her father. Song Tae-ho apologizes for having pushed him away, even though he is technically on vacation. Kim Minjun says it's not a problem. He then asks what he wanted to discuss. Song Tae-ho looks at him seriously and places a hand on his shoulder, tightening his grip. But Kim Minjun remains calm and does not flinch. After a moment, Song Tae-ho releases him and says it seems Kim Minjun is well trained. He then reaches for his car and mentions that his daughter owes Minjun. He takes out an item from a dungeon and explains that the item is generally meant for hunters of general rank, but he will give it to Minjun anyway. He adds that the military evaluation system is not always 100% accurate, The item should increase his stats in random proportions. He gives him a bracelet. Kim Minjun smiles inside, thinking he just hit the jackpot, but keeps a serious expression on the outside and thanks him. Song Tae-ho tells him he is only giving it on the condition that he continues with his training. He tells him not to tell anyone. He then adds that if Kim Minjun ever visits Daedong, he should call him so he can invite him for a meal. Finally, with a serious look, he warns him that if he tries anything funny with his daughter, he will kill him. Kim Minjun calmly responds that that won't happen, putting the bracelet in his pocket. Back in the present, Kim Minjun tells Yoon-sol that he didn't talk much with her father. He just said to call if he ever visits Daedong so they can eat together. Yoon-sol asks why her father would invite him for a meal, and Minjun says it might be because he saved her once, so maybe he wants to repay. Yoon-sol remembers clinging to him when he rescued her, and blushes a little. She apologizes for him having to deal with her father, but Kim Minjun shows the card that Song Tae-ho gave him, and says he will make sure it's a very expensive meal. At that moment, the rest of the group appears. Kim Gwang-sik turns to Cha-mori and asks why she suggested that everyone go out together. She said it was because she wanted to repay Kim Minjun for getting revenge on Choi Sung-gu after he defeated her team during the trench battle. Seibel joins the conversation, agreeing with her and telling the guys that lunch is on them today, so they can order whatever they want. The boys look disappointed, realizing that this whole outing was planned just for Kim Minjun, and even the so-called revenge he took wasn't for them, it was all for Lumen Luna. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon, a group of soldiers is outside a dungeon gate while a raven with glowing purple eyes perches nearby. Colonel Lee Sang-win, commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 107th Division, looks at his tablet and sees a report showing 100 kilograms of monostone inside the cave-like dungeon. He smiles, his face filled with greed, while the body watches silently from the post. Seibel joins the conversation, agreeing with her and telling the guys that lunch is on them today so they can order whatever they want. The boys look disappointed, realizing that this entire outing was planned just for Kim Minjun, and even the so-called revenge he took wasn't for them, it was all for Luminuna. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon, a group of soldiers is outside a dungeon gate, while a raven with bright purple eyes perches nearby. The commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 107th Division, Colonel Lee Sang-win, looks at his tablet and sees a report showing 100 kilograms of monostone inside the dungeon. Type cave. He smiles, his face full of greed while his body silently observes from the post. Behind him, meanwhile, both squads finish the day and say goodbye outside the tundra land. Then the boys head towards the bus station to return to base. Kim Minjun is called by Lebongo, who says there is a problem. Kim Minjun warns him that if he is about to ask for food again, he will kill him, but Lebongo quickly says it's about a dungeon. It turns out that the body spotted near the dungeon in Daedun was actually Lebongo. He tells Kim Minjun that the dungeon looks suspicious. Kim Minjun reminds him that he said the dungeon was still under investigation, and now he is on vacation in Daedun planning to rest. Lebongo explains that although it is true that the dungeon was restricted and guarded before this, is no longer the case, he said, that the area suddenly became much busier. Kim Minjun told him to keep sending updates until he arrives the next day. At noon, Kim Minjun appears in Daejeong near the dungeon and notices the soldiers carrying many mana stones. He takes out his hunter card and wonders if showing it would give him a tour of the dungeon. Then Lebongo appears now, in the form of a dove. He tells Kim Minjun that he changed to this form to keep an eye out until Minjun arrives. Kim Minjun asks if he heard correctly about there being 100 kilograms of mana stones inside that dungeon. Lebongo confirms that is exactly what he heard. He said he is not sure how much that is, exactly, but it definitely seems like a lot. Kim Minjun tells him it's about 100 times more than he could find in Isgard, even if he were lucky. He explains that this is an enormous amount of energy, and the land is already working on ways to use for it as a weapon. Suddenly a wave of supernatural energy explodes from the dungeon, and Kim Minjun asks Lebongo if it's the same energy he felt before. Lebongo confirms that yes, but says he still can't quite understand what this aura is. He doesn't feel any monsters, but the energy seems deeply ominous. Kim Minjun says it makes sense that Bongo doesn't recognize this after all. He has only seen this type of energy once in his life without wasting time. Kim Minjun runs towards the dungeon. Suddenly large tentacles begin to emerge from there. The commander immediately orders his squad to retreat, abandon the mana stones and withdraw. One of the soldiers shouts that there are still squad members inside, but the commander tells him to follow orders and stay put. Kim Minjun observes and says that this energy confirms it. It's a false dungeon. One of the soldiers stops him asking who he is and warning him to stay away since the situation is dangerous. Kim Minjun calmly walks past and tells him that he is Sergeant Kim Minjun of the 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company. He says he will open the dungeon from the inside and asks the soldier to report everything to the 104th Division. With that, Kim Mindium jumps into the dungeon just as the tentacles close the entrance behind him. The commander looks at the dungeon gate now completely sealed by the tentacles and thinks to himself that they are in trouble. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kim Mindium finds a group of transport team soldiers: Soldier Lee Soo-juan, Soldier John Dai, Corporal Kim Sung-won, Corporal Choi Tae-hyun, and Corporal Lim Dae-sung. Kim Mindium asks if there is anyone else with them. Linda and Sung respond that there is no one else and ask who Kim Mindium is. He introduces himself to the group and says that the situation is not good, so he will explain more later, then asks them to check their equipment and make sure no one is injured. Observing what they brought Kim Mindium, he asks if this is all the equipment they have with them. Who are the Guan? He explains that they are just the transport team, so this is what they have, and mentions that the inspection team has already left in Mindium. He silently wonders who in their right mind would send the transport team alone, and he begins to suspect that something suspicious is happening. He tells the squad to gather their equipment and explains what is really going on. He says they are inside a false dungeon, a rare and dangerous phenomenon. Simply put, they are inside a giant monster that attracts people and swallows them whole, and this time the bait was mana stones. He tells them not to panic and assures them that he is taking full responsibility to get them out of this mess. The group asks Kim Mindium if he really knows how to get them out of there. He responds that as long as they follow his orders correctly, he will ensure everyone gets out safely. He instructs them to kill any monster they encounter and continue advancing towards the center of the dungeon. At that moment, slimy monsters begin to appear behind the group, with Imindo standing in front and telling them to stay behind him. He defeats each monster with a single punch, effortlessly clearing the way while they look on in admiration. Linda and Sung turn to their squad and say that Kim Mindium is exactly the guy everyone in the hunter community talks about, the one who became a sergeant in record time, the invincible monster of the hunter body outside the dungeon. Son Tai-ho arrives and grabs Lee Sandin by the collar of his uniform. Furious because he sent the transport team alone, he demands to know what Lee Sandin has been doing. Lee Sandin nervously explains that he was just trying to recover the mana stones from the dungeon. Son Tai-ho yells at him, asking if he was ever ordered to do that. He reminds him that the directive was to investigate the dungeon, so how dare he send soldiers without an invasion team, especially to a false dungeon. Lee Sandin, clearly shaken, stammers that after 2 weeks of investigation, it was confirmed that the dungeon was empty, which is why he decided to send the team. Son Tai-ho, trembling with rage, says that 2 weeks is not enough, and that Lee Sandin sent soldiers without permission. He accuses him of doing this just to improve his own record. He warns that no matter how this ends, Lee Sandin must be ready to take off that uniform, releasing his collar. He adds that, if there is even a single casualty, he will personally ensure that he ends up in prison and tells him to start praying that everyone comes out alive. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kim Mindium continues to easily destroy the slimy monsters. He turns to the group, irritated, and asks why they are getting involved when he clearly said he would handle the monsters alone. One of the group members says they just want to help him too. Kim Mindium sighs and asks if they remember his order to advance past these parasites and reach the center. He explains that these monsters are created by the false dungeon to absorb any prey that enters. More importantly, as soon as they reach the heart, which is the center, the monsters will start attacking like crazy. He tells the squad that they need to conserve energy for that moment, because if they get hurt now, it will be a serious problem when they reach the core. The group nods, completely convinced by his reasoning and ready to follow his orders. But Kim Mindium has a different reason in mind. He thinks to himself that it's not about protecting the group, it's because he is racking up a ton of experience points in this dungeon. A mischievous smile forms in his mind as he laughs to himself, and tells himself that he will keep all those points for himself. With that greedy look still on his face, he orders the squad to continue, advancing, and leads the way. After walking for a while, they finally reach the center, where the core of the dungeon is located. Kim Mindium looks back and sees the exhausted and breathless group. He thinks to himself that some false dungeons drain resistances and their attributes are low, and if they had fought earlier, most of them probably wouldn't have made it this far. He points to the core, and says they need to destroy it to escape when the swarm of slime monsters starts to move. Kim Mindium turns to the squad, and says it's their time to shine. He tells them not to get hurt or die, and to play defensively for their own safety. The soldiers quickly form a defensive formation, ready to hold the line. Kim Mindium advances toward the enemies, thinking to himself that he needs to hold back on using his abilities since there are other people around. Still, he defeats the monsters one by one with ease. The creatures hesitate, clearly terrified to face him. But Kim Mindium doesn't stop. Laughing menacingly, he orders the monsters to hand over all those juicy experience points that start to appear, showing that he is more of a monster than the creatures he is fighting. Suddenly, the core of the dungeon begins to glow and releases a cloud of poison. Kim Mindium quickly tells his squad to stay back. He will be fine thanks to his poison immunity, but the others may not survive depending on the type of poison. He prepares to use his abilities, but then something in his pocket begins to shine. This is the item that Sondairo gave him. The bracelet reacts to the demonic energy in the air, and its hidden powers awaken. Kim Mindium murmurs that he was saving this item for later, when he reached a point where it would be difficult to increase his attributes. His status window appears, revealing that the bracelet allows the user to cast any spell they know, even those they do not possess, but it will disappear once used. Kim Mindium smiles, realizing how lucky he is to have this at a moment like this. Without hesitation, he activates the ability of the Black Knight he faced once. He summons a demonic sword that tears through space, launching nearby enemies into a dimensional rift with a powerful strike. The sword opens another rift, sucking in all the surrounding monsters and delivering a heavy blow to the core of the dungeon. When the battlefield goes quiet for a moment, Li Banggu runs and tells Kim Mindium that they have a problem. The soldiers outside planted one mana bomb at the dungeon gate. Kim Mindium tells him not to panic, assuring that they will get out soon, as he breaks the last remaining pieces of the core outside the dungeon. The bomb is successfully installed. A soldier hands the detonator to the commander of the Sonde division. He holds it, thinking it would be great if they could use it to force open the gate, but the dungeon's reaction is too unpredictable to ignore. At that moment, he is informed that Kim Mindium of the 104th Division has entered. Another soldier confirms, saying it has been verified that Kim Mindium is in the dungeon with his squad. Sondairo shouts, asking why he entered, when this isn't even his area of duty. The soldier explains that according to witnesses, Kim Mindium entered after declaring his affiliation. Sondairo asks if there has been contact with the 104th Division, and the soldier replies that the commander is already on the way. Another soldier informs Sondairo that all troops have been evacuated to a safe location. Sondairo thinks to himself that it has been 4 hours since they entered, and they don't even have the right equipment. He wants to believe in Kim Mindium, but knows he can't wait much longer. Just as he is about to press the button, the dungeon gate begins to crack. Sondairo runs, and orders his men to alert the doctors and prepare the convoys for any survivors. He also tells them to bring all the officers available to the gate fully armed without hesitation. Sondairo grabs a tentacle from the gate and starts tearing it off. The doctors arrive, and he tells them to wait while he continues to tear down the dungeon's defenses. Finally, the gate opens, and the soldiers exit safely. Sondairo breathes a sigh of relief, happy to see everyone return intact. He asks the soldiers about their conditions. They respond that they managed to clear the dungeon. Kim Mindium exits the gate with the last 2 soldiers and greets Commander Sondairo, who smiles and returns the greeting. That same night, at the headquarters of the 107th Division, Kim Mindium and Sondairo sit together for a conversation. Kim Mindium explains that he was on vacation when he came to Daidian. Sondairo asks why he was in Daidian in the first place. Kim Mindium tells him that he was there to meet him since Sondairo had offered to invite him for a meal. Sondairo raises an eyebrow and says it just so happened that while he was coming to meet him, Kim Mindium passed by the dungeon, and when the incident occurred, he immediately entered with a confident and cheerful smile. Kim Mindium admits that this is exactly what happened. He adds that when he saw the anomaly, his body just moved on its own, before he even had time to think. Sondairo says that the more he looks at Kim Mindium, the more eccentric he seems. He praises him, saying that clearing a false dungeon alone is a great achievement, and that he truly appreciates his effort. But he also warns him that he is starting to stand out too much. He is rising in rank, faster than normal, and after what happened today, the headquarters of the Hunter Corps will surely start watching him. He tells Kim Mindium that if any of these things cause problems, he should not hesitate to seek him out. Kim Mindium thanks him, and says he will definitely get in touch if something happens. Sondairo says he won't be able to offer him a meal now as he is swamped with work, but if Kim Mindium has anything else he wants to ask in person, he is welcome. He said that if it's within his capabilities, he will do it for him without hesitation. Kim Mindium immediately asks for a promotion, his eyes shining with hope. Sondairo quickly closes the matter, saying that this is not something within his purview. Kim Mindium pouts slightly, but then his eyes turn to a crystal on Sondairo's table. He feels a weak but refined demonic energy emanating from it. Sonda Error looks over and asks if he wants the crystal. Kim Minjun's eyes shine again, and he says it is the first time he has seen this type of stone, but would love to add it to his collection. Sonda Error tells him that his house was recently robbed, and this is the only one left. He picks it up and hands it to Kim Minjun, mentioning that, although it has not yet been identified, it has been deemed safe for humans, so he can keep it. Sonda Error observes and thinks that just like with Yoon Sul, he continues to get involved in things related here in Minjun, and honestly, he doesn't mind. Then, with a serious expression, he asks Kim Minjun what kind of relationship he has with his daughter. Kim Minjun casually responds that they are just fellow hunters, nothing more, nothing less. This answer seems to leave Sonda Error calm, and he smiles, saying that he has already taken up too much of Kim Minjun's vacation time and tells him he can go as he leaves. Sonda Error asks him to inform the commander to come in. Kim Minjun nods respectfully and steps outside. There, Lee Bang-woo is loudly chewing on a grilled carp, shouting about how delicious it is. Kim Minjun tells him to shut up and eat properly, or he will wake up the whole neighborhood. Then without hesitation, Kim Mindium crushes the crystal in his hand. The demonic energy explodes from it and flows into him, raising his demonic energy level to the limit, and unlocking a new ability called Demonic Energy Whip. Kim Mindium smiles and says this completely changes the game. Meanwhile, somewhere in the province of Gyeon, at the Hunters Corps headquarters, Lieutenant General Kim Jong-mo is shouting at Sunta. He scolds him for his incompetence, stating that the 107th Division is about to be audited, so he better be prepared. He adds that Sun Tai-ho should consider himself lucky to only end up with this, because he could easily have stripped him of his uniform. He orders him to send Sunta and Sandinya to HQ tomorrow, without fail. Then the door opens, and another high-ranking officer enters. Lieutenant General Kim Chong-mo immediately stands up and salutes. The officer tells him not to push his subordinates too hard, mentioning that he could hear him shouting from outside. Kim Chong-mo quickly apologizes and says he will take care of it immediately. The officer sits down and says he received the report, then asks if it was Kim Jin again. The officer is none other than the commander of the Hunters Corps, General Guhark Chol. Meanwhile, the commander rushes back to his headquarters in his car. He gets out of the car and goes straight to the commander's office. Looking around urgently, Kim Min-chu greets him. The commander asks where they are, and if it is what he thinks it is. He confirms with Kim Min-chu if he is the target, and Kim Min-chu says yes. The commander sits down and says those bastards clearly timed their attack while he was out for just an hour. Two members of the Special Task Force arrived first, Sergeant Yu Taiwan and First Class Sergeant Young Min-soo. Kim Min-soo explains that he understands what they are saying, but they showed up early in the morning, and are demanding to find one of their soldiers who just returned from vacation. The Tion interrupts him and asks if he realizes under whose orders they came. He politely asks the liar to cooperate this time. The liar tells them that both the battalion commander and the company commander are absent, so this doesn't seem like the right way to proceed. And Taiwan asks if he needs an official notification, and says they can provide that immediately if necessary. He assures that they will leave peacefully after a brief meeting, and asks to bring Kim Mindium. Suddenly, Kim Mindium arrives in insignia notes, with the officers realizing they belong to the special unit that works directly under the command of the Hunters Corps. Taiwan introduces himself and shakes his hand, saying it was incredible how Kim Mindium rescued so many hunters by jumping into that fake dungeon. He adds that the Special Task Force of Hunters needs capable people like him. Kim Min-jun asks if this is a recruitment offer, and Taiwan explains that they are deployed in special situations such as high-risk dungeon invasions, VIP protection, overseas missions, and more. He continues, talking about all the advantages and benefits of being a Special Task Force hunter, but Kim Min-jun is lost in his own thoughts, thinking that none of this matters unless it offers a significant promotion. Then he is in. And Taiwan says they also deal with crimes committed by civilian hunters who are not affiliated with the army. Therefore, strong combat skills are crucial. He tells Kim Min-jun that his exceptional performance has not gone unnoticed by headquarters, which is why he is here to offer something that is deserved, including a special promotion. Kim Mindium gets excited upon hearing the words, special promotion, and Taiwan explains that his unit does not accept regular soldiers, so if Kim Mindium joins the Special Task Force of Hunters, the headquarters will immediately promote Sergeant Jang Min-soo, adding that the task force offers more chances for promotion than other bodies since they are sent to places where achievements accumulate quickly. Kim Mindium thinks there is no reason to refuse this. At that moment, Yuta and Wan's device starts vibrating. He takes it out and places it on the table. Kim Ming-jun asks if it is a phone, and Jang Min-soo explains that it is a special device issued to the task force. It is not a smartphone, but a secure communication tool, since most of what they deal with is confidential. Kim Mindium suddenly tenses up and asks if he will be able to use the internet and computers as much as he wants. And Taiwan tells him that security is the top priority in the task force, so personal electronic devices and internet access are strictly prohibited in the barracks, and even discouraged during vacations. Yang Mingsu said, "It is a small price to pay for serving the country." At this level and receiving such exceptional treatment, Kim Mindium is heartbroken to hear this. However, Kim Min-chu starts to smile mischievously. Yuta Huan offers a card to Kim Mindium and says that they do not extend this offer to just anyone, so he should think about it, but Kim Mindium declines and says he will stay with them. Both officers are shocked by his response, and Taiwan asks why he is refusing, and Kim Mindium says that if he joins the special task force, he won't be able to play Dandian Power Fighter. Jiang Minsu is furious and yells at him, asking if he is really wasting such an opportunity because of a game. He tells Kim Mindium that the generals held a meeting just for this, and now he is refusing because of Dandian Power Fighter. He questions if Kim Mindium is trying to be funny, but Kim Mindium calmly responds that he is not joking and that the game is an essential source of energy for him, and Taiwan nods in agreement, saying he understands his reasoning, then says they will leave. Kim Minsu quickly gets up and opens the door to help them exit faster. As soon as they leave, Jung Min-soo turns around and says he is sure that Kim Min-jun's achievements are exaggerated and that he is just making excuses because he is afraid he won't survive in the special forces. He adds that without lucky breaks like this, someone like him would never pass the entrance test. It is then that Kim Min-jun finally loses his patience and asks how they can be so sure that he wouldn't pass. Jung Min-soo walks back, faces him, and asks if he wants him to prove it. Kim Min-ju tells Kim Min-jun to stop and asks Jung Min-soo what he is trying to do. And Taiwan puts his hand on Kim Min-ju's shoulder and asks if they can use the training center for a while. Shortly after, Kim Min-ju and Jung Min-soo face off in the training room. Jung Min-soo says the entrance test is a freestyle duel with a senior member of the special forces and offers Kim Min-ju a chance to back out if he is not ready. However, Kim Jin-jun tells him that he has no intention of joining the special forces, but if he wins, then Jung Min-soo will have to apologize to him politely. Jung Min-soo is angry and shouts how he dares to show up with this joke of a weapon and talk like that. He says he will fix Kim Min-jun's attitude, and Taiwan intervenes to announce that the fight will be 3 rounds, each lasting 3 minutes, and starts the match. As soon as it begins, Jung Min-soo quickly advances toward Kim Min-jun with an attack, but Kim Min-jun dodges. Jung Min-soo immediately delivers a second strike that hits and sends Kim Min-jun flying against the wall. But instead of showing pain, Kim Min-jun just smiles in a flashback. Kim Min-soo asks Kim Min-jun what he plans to do, and Min-jun casually replies that he plans to win. Of course, he then asks if anything bad could happen if he really wins. Kim Min-jun says it's possible since that group is known for having a big ego, and he's worried they might do something reckless if their pride is hurt. Kim Min-jun smiles and says, if that's the case, he'll just let him land a hit. Back to the present, Jung Min-soo steps away from Kim Min-jun, who is lying on the floor. Yuta Irawan says the fight is over and tells Kim Min-chul to take him to the doctors. Kim Min-chul maintains an expressionless face and remains silent. Yuta Irawan approaches Kim Min-jun and says he should still be proud for managing to dodge the first final attack, but from the perspective of the special task force of hunters, he is still not strong enough. Before Yuta and Hwan can finish, Kim Min-jun stands up smiling while dusting off his uniform. Both Yuta and Hwan, as well as Jung Min-soo, are surprised to see him still standing. Jung Min-soo wonders how he is still on his feet since the attack hit exactly where it should have. Tai-hwan asks Kim Min-jun if he really wants to continue, warning that overexerting himself could cause injuries to both. Kim Min-jun ignores him and says he wants to try again. Jung Min-soo scoffs, saying he is being arrogant and vows to make him regret standing up again. Kim Min-jun wraps his whip in demonic energy and prepares to attack. Jung Min-soo charges forward and unleashes a flurry of sword attacks, but Kim Min-jun blocks each one. Then, in a swift motion, he grabs the sword with his whip and tosses it aside, leaving Jung Min-soo completely disarmed. After that, Kim Min-jun strikes Jung Min-soo with several whiplashes. Jung Min-soo tries to maintain his composure and praises Kim Min-jun, saying he is skilled with that whip, but asserts that the attacks won't cause much damage to him. At that moment, the pain from the lashes begins to set in, and he screams like a little girl. Yuta and Hwan are surprised to see a big, muscular guy like Jung Min-soo on his knees after those hits. Kim Min-jun pulls the whip back to strike again, and Jang Min-soo, now in a panic, pleads for him to stop. But Kim Min-jun doesn't listen and strikes directly at his chest. The pain nearly brings Jang Min-soo down, who thinks to himself that the attack was high level, while the special task force is definitely elite. It seems this is the first time Jang Min-soo has been hit by a whip infused with demonic energy. He notes that even thick-skinned orc warriors would fall after a single blow from that thing. He raises the whip again and tells Jung Min-soo to stop showing off, as if it's all because he's decent in combat. Tai-ruan asks Kim Min-jun to stop, but with a wicked smile, Min-jun strikes the ground between Jung Min-soo's legs. Just imagining the impact makes Jung Min-soo faint. Tai-hwan rushes to catch him, confused that the same guy who wasn't intimidated when beaten by an order of ox is now unconscious, just from fear. He wonders if a training whip could really cause that much damage. Turning to Kim Min-jun, he says that when a subordinate makes a mistake, the responsibility falls on the superior. He offers a sincere apology on behalf of Jung Min-soo. Kim Min-jun admits he acted beyond his position and apologizes in return. Tai-ruan hands him a card and tells him to get in touch if he changes his mind. Kim Min-jun scoffs and asks if they want to be treated by their doctors, but Tai-ruan declines, saying they need to leave soon. Back to the present, Lidium Byum-ri asks where Kim Min-jun is. Out of fear, he wonders if a training whip could really cause that much damage. Turning to Kim Min-jun, he says that when a subordinate makes a mistake, the responsibility falls on the superior. He offers a sincere apology in place of Jung Min-soo. Kim Min-jun admits that he acted beyond his position and apologizes in return, and Tai-ruan hands him a card and says to contact him if he changes his mind. Who lied mocks him and asks if they want to be treated by their doctors, and Tai-ruan declines, saying they need to leave soon. Back in the present, Lidium Byum-ri asks where Kim Min-jun is. Kim Ming-chu said that he is training alone now. Lidium Byum said he will report directly to the division commander. Seo Kyung mentioned that Sergeant Kim Min-jun rejected the offer from the special task force. He adds that, although Kim Min-jun rejected it today, he is sure they will want him even more now. There's no way they will give up so easily. Kim Min-chu responds that in that case, they should come up with something to keep Kim Min-jun exactly where he is. Colonel Lee Daeum-beum smiles and says that the division commander, CEO Kyung, already anticipated that this could happen, so there's nothing to worry about. Now all they have to do is wait and see what kind of offer the commander has prepared for Kim Min-jun the next day. The division commander, So Ki-on, bursts into laughter upon hearing from Colonel Lidium Bayon that Kim Min-jun rejected the offer from the special task force. He said, "Those arrogant bastards must be furious now." He adds that no matter what privileges they offer, if Kim Min-jun decides to join them, no one can stop him, which is why he was cautious about the situation. But now it has resolved itself. The commander agrees and says it's time for them to take responsibility. Seo Kyung nods and says it's the perfect moment to show proper appreciation. Here in Mindium, he makes a call and asks if what he mentioned is ready, then smiles confidently and tells them to bring all related files immediately. Meanwhile, back at the barracks, Lee Sun-ho announces to the squad that, starting today, the commander of the 2nd platoon of the 2nd squad will be Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Han Jun asks if Sergeant Lee Sun-ho is being promoted. He shakes his head and says that he is planning to try for the chief sergeant position since he has enough points for a promotion, which is why he is handing over his position to Kim Min-jun. He asks if anyone has objections to this decision. The team responds that they are fine with it and agrees that Kim Min-jun is the only one who could replace Sung-ho Lirondan. He then says he has a question for Sergeant Kim Min-jun. He asks if the rumors are true. Was it really Kim Min-jun who cleared a fake dungeon by himself? He adds that he was also on vacation that day. The rest of the group joins in and says that the entire hunter community is talking about what happened. Kim Min-jun casually confirms that it was him. He was in Tenjuao just when the anomaly occurred and got involved in it. The whole squad is surprised that their sergeant is so powerful. Kim Gwang-sik asks if that's why he is being appointed captain, and wants to know if he received any reward besides that. Kim Min-jun admits that he received some benefits for clearing that dungeon. The squad gets all excited, curious about what those benefits could be. A few days later, in the Goblin Colony dungeon, some soldiers are fighting goblins, while Randyung and Sobrancelhas talk about Kim Min-jun. Sobrancelhas asks if it's really true that Kim Min-jun received an offer from the special forces of the hunters so quickly, and then rejected it. Randyung confirms and adds that he even beat a first-class sergeant in a training fight. Sobrancelhas finds it hard to believe, and says that people outside the army probably wouldn't believe any of this. He asks if it's also true that the division commander appointed Kim Mindium as their squad commander and plans to promote him to sergeant within a year, as soon as he earns enough points. Randyung nods and says that even Sergeant Lee Sung-ho supported the decision upon hearing the news. Just then, their conversation is interrupted when an orc suddenly emerges from the forest roaring, but both soldiers maintain serious faces, completely impassive at the sight of the monster. The orc swings his club to attack them, but out of nowhere, a shining whip cuts through the air and strikes the orc right in the eyes. The monster drops his weapon and screams in pain, holding his face. As the whip retracts, the soldiers look at the wounded beast impassively. While it screams in agony, Kim Mindium arrives at the battle, and apparently, it is he who attacks the monster with his newly acquired whip. Eyebrows comments that it is personal equipment, given to Sergeant Kim Mindium by the division commander. Han-jung adds that not even the squad commander has personal equipment yet, so Kim Mindium is clearly being treated differently. Meanwhile, Kim Mindium continues to whip goblins like a merciless master. Eyebrows asks why it had to be a whip, and Han-jung explains that the division commander allowed him to choose any weapon he wanted, and Kim Mindium chose the whip. Eyebrows says it makes sense now why he refused the whip. Special task of hunters when he is receiving this kind of treatment. Randy agrees, and adds that it is extremely rare for a sergeant to receive personal equipment. The division commander had to sign more than 10 documents just to make this happen. While all this is happening, Kim Mindium is immersed in thoughts, realizing that this weapon is much better than he expected. Thanks to the Mana Stone, he doesn't even need to use his own demonic energy to make it powerful. He thinks that if this little guy stays with him, he will rise through the ranks much faster than in a year. Next Saturday, at a restaurant in Shanshon, Kim Mindium sits at the table ready for dinner, and Eun-so is with him and asks if they should start eating. Kim Mindium looks at her and asks why she is even asking him that, and more importantly, why she is having dinner with him in the first place. The lady who takes care of the kitchen comes and tells Eun-so that the food is ready, and Eun-so smiles, thanks the chef, and starts to eat. She looks at Kim Mindium and asks if he is not going to eat. She told him not to worry because she is paying, so he can eat as much as he wants. Kim Mindium says, that is not the problem. He asks how she knew he would be out today, coming to Chanshan and to this exact restaurant. Suddenly a thought hits him. He asks Eun-so if it was Kim Gwang-sik who told her his plans. She looks around nervously and says, it is all just a coincidence. Kim Mindium does not believe, and his expression darkens like a villain in a drama. She quickly apologizes and admits it was Gwang-sik, but begs him not to be mad at her, since she was the one who asked, who sent him. Clearly irritated, says it is up to him to decide how much he will be annoyed, and murmurs that all this is very strange, and Eun-so, confused, asks what he means. He suddenly asks her if she likes him. She is completely surprised, blushes intensely, and tells him that this is absurd, asking why he is being so casual with her. Suddenly Kim Mindium grits his teeth, crosses his arms and says that she can also speak informally, since they are close in age. She says that may be true, but insists that she does not like him or anything, and tells him not to get the wrong idea. He asks why she is having dinner with him then, and adds that he is sure she took the day off today because she heard from Gwang-sik that he was going out. She admits that is true, but says there is another reason for being here. She mentions the previous incidents, the closed dungeon at the training center, the gate of the Red Boar, at the social assistance office in Hwakion, and the recent fake dungeon. She said that wherever he goes, something always happens. So she was curious to see if something would happen this time too. Then she comes back to reality, realizing how crazy it sounds, and feels super embarrassed for having said all that out loud. Kim Jin-jun, nervously, and said it's not like he's a walking disaster deep down, but he is anxious, wondering if she is starting to uncover the truth about him. Kim Minjun notices her badge and realizes that she has been promoted to corporal. She said she passed the promotion exam last week. He congratulates her and says she did it very quickly, adding that he expected nothing less from her. She asks if he is mocking her, since he is already a sergeant, and then questions why he continues to talk to her so casually. He reminds her that he already said she could also speak casually with him. She said that's fine, she will do exactly that then. Meanwhile, Kim Minjun begins to have visions of a dungeon appearing nearby. He is irritated that it has to happen now, especially with Eon Sul around since she is quite perceptive in his mind. He talks to himself, saying he only took this vacation because his best employee warned him about a gate that would appear soon. He apologizes, saying he needs to use the bathroom, and heads out to the park where the gate should appear. He looks around and sees his best employee waiting nearby. He praises him for showing up at the right time after being assigned to work separately from Lee Banggu. They both give a thumbs up, and Kim Minjun hands him a ball of demonic energy. He wonders where Lee Banggu is since he hasn't heard from him in a while. The portal begins to form, and Kim Minjun watches closely. He is relieved that there aren't many people around due to the winter cold, but still questions why the portal had to appear in a residential area with so many people living nearby. He tells himself he needs to resolve this quickly, for the safety of the people, and for his promotion, as he heads toward the portal. A monster begins to emerge. His phone vibrates with an emergency notification from the army about the appearance of the dungeon. Kim Minjun thinks that if something comes out of there that he can't face, he will just have to hold it off until the army arrives. He prepares and gets ready for battle. A hacker emerges from the portal, but something about it seems strange. Kim Minjun observes that it seems to be alone for now, and wonders how much demonic energy it has already absorbed. He looks at its blade, arms, and comments that they look dangerous but are useless if they can't reach him. He jumps back to avoid the initial strike and prepares to activate his demonic arrows. Before he can unleash his skill, the ranker suddenly launches one of its blade arms at him, like a projectile. To his surprise, the blade is attached to a chain. Kim Minjun grabs the chain in midair and mocks the creature, asking what kind of petty trick that is, but the ranker pulls the chain back, launching Kim Minjun high into the air. While he is in the air, the monster throws its other blade, and Minjun barely manages to dodge before counterattacking with a solid punch to the monster's face, knocking it to the ground. He looks back, thinking it's over, but the monster gets back up again, with its jaw broken and ready to fight. At that moment, someone calls him. It's Eon Sul, running toward him with a traffic sign in her hands. He is surprised to see her there. The ranker throws its blade in her direction, but Kim Minjun grabs the chain and redirects the attack. He demands to know what she is doing there. She retorts angrily for him having left her alone in the middle of dinner, and even more irritated that he is fighting without a weapon. She said she saw the emergency alert and came immediately. She throws the traffic sign to him, and Kim Minjun catches it. Channeling his demonic energy into it with a powerful strike, he hits the monster on the head, killing it instantly. Channeling his demonic energy into it with a powerful strike, he hits the plate on the monster's head, killing it immediately. As the dust rises, he takes the moment to absorb the demonic energy from the monster when the dust settles. Kim Mindium walks to a shrine, and is surprised that he defeated a high-risk monster alone. Kim Jin-jun tells her that a certain person helped him, although he thinks to himself that the fight would have been even easier if she hadn't shown up. Meanwhile, Yoon-sol kneels to inspect the body of the rank, and notes that it is an irregular monster, pointing out the chains and blades attached to its arms. She stands up and says they need to have a serious conversation, but that conversation will have to wait as 5 more rankers emerge from the gate. She quickly tells Kim Minjun that they need to regroup with reinforcements and plan an attack. He agrees and suggests that she go get support, and then return to join him, and a Sky reacts angrily, shouting that if he is really planning to fight all those monsters alone, he must be out of his mind. When the fanatics let out a deafening roar, Kim Minjun smiled confidently and said it was time to go, advancing towards the monsters. He told himself it was time to earn that promotion. The sergeant, meanwhile, in a forest, a hooded figure emerges from the trees. She murmurs a few words, and a secret underground passage opens beside a large rock. The figure descends into a huge stone hall, removes the hood, revealing herself as a woman, and stands before a sculpture of Luminuna. She whispers to Lord Minaud to wait, because she is coming for him. Well folks, this is the end of the video. If you liked it, comment. For the next part, subscribe to the channel, and leave a like. Thank you for watching, and see you next time.